Right. So it's
Anyways,
a big
yeah.
mistake when people mistake the map as the territory, right? That's it's a big problem. Okay, it's a map, it's a tool, it has a purpose. There's hundreds of different map projections that serve different purposes. All of them are based off a spherical, all of the projections, right, are based off a spherical coordinate system which originated from taking angle measurements to the sky, to the celestials. How do we know the Earth's not a globe? We went out and tested the Earth over and over again, validating that there's no curvature.
How did you validate there was no curvature?
Well, okay, so most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, according to the
Yes.
globe, right? According to
Yes.
what we know about. And so it's like 72%, something like that, okay? And we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance when we're talking about the surface of the water. So if we have 20 miles, for example, we can calculate that there would be approximately 266 foot of curvature over that distance of 20 miles. Okay, then we can go and test to see if the curvature is actually there.
Wait. What's curvature? Is it in meters, in degrees, in millimeters?
Yeah, like what's on the
In
outside of a ball. Curvature would be like
okay,
bending, like the water bending.
okay.
Yeah.
And how would you measure the curvature? Like you sound like we measured curvature and it wasn't there, but what were you actually measuring? How much the
Okay.
horizon went down? What exactly? Your angle to the
Yeah.
sky?
So, the byproducts of the curvature would be a horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer, and then things
Absolutely.
that are beyond the horizon. Do you understand?
Yes, I'm on it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. And then things that go beyond the horizon becoming obstructed behind the physical curvature of the Earth.
Yes, which is exactly what happened.
All right. So that when we actually go out and test that, it's what should happen, right? But it turns out that that's absolutely not what happens.
It is absolutely is what happens. You're just pretending you measured it.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Yes,
Okay. Well,
genuinely, you're
how
saying
about I just present
someone
you with
the
evidence?
horizon is never globe
present it.
curvature.
Yes, please present your evidence because it doesn't exist. What do you mean?
Okay.
The Earth is supposed to curve one way, but we measured it and it didn't because it can't not do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if it was a globe, it would have to be curving at a specific rate.
And it
Okay.
is
So
curving.
It provides a definition of the horizon, which is physical, correct?
Yes, the horizon is when the curvature of the Earth doesn't allow you to see what's beyond it.
okay. So let's test that. All right. So I'm going to present you with a test right now. Okay. So
You
you can see it.
attach
You can
something?
see a screenshot. Can you see the side chat?
Yes.
Okay. So all right, just hold on a second. Have a look. Have a look at the calculation in the side chat there. It's an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so first we have the distance. The distance to the object is going to be 11.2 miles. Okay, the height of the camera is going to be 3.5 foot. That would mean the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles. And the object that is at 11.2 miles should be obstructed by 52 feet. Right, meaning the bottom 52 feet should be missing. Okay, now let's have a look at the observation.
Okay, listen. A man standing on a sphere observed the physical geometric horizon.
Okay, so this is a guy named Dr. John Dee. He's doing this observation on a very nice clear day in the United Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking out at a windmill farm called Rampion Windmill Farm. When he zooms out to the windmill farm, we can see 6 windmills out in the ocean. Okay, they range from 8 to 11 miles away. We're going to focus on one of them. Okay, just the furthest one, just for simplicity. Okay, so if you have a look at the math again, the 11.2 mile windmill it's completely visible, and there's no sign of that horizon at 2.29
where is this?
miles. Okay, so just a second.
If you can tell me where exactly is this?
Yeah, so I'm going to post some screenshots showing you exactly where it is. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. It's in Worthing in the United Kingdom. Here's some screenshots of the location. Here's a diagram of the the windmills.
And wait, why is Meridius muted?
He's muted because he's highly emotional and disruptive. We can unmute him and see how he goes. So
Yeah,
Meridius, it's okay, man. Look, but just please, just stay on mute while I present the observation. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So here's the observation. Okay, we have a camera height of 1 meter, which is 3.5 feet high. That means the horizon should be at 2.23 miles away, which is 3.4 kilometers. Okay, and all of the bottom portions of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. All right, so I'm just going to post a close-up image of what the bottom of the windmills look like. Right, so when it's low tide, we can see the black paint at the bottom of the windmills. When it's high tide, it's covering up that little black section. Here's another image of them close up. Right, now if we have another look at the observation, I'll repost it directly under that. All right, so he's
Do you know the thing where you're in like a very hot desert and you can see fake water on the street?
Yeah, a mirage. Yeah, we don't see any miraging effects in this.
Mirage.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah, so
you can see miraging effects because
oh yeah,
the
what type of
windmills aren't
mirage
in
is
contact
this?
in water. Look.
No, we
the
don't
windmills
see any
seem to be-
miraging effects.
Oh, you can absolutely check the GIF.
Okay,
windmills seem
here's
to
a
be
close
floating
up. Here's a
above the
still
water
shot.
surface.
Where's the miraging effect?
They are literally floating above the water.
How are they floating above the water? You could see the bases
water
of them
surface is
touching
below.
the water.
Yes, you can see the water surface. The black paint ends here. The water surface is lower than there.
No, you can see the water behind them higher. Right? When
There
he
is
zooms
no
in, you
water
can
there.
even see a boat. You can even see a boat off in the distance. Okay,
Of course, you can see the water behind them higher, but they aren't in contact with the water.
they are in contact with the water. Yeah, they are. We can see them.
Yes, specifically the ones on the right.
All of them, right? We can see the entirety of all of the windmills touching the water. We don't see any miraging effects taking place. Okay, there's no inferior mirage. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
No.
Okay, it's when things are displaced lower and we have a mirroring effect. Okay, we don't have that. We don't have any
let me ask
miraging
you.
effect taking place here, bro. Look, it looks the same as it looks in the close-up photographs. Right? Do you think
Well,
there's a
let me ask you.
miraging effect in this? Do you think this is a mirage? Obviously
This is
not,
not.
right? Okay, well this looks exactly
Clearly
the
is a
same.
close-up.
Yeah, so this looks the same as the zoom footage, right? We can see the water, right? It's just flat. Look at the zoom footage again.
You can share pictures. I can't.
Okay, well, I don't have control of your permissions.
Oh, there are permissions.
Yeah, well, you need to spend a certain amount of time in the server, and then you'll automatically get image permissions.
I mean, if I
Right,
can
so
share
you
a
can see
video,
that when he
yeah.
zooms in, there's no miraging effect taking place. It's very obvious that there's not a mirage taking place. Right, so here's some more footage from the video, so you can see that there's no mirage taking place.
Okay, how do you explain this video that I am going to send you? Okay, I can't send anything in the chat. Oh, wait, I can. If you'll please
So-
check it out.
Okay,
Yes, another thing. You see, you know the television that works using having like a receiver dish above your house that points at the sky and receives the
Try
the
not
TV
to
information.
jump around topics, phase.
No, it is related. It is very related.
No, you
Yeah,
need
you know
to get through this one and make sure you're understanding it properly before you go to another topic.
Yeah,
Okay, see the video. If you see the video I shared.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah, I'm
we
looking
should
at the
do-
video you shared. Okay, so now I have some questions. Okay, so what's the height of the observer? What's the location and what's the distance to the ship?
No. None of this matters now because the ship,
Yes,
Yes,
it does.
half of
matter.
the ship disappeared. Why is half of the ship not visible? Why?
Okay,
why is it hiding?
because sometimes if we have warmer temperatures down low and cooler
Uh-huh.
temperatures up higher, it can make it look like things are disappearing from the bottom.
What's this? Is this a theory or what is this?
No. Just go to Google and type in what is sinking refraction.
No, but nothing is hidden.
I can do that here. Okay, what is sinking refraction? Just typing it into
And
Google.
refraction isn't consistent. Refraction isn't consistent. It fluctuates.
Okay, so
The
video is very
did you
consistent.
did you account for refraction in this observation?
A reflection. You gave me an observation of refraction. It isn't consistent. It looks
No, I
odd.
didn't.
It looks messy.
I showed you an observation that isn't able to be explained by refraction, but what you posted, right, matches the definition of sinking refraction. Okay,
It
so
absolutely does not match it because sinking refraction.
okay, so
has
let's
these
read out.
artifacts.
Okay, so what's sinking refraction?
Look,
What's
you
see now
shared
you notice
example.
how you started off nice and chill, and now you're starting to get emotional. And I'm
Because
really
I'm saying
chill right
something and
now.
you're saying
Notice how I'm not getting emotional with you? No, I'm not
Okay.
saying nah. I went to Google. I'm trying to teach you about how refraction works according to your own experts, right? But you're not letting me talk because you're highly emotional. So you need to chill out.
I understand.
Okay, so I went to Google. I typed in what is sinking refraction. Okay, sinking is an atmospheric refraction phenomenon where distant objects appear lower, smaller, or compressed below their actual position, often making them disappear below the horizon. It occurs when light rays bend upwards, opposite to looming, which bends rays downward, and is caused by a temperature lapse rate where density decreases slowly with height. Right? So if you haven't accounted for this, then you can't say it's Earth curvature, can you?
Okay, listen to me. You shared examples of this refraction in the chat. Okay.
Okay,
And you
what
can
type
see
of refraction?
it
What
is-
type of
it is real.
refraction do you think's happening in the example that I posted?
Any refraction, I don't know.
You don't know what you're talking about, really, do you? When it comes
I don't
to
know
optics.
what you're talking about. You because
No, I know
it's
that you don't know what
simple
I'm
to say.
talking. I know that
No,
this
don't
is the
interrupt me.
difference.
You're interrupting me now.
I know what I'm talking about, right? I'm reading out I just read out the mainstream explanation for your video. Okay, so if you're claiming that the bottom of the ship's disappearing because because it's going behind the curvature, right? I'm just showing you that even according to your mainstream, it could just be because of sinking, right? Sinking refraction. So unless you accounted for that, then you can't claim that is happening because of Earth curvature. Now, I'm not making a claim of Earth curvature with my observation. I'm just showing you that no Earth curvature is detected, and no Earth curvature is ever detected. Right?
Every example of sinking refraction I see shows stuff floating, not disappearing.
No, sinking. Why would it be called sinking refraction if stuff's floating? Right? That would be the opposite. That would be the opposite of sinking refraction. No, that would be called looming.
Don't interrupt me. Look up sinking refraction and go to images.
I did. I typed in what is sinking refraction.
Okay, go to images, and you will see ships floating in the air, exactly as those windmills in your example.
Yeah, that would be not sinking, right? You're just getting some random. Okay, so what you're getting?
The windmills are not floating in the air, friend.
Yeah, which one do you want to talk about? Which image? Okay, because the images you're seeing, it says looming, towering, stooping, and sinking, and you're getting examples of all of these different effects.
Examples.
Right. There also has to be something physically happening in the environment.
Can you share an example of sinking refraction?
You shared it already.
Fizz, I'm trying to get in here. I've just posted you a short video, right? You can watch that. That's an observation of a ship that begins off similar to the observation you posted us, right? But it's got the observer height and the distance, ship location, all that in there. And the observation also is repeated a few hours later. Ship is still at the same distance, give or take, and you can see that the observation of the ship drastically changes over the course of a few hours. This is not
the video you just shared.
Geometric Earth curvature.
Yeah, I'll show you some.
That doesn't
look, I
even
have
look
some.
like the same ship.
Well, it is. Okay, so I can give you a little presentation on that exact observation right now. Okay, so this is the ship. Okay, it's called the Mandarin. The Mandarin Arrow is the name of the ship. Okay, so when the guy goes there in the morning, okay, he uses ship tracking radar. Okay, we can see that the ship is anchored. Okay, so it's anchored out in the ocean, and it's 12.4 nautical miles away, which is just over 14 miles. Okay, now, in the morning, we can only see the top portion of the ship. You can see it's the same ship because it has the same features of the ship, and it has the same name, right? It's called the Mandarin Arrow. Now, in the morning, it looks like the bottom of the ship's missing, but if you have a close look at the image, you'll notice that there's actually a mirroring layer right where the horizon and the sky meet. Okay, so you can actually see a gap between the water and the ship. This is textbook definition inferior mirage, okay, or sinking. Okay, now here's it zoomed out a little bit further. So it looks like, oh, wow, it's over the horizon. It must be behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Now, if you look at the video, you'll notice that slowly over the next 3 hours, more and more of the ship becomes visible. Even though the ship's not moving, more and more of the ship becomes visible until 3 hours later you can see the entire ship again. Because what happens is the temperature of the air starts to heat up as the day gets, further into the day, right? As it's cooler in the morning, okay, and then it gets warmer and warmer, okay, and the effect of sinking goes away, right? And then 3 hours later we can see the whole ship. Okay, so this is a real-world example showing a ship that looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, but it's not.
Okay, what you just demonstrated is that sinking refraction isn't consistent.
Refraction. There's nothing consistent. There's nothing consistent about refraction.
Yes, but ships disappearing behind the horizon and appearing as they get closer is consistent.
No, it isn't.
Is that possible? Is that possible?
It is very.
Do you think that that's possible? Hey, Face Oak, I want to ask you a very important question. Do you think that that's possible on a flat surface?
To what?
For something to appear to be going over the horizon?
Absolutely not.
Guess what? I just showed you a GIF of that. Look in the side chat.
Yeah, and there's experts from your own side. We can quote experts from your own side saying, yes, it is geometrically possible where there's no curvature, where there's no physical obstruction for something to appear to be obstructed bottom up.
I understand what you're saying, using refraction and other stuff. However, it is not consistent.
Right.
It isn't consistent. There's a thing with
you don't see a horizon consistently.
Yes, I do. Yes, the horizon is consistent.
No,
ships leaving in the distance get smaller consistently.
It's an apparent location.
Perspective.
I mean, you either say it's perspective or it's refraction or it's something. You need to pick something. I'm saying it's curvature, and I'm not changing my words. But you keep throwing stuff all over the place.
All of these factors, and it's nothing to do with curvature. Curvature doesn't exist in reality.
So this is the thing, Faisal. We could sit here and show you dozens and dozens of observations that show you that the horizon is never where it would have to be if the Earth is a globe. In fact, we can see it not just a little bit further away, but thousands and thousands of % further away. Every single time we're going out doing these observations, we've been searching for one observation, okay, for the last 10 years, right, that matches up with a globe and has had the necessary variables accounted for. It doesn't exist. Now, even your own subject matter experts, like Andrew Thomas Young, for example, say things like this. Okay, so I just put a citation in the side chat. This is from Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, it's a .edu citation. Optics of the atmosphere, reports in progress in physics. Okay, atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. So he's saying that even though there's nothing blocking it, it looks like it's becoming blocked, but nothing's really blocking it. It's just apparent Okay, it's just an atmospheric effect that can happen sometimes. Now, if you want to claim that you're showing footage of a ship going over the horizon, you should account for this, right? You should count this out as a possibility. And there are no observations that account for this, right? You're not going to find a single one that you can prove that the reason you can't see the bottom of the ship is because it's gone behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, can I ask my question now?
Yeah, just a second, unless Facehawk has a response to what I just said, and then you can ask a
I
question.
don't have a response to the refraction and stuff, but I have another argument for the curvature of the Earth. But it's just
All right,
with this
we'll
refraction
just
and
hold
stuff.
on to that for a second. We'll get back to you in a second because Meridius has been very patient. So,
Okay.
Meridius, what's your question?
So, Mr. Anti-Globe, I want to believe in the flat Earth, and I want to travel from Japan to USA. Can you show me a map? Will pinpoint a direct line between them? That's it. That's
Yoda,
all
you
I want.
there?
Yeah, so
I'm asking you,
you want a map?
Yes, what's the map of the flat Earth?
You don't need a map to do that. You can just use the stars.
No, but
I want a map.
what
I want
does the
a map.
flat Earth
And I'm
look like?
asking Anti-Globe.
Okay, well, what kind of map do you want? Do you want a universal transverse Mercator map? Do you want an azimuthal equidistant map?
Actual map.
Do you
What
want a
does it actually look
Lambertian
like?
conical conformal map?
The first option. Thank you.
A universal transverse Mercator map. Okay. Would you
Yes.
like it centered on the United States or centered potentially on Europe?
Anywhere centered, but it will show me on a flat Earth a line between
No, you asked
Japan
for a map.
and USA.
Wait.
You didn't.
Yes.
You
Are
didn't
you
ask
saying
for
the
a
shape
flat
of
Earth.
the
You
Earth
asked
will
for a map.
change depending on the center?
Please wait. Allah khalik.
Yeah.
Hold
So you're
on,
asking for a map.
It's Meridius' turn. Okay.
Yes, Yoda. Yes.
Okay.
I just want a map. A flat Earth map.
A flat Earth map. Okay. So just any map will do.
Yes, please.
Here's a polar projection map, also called an azimuthal equidistant map, that is centered on the ground position of the North Celestial Pole.
All right. This map is accurate. Is the sizes are accurate too?
How do you? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows.
You don't know?
No, like nobody knows.
Yeah, all maps are
No.
wrong.
I mean,
All maps are wrong, right? You
But
just
not like-
quickly,
I
just
can
listen to
go
me
up-
for a second. Just hold on a
Yes.
second, right? You
Yeah,
even according to the mainstream, right? You could go on YouTube right now and you find a bunch of videos, right? Just type in why all maps are wrong, and they're going to
but
explain
I'm
to you
asking you
why
for an
all
accurate-
maps are wrong. Okay, so you're not going to be able to validate if Yoda was to tell you that all of the continents and everything are the exact correct size. How would you check?
Can
You
You
end
tell
up
me.
engaging in
You
circular
tell me.
logic.
You know
if
the
you go
surface
from
of the Earth. You talk about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, exactly. We're not talking about maps.
I say something
But we
just
need
quickly?
map. But we need map to navigate on this Earth.
Yeah, yeah, of course we do. I have no problem using maps. I have no problem using maps with the spherical coordinate reference system on flat Earth either. And I can tell you why if you cared.
But they are not all wrong, or like they have some
Yes,
accuracy.
all maps are wrong, and we don't know to what degree of inaccuracy these maps are.
Then
Why
how
are
can
they
you use
wrong?
them to navigate between two places, man? Like I can help you. I can help you make an argument.
No, you don't need to help me make an argument. What
And
I
you
need
cannot
you to
say
realize
something
is
and
you
you
have
repeat
no
it at the
idea
end of
how
the
maps
sentence.
are made, and I can prove it.
That is true, but I rely
All
on
right, so
people who are like.
you're asking about a subject that you know nothing about to prove that Earth's a globe?
No, but
Like
wait.
you guys don't want us to interrupt.
But I
Let's say
believe
the
in,
most
but I believe the
shit
people.
ever.
But listen, I believe the people who are like believe in globe Earth, and they are 100% sure. All right, about their coordinates
Yeah, they
and
don't
about
know
their
either.
maps, about the sizes. But
Yeah,
here
I
you are
believe
saying
they think
all
they're
maps are
right too.
wrong,
Big
and we
deal.
don't know if they are accurate. How much of them are accurate or not?
They
So
get
it's
that from the
embarrassing.
sky. They
It's
get that from
embarrassing
the
for me.
sky. They get it from the sky.
Right, so here's an example, Meridius. Let's say you're out in the ocean. There's no land in sight. How do you know what latitude you're at?
I have to use an GPS or any.
No, you don't have
helping tool.
GPS.
No, I'm not expert on that topic. I'm not expert.
Right.
I don't know.
So
We're
you
saying
probably
you
shouldn't
don't
be
have that.
asking
You
us
don't have
about it because we
No, but
are.
I will use the
Listen,
tools that
Meridius,
Globe Earth
I
uses.
am an expert on this topic.
No, you don't have any map. You don't have any map, and you don't believe in any
I
map. so
just
you cannot
showed you a
manipulate the
map.
Earth. You
And I
think it's
posted one
wrong.
too.
You don't know how accurate
link
it
for
is.
navigational
Very-
charts.
Meridius,
Why are
I know
people
more
talking
about
over
maps
you?
than
Flipping
you.
out.
I am an
Why
expert
people are
in
talking over you?
cartography.
Then create a map. Create an accurate map. That's it. That's it.
Guys, when you see your map,
Yeah,
you look at Australia. Okay, let me just say something, please, and don't interrupt because you guys keep interrupting. Australia, it looks flattened a bit. If someone can easily go and measure the width of Australia and the length and see the ratio, and with that they can prove whether or not this map is correct.
Yeah,
True
okay,
maps
who's done
exist,
it?
and they are globes.
Show it.
Globe maps are the true.
We don't need
maps.
ifs and hypotheticals. Just show
No,
it.
there aren't ifs. They aren't ifs. The real map is the
You do
globe. Okay,
understand how you
any map is wrong. When you say
verify
every
the
information is wrong,
standing on
because you
recording
can't.
or not,
You
but
guys aren't
they're
verifying. You guys are making claims. Look, I'll just say something
You want to
quickly.
hear what we have to say.
Just say something quickly before you talk. I just,
We are spurging out,
You're going
obviously.
into a spare trance.
listen. I'll just
They
say something
don't want
quickly.
to hear what we have to say. They're so angry.
Let me just say something quickly, okay?
They're like, no, it can't be
There are two ways.
You're
There are
not
two ways.
saying anything coherent. You're not.
I'm just
providing
saying
anything
something.
value.
If you let me, Mr. Ragebait.
No, you're talking about things you have no idea whether to be true or not.
If you let me talk, you will know, but you're not letting me.
No, you're not educating us on a topic that you don't know anything about by your own admission.
If you'd let me speak.
Okay.
Let's let this guy finish his statement, just so we can move the conversation. Go ahead.
It's a statement. It isn't a proof or anything. I'm just saying a statement. There are two ways to gain knowledge. You know, you either see evidence and then you build arguments and proofs with that evidence, or you have an idea and then you go on to look for evidence to prove your pre-existing idea.
No, that's confirmation bias.
That's what you guys are doing.
Confirmation bias. No,
yes, you guys are in living confirmation bias. You guys keep coming up with new stuff to prove your idea.
You guys are the retards that think the map is the territory.
Okay, he's in a fucking spare trance. He needs to cool off, man.
All right. May I?
No, we didn't have an idea and then went looking for it. We were given the idea that we live on a big spinning ball and we went out to check to see if it's true. And it turns out that it's not. That's what we did.
So, guys, for everyone in the room, the map that Yolder shared have Antarctica surrounding everywhere.
Yeah, I understand that.
That's no. Wait, can I finish? That's an ice wall. That's an.
No, it's not, dumbass. I gave you a globe.
Wall surrounding us.
Hey, dumbass!
Calm down.
I gave you a globe, dumbass.
You are getting angry. Calm down. Control your emotions.
No, you need to be educated. Okay, Yoda, educate him.
Listen, on that map, it has a coordinate reference system, latitude and longitude. The outer perimeter of that map at 89 degrees south latitude is about 430 miles in circumference, just like the center of the map at 89 degrees north latitude. That is also 430 miles in circumference. I gave you a map depicting a spherical coordinate reference system with a non-uniform scale, which applies from the center to the outermost edge of the map, scaling with distance. In order to use this correctly, you need to apply the non-uniform scale. And what you have at the end of the day is still a globe. This just proves that you have no idea what you're talking about, and I do. I gave you a globe map, and you're too dumb to realize it.
Yep. I gave you a navigational chart, like free online site.
I asked him for a
navigational
flat map.
chart,
He went to
and it is
for like 5 minutes.
uniform scale.
This is a flat
and now
map,
he's saying
okay?
This is a globe map. And he's
now I will give you a flat map.
There is an ice wall. There is an ice wall on it. Go to the ice
no
wall.
Shit. I just described it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Listen to
the
this.
ice wall. That's from Game of Thrones. That's from fiction.
Meridius.
I'm ready to give him a flat map now.
Bring us.
Do you like the flat map? It's called the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid
Where
System.
is Antarctica surrounding us 360?
Holy crap.
Where is that?
All right, you guys need to Right. I don't know. You guys need to chill out, right? It seems like mutes are very effective with you guys. Let's see if Face Off's timeout has calmed him down a little bit. Face Off, are you calm now?
shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. See, it works wonders.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. So that's okay.
I mean, not letting someone finish their sentence is absolutely a good way to win an argument, you know?
You already
Yeah.
admitted that you don't know anything about maps. Why are you arguing with people that study maps?
Study maps.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yes. Study cartography
No, look.
and all of the questions surrounding this topic. You're speaking with people that have been researching these questions for many, many years. Okay? If you don't know about a particular topic, don't pretend you do. Right? Because we all know if you know what you're talking about or not. We just want to have a good faith conversation with you.
I mean, a good faith conversation doesn't include undermining people's knowledge. You know, you keep repeating
No,
you
this
and
was
your
by
friends.
your own admission.
No,
though.
don't interrupt me.
you
Don't interrupt
admitted-
me. Don't
you already
interrupt me.
admitted that-
You keep saying you and your friends over and over
Okay,
again.
well,
We're educated.
don't-
You're
I
not.
don't
We know.
think you're
You're not.
We exposed
That's
your
everything you
dumbass
say.
friend.
Meta.
I gave your dumbass
Doesn't
friend a
matter.
globe map, and he was too stupid to realize it.
Well, then where is the real map? Where is the flat Earth map?
There is no real map, and I can give you an example of a flat map using a flat coordinate reference system. It's called the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System. It's not the only one. There are many, many, many
What was
others.
that buzzword? Like, if you'd include what you just said, I would highly appreciate it.
Okay. Would you like an official UK government website on it? No?
What?
Point is, it's not something that we're attempting to provide to you. We're trying to show you like firsthand, real world geometric measurements, right, of the surface itself.
I mean, you say there isn't a real map, but I mean, you can build a map of anything if
Maps
you
are
have.
irrelevant. Maps are listen. Maps are irrelevant to our claim. It might be important to you. It's not really
Our
important
claim
to
is
us
about the shape of the Earth.
for the basis of our claim. It's a
Your
side
claim-
issue.
We are having a conversation about the shape of the Earth. You saying a map
No,
isn't.
you are. You claim a shape. We don't claim a shape.
Yeah, flat's not a shape.
Yeah, and a spherical coordinate system is not the surface of the Earth.
Sorry, what? It is. I mean,
No,
you're saying
no,
it's
it's
either
not.
globe.
No, it's a model based off of the sky. Like I asked your dumbass friend who spurred out here, I said, if you're out at sea, how do you get your latitude? He said GPS.
Using
I
the
said, no,
star.
you don't have access to GPS. How do you do it? Yeah, you use a star.
Well, then, how do you explain that
Use
we
a
see
star.
different stars in Australia than those in North America?
Oh, so
They
you
don't
don't
see
want
the
me to
same star.
explain this to you. You're just moving on to another portion of this topic.
I mean, yeah, I say proof, and then you keep showing logical fallacies right and left that I can disprove because you won't allow me to disprove them. So I move to the next point.
Yeah,
I move
well,
to the
no,
next
it's called
point.
gish galloping. That is the fallacy because you're not allowing this to go to its conclusion, and you're thinking that if you can move the conversation from one point to another, that you win the argument. And that's fallacious.
I mean, that's on you. Like you just.
No,
you said
it's on
exactly
you
what
because you're
doing.
not allowing us to finish this topic before moving on to the next. I can educate you on how maps are made, but you don't want me to do it because you don't want a flat earther to teach you something because you're too arrogant.
Well,
yeah,
listen,
you're an
how are
arrogant
maps made?
jackass.
Yes,
That's
please
what's
go
going
ahead.
on right
Yes,
now.
Please go ahead.
And what's funny
Please go ahead.
is you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
No,
And
like
the whole audience
you
hears
have a
it.
method. Go ahead. I'm telling you to go ahead. How are maps made?
Well, conventionally, maps that use the latitude and longitude system are made from observations of the sky.
Mm.
That's how you get the coordinate reference system. First, you do the survey of the ground. Okay. First, you're going to survey landmarks. You do what's called planar surveying. You take objects of interest and you measure azimuthal and elevation angles between them, and you build what's called a triangulation network.
Amazing.
After that, you set up a control point using what's called an astrogeodetic plumb line. You set up a control point by opening a nautical almanac or an astronomical almanac to find how the stars should appear at a certain point of time throughout the year. You go to that specific place where you set up the control mark from the map that you're making using the surveys that you had just done. You get a control point by using the stars. This puts that position, that control point, at a latitude and longitude. You then go through the rest of your triangulation network using the nautical almanac in order to set up other control points under the same system using the stars. And this effectively creates a bend in the planar survey
accurate,
that you've done, a bend that conforms to the spherical surface of the sky that you imagined is real. And you call that a globe.
But it's accurate. If you're saying this, it is accurate, right?
It's accurate up to a point.
I mean, if it's accurate, why can't we have a real map of the world?
A 69 by 69 mile square of Earth is 99.997% flat, as it is on a globe.
Okay.
So it's accurate up to a point, okay? As you get further and further out using longer distances,
accurate maps,
the accuracy diminishes in question. Nobody knows what the true distance is between New York and Paris, or Los Angeles and Tokyo.
No one does, indeed. But
nobody does.
You said that the difference is small. You said 99.7%
small
flat.
Scales,
that's
it's small. Statistically insignificant between flat and globe. Correct.
Okay, so that doesn't explain why we don't have an accurate map. It should be inaccurate by a slight difference. It shouldn't be like, oh, this is a map, this
over
is a
small
completely
distances,
different map,
it doesn't matter. That's exactly right. Now, over large distances, it does matter.
That's not what you said.
I said over small distances, it's statistically insignificant. To like 99 point. So if you were to take a 69 by 69 mile swath of the globe or of a flat surface, they are 99.997% accurate to one another.
Oh, okay. Let me
99.977%. Excuse me, 99.9 or 99.77% accurate.
So you're saying that like long distances, it is no longer that accurate. So we can't make an accurate map.
No, nobody can make a fully accurate map for anything. That's absolutely correct.
Okay. So when a pilot flies from New York to Paris, does he like eyeball it? Does he eyeball the distance?
No, he's using a map. So guess what happens? He's flying over a flat Earth.
What on Earth are you talking about? You said it wasn't accurate.
He's flying over a flat Earth, but his screen shows him a spherical coordinate system, a globe. So he gets to pretend that he's on a globe.
A flat Earth is far easier to map and far easier to transverse. So it should be easier to make a map of it. But here we are. We have spherical maps. That is a globe, actually.
It's because you're saying that everyone's believing we lived on a globe for hundreds of years, and nobody's bothered to change the convention from latitude and longitude. But I'm here to tell you, in our modern society, we actually do have flat maps. We have flat coordinate reference systems. In fact,
you just said we don't.
In fact, I'm going to give you an example of one. Okay, it's called the Gaia Star Tracker, GAIA Star Tracker. This uses a Cartesian coordinate reference system for navigation that does not require a globe.
I mean, if you look it up,
it's used in airplanes and drones and satellites today. It uses the stars just like celestial navigation, but it does not treat the star field as a gigantic rolling ball, but rather a box full of vectors that is observer dependent, that cannot be triangulated in 3D space.
FYI, Yoda, this guy claimed to be an aerospace engineer.
I'm not claiming. No, I'm genuinely.
Oh, really?
You said that in the side chat.
Oh, we're just getting started. Would you like to dig into how air data inertial reference units work?
Inertial reference units?
Yeah, inertial reference units, like on the Boeing 777. I can tell you all about it, how it works.
No, I don't. Because it isn't relevant.
Well, it is relevant because this is what's creating a globe on the computer for the pilots to believe in.
No, look, if the Earth is
Yeah,
flat,
the ADIRU, the inertial reference unit, actually measures Earth flat as the airplane flies, and then uses a geodetic datum to convert those flat measurements into a globe in real time to conform to WGS84 and GPS systems.
If you'll allow me to make a silly example, like a very silly example, okay? Imagine you're on a Minecraft world, okay? Minecraft, like it's a silly example, okay? Give me space, okay? A Minecraft world, you want to get from point A to point B, and it's a straight line. But no, you go ahead and you make it a sphere in order to make it easier to read. But it isn't any easier to read. You know, we make
nobody does great circle distances in real life.
What?
Yeah, nobody travels great circle distances in real life.
What are you saying? Of course they do. Like show me the path of the airplane from New York to Paris. What does it look like on a projection? It looks curved, but on a sphere, it looks straight.
Well, it's because they're using a projection. Even the globe is a projection of the flat Earth. Do you understand that?
Oh my God, look.
Yeah, the globe is a projection of the flat Earth. Like I described before, when you build a map, you do planar surveys, and then you project it into a spherical coordinate reference system using the stars. And not just using the stars, but using your interpretation of the stars as a curved surface, which it may not be.
Oh, hear me out. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, okay? That's like absolutely logic 101.
Yeah,
there isn't
absolutely.
anything wrong with that. Yes. And on a sphere, the shortest distance between 2 places on a sphere is the Great Circle.
Yeah, how do you know the sphere exists in reality?
Let me finish. I'm not proving anything right now. Okay, but it's the Great Circle. On a flat plane, on a flat Earth, you don't need to do the Great Circle. You just take a straight line. Okay?
Right.
But why is it that on every flat map, the line is curved? The line
because they're using a projected curving surface instead of a true flat surface. Because they're using latitude and longitude.
No, you're just saying because they're using plastic polyethylene. That's unrelated.
No, because they're using latitude and longitude. That's a geodesic.
They're using latitude and longitude. For what? What does that do? They're using Bluetooth. They're using GPS.
Listen.
Go ahead. Absolutely.
So
I have to go to a meeting.
There's a path that they. Well, I just wanted to quickly add. Look, there's a path that they actually take in reality. Okay. And then there's what they portray it to be on a globe. And then there's a projection of that onto a flat map.
Mm-hmm.
You have to show beyond all doubt that the path that is presented to you on a globe is what's actually taking place in reality, and you will never, ever be able to.
I mean, the flight from Australia to South America passes by the South Pole. If you look at any projection, that would seem super illogical, but on a sphere, it is truly the shortest path. So how do you explain that? Why do they pass over the South Pole? Because of the scenic view? Like why?
No flights go over the South Pole, dude. No one has done that.
No, I can share one right now.
No, you're wrong
Australia
about that. You can get cooked on that point if you want to. If you want to go down that route, we're happy to do that. But just quickly have a look in the side chat. Okay, just to give you an example of what T-Dub was talking about. Okay, so the top half of the image, that's a Mercator projection. Okay, if you plot out the flight path on the Mercator projection, it looks like it's taking an arc, right? But if you have a look down at the map below that, right, which is an AE projection, that same path is just a straight path. Right, it's a straight line because it's been mapped out on a different projection. Right, these are all map projections based off the sky. Okay, there's hundreds of different ones, and the flight path is going to look different on all of them. Okay, but they're just projections.
The flight path looks straight on a sphere.
No, that looks straight on an AE projection.
What's an AE projection?
It's an azimuthal equidistant polar projection map. right? Like the one that here I've got a. Okay, so here's a ton of flight paths all plotted out on an AE projection. Okay, a lot of flat earthers say this is the flat Earth map, right? I disagree that this is the official flat Earth map. Okay, but here is the map, and here is a stack of different flight paths mapped out on it. Essentially, most of them take pretty much exactly straight lines between locations. Now, if you put these same paths onto a Mercator projection, they're going to look like they're taking arcs.
Wait, are you crazy? Like what? A flight
are you crazy?
No, I'm sorry. I threw that out there just because the picture looks funny. Okay, going from South Africa to Australia passes through China. Like what?
You guys really need to understand what map projections are.
Yes, but what's the shortest distance? Okay, because right now the shape of the Earth that you're defending is formless. You know, there is no shortest
no one
path.
said that.
There is no
one said
shape.
that. No one said that. Listen.
I mean, where's the map where all the lines are the shortest? Why?
Okay.
What do they do to pick the shortest path?
It's the map.
You know?
The map that I just posted is the one where all the lines appear the shortest, right? But you still need to understand how coordinate systems work.
I mean, isn't this map that anti-globalist posted? Oh, you're anti-globalist. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Listen, bro, you too hung up and caught up on maps. Flat Earth is not a map.
How is it not?
Flat Earth
it isn't a map.
It isn't. It's not. It's not our argument.
Look, it isn't a map. But why don't we have a map of it?
Listen, because it's not our argument. It's not our focus.
It doesn't matter if it's your argument or not. You should have a map of the world.
You're too hung up on this whole idea of being able to view the Earth from a vantage point that you'll never have. Like, this is what it would look like if you were like 50,000 miles away. No, that's impossible. We're trying to explain to you because you will never see it like that.
Oh my God! Your argument is just because.
Bro, I just told you. No, I told you because you will never see it like that.
I mean, you literally gave me the argument. Like, I'm sorry, but I finally can formulate it better. If I go up 1,000 kilometers or
go to a lake. Don't go up. Go to a lake and test to see if the surface is curving. No, bro. No.
Don't interrupt me, please. For God's sake.
No, I am going to interrupt you because you want to go to these red herrings. It's irrelevant to our point.
I can prove other stuff, but you can't prove this. You don't have a map of the world because it doesn't
exist. DJ did with you already.
You keep saying, okay, this is the map, but then you say, oh no, this isn't the map. There is no accurate map. And I'm asking you, what does the world look like?
Oh my God.
What does it look like for you?
You're too high.
The world must look like something.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the layouts of the land and how all the oceans are configured and all that. We're not telling you that. We're trying to tell you that across large bodies of water, the surface isn't curving. And it has to be if the Earth is a globe. That's our claim.
Let me just add to what T-Dot was just saying. Okay? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat Earth is not a shape claim. You're claiming to know the shape and size of the Earth. Flat is the description of a surface. Like you can have a flat surface. You could have a rigid surface, a bumpy surface. Right? That kind of thing. It's a descriptive term for a surface that's not curving. Okay? That's what we mean in the context of flat Earth. Now, people hear globe Earth versus flat Earth, and they try to think of the globe as a flat disk or something like that. We're not claiming that that's what the Earth is. Okay, we're talking about when we go out and empirically test the surface of the Earth, no curvature can ever be detected, and this has been done thousands of times.
Okay. You say that when you measure the curvature of the Earth at a lake of water, no curvature is measured, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means what?
That it cannot possibly be a globe.
Then it is what?
It is a flat topographical surface of unknown size and dimension.
I mean, look, my only question is, and it is a logical question. You can't tell me it isn't a logical question, okay? And I said it, and I'm going to say it again. If I go up like 1,000 kilometers, what will it look like?
You can't do that.
It isn't hard. Yes, you
You
can.
don't know. No, you don't know.
Yes,
and
you
you've
can.
never done that, and you cannot do that. If you wanted to go up 1,000
mean-
kilometers right now, you would not be able to do such a thing. In fact,
Based
it's
on
not
what?
even well, based on the Outer Space Treaty, based on logistical problems. How do you
What?
think you could get up 1,000? How high did you want to go? Sorry?
1,000 kilometers, yes.
1,000 kilometers. You can't go up 1,000 kilometers.
Because
How are you going to go up 1,000 kilometers? The highest we
in a
can go
rocket.
is up on. You can't. Okay, so you're not allowed to independently launch a rocket. Okay, you're not
Yes,
allowed to do
but
that.
the
No, there's something
companies
called.
did
Hold on.
launch rockets.
It's not legal to launch anything above a certain height, which is about 100 kilometers or something like that. Okay,
You
you
are
would need to
correct,
get.
yes.
Yeah. So it's called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, so
Mhm.
you're not allowed to freely do any of that thing, right? So that's why nobody's ever done that. Okay, you're not allowed to launch up your own satellite. In fact, you're not even allowed to launch up a camera past a certain height because they say it's a national security risk. Okay, so you're not able to do this. What you're able to do is you could go up on a plane, 40,000 feet maybe. You're just going to see a flat horizon. Then you could send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet. That's the maximum height, really, that you can send up a weather balloon. And from that height, you're just going to see a flat horizon as well. So you're not able to test that. What we can do is just test the surface of water for the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
Look. I have 1,000 proofs that the Earth is a globe, but you only focus on this curvature of water because you have some it's a refraction, it's something, it's the horizon.
No.
But
You brought up refraction.
I didn't bring up refraction. I came into the argument
Yes,
of
you did.
refraction.
You
because
brought up miraging,
you guys couldn't
which is
leave it.
refraction.
I wanted to
you
leave
did.
the argument.
You said
I
it's
was
a
like,
mirage,
okay, you
like
won.
in the desert. Look, this is the thing. Okay, do you agree with this logic? Okay, over 70% of the surface of the globe is said to be covered in water. Yeah, we can agree that that's the claim.
Yes.
Now,
yes, absolutely.
if that water's not curving, then the Earth's not a globe. Okay, so if you want to make a claim that has a requirement for the water to be curving, and we can already validate that it's not curving, all of your claims are invalidated because the foundation of your claim is invalid because you don't have the prerequisite of the claim, which would be the curving water. That's the one thing that anybody can go and test easily and cheaply. This can be done over and over and over again. Okay, and it's not curving. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, shooting it over huge distances and hitting their target. Right? These are not jokes, these tests. These are real tests that are being done, and these are all documented. Most people just aren't aware of this.
Well, hey, I don't believe anyone can shoot a laser across the ocean. Just like you say, I don't believe anyone can send a rocket to the space.
Okay.
Because
well, this is
that's what your argument is. Anyone that disproves my argument is a liar.
No,
that's what you say.
No. Now you're being disingenuous.
That's what you say.
No, you agree with me that there's something called the Outer Space Treaty. Okay, you can look it up
What's the
right
Outer
now.
Space Treaty? That a private personnel
you
cannot
pretended like you knew. Go online and type in what is the Outer Space Treaty, and you can read all about it. I could teach you about it if you want. Okay, I think it was.
Do you want to stay with this?
It was formulated in the 60s. Okay, the country signed it.
I know it. I know the Outer Space Treaty. I've heard it before.
Oh, you just said you
don't know all of the details about it.
Okay, well,
I know it. No,
maybe
I said I
look
did.
into that. Okay, well, this is the thing. Okay, you can legally go out and shoot a laser across 40 kilometers worth of water. Okay, but you're not allowed to shoot a rocket up like you said. You can't go up 1,000 kilometers like
private
you said.
companies, other countries than the U.S. Okay, the world isn't just America. There's China. There's the Soviet Union.
So you can't
they sent rockets.
There's no place called the Soviet Union, bro.
Nah, you're crazy. Are you serious?
It's Russia. It's called Russia, dude. It's not the Soviet.
I meant when the Outer Space Treaty was made. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Cool. So you can't validate any of that. You just have to have faith in the government agencies, right? Like the NASA, for example, who obviously faked the moon landings in the 60s. Obviously. Right now, you have to put your...
Do you believe? Wait, just one second. Do you believe that the NASA and Roscosmos, the Russians, and the Chinese Space Agency are all going to agree on one thing? Do you think they ever agreed on anything?
Yeah, they Yeah, they share a space
ever agreed
station.
on anything.
They literally
No,
share
China
a
isn't
space
allowed
station.
to go to this international space station. China is banned from the international
Russia
space
and
station.
Russia and America. These countries are always have trade agreements with each other. Okay, when it
Yes,
comes
but
to outer space, yeah. So more than one person can lie about something.
okay,
Okay,
listen. On the topic of
China's
outer
never
space,
landed a man on the moon. Russia's never landed a man.
China's
on the
been
moon.
to space
America.
up to 400
Oh
kilometers.
my God! Yeah, cool. How you can't validate that, and we can check that they haven't done that because it's impossible. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. That's a whole nother topic. Okay.
No, wait.
You can't
I want to
validate
go into
it.
that.
Okay,
I want to go into that because I don't believe you. What do you mean violation of the
Okay.
second law of thermodynamics? That's just you just made that up.
Yeah, it is. No, I didn't.
No, it
Do you
isn't.
know what it
Go
is?
ahead. Go into detail. Please go into
Entropy.
detail.
Okay. So you can't have a high pressure system like we're breathing right now. We have 14.7 psi gas pressure at sea level. Okay, and they say that outer space is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Okay, that goes against the second law of thermodynamics. It goes against entropy.
What's that number? 10 to the power of negative 17 of what?
torr. It's a torr rating.
Yes, pressure reading. Yes.
Yeah. So you can't have a high pressure system inside a vacuum chamber. Right? You can't have what happens.
That's no different from a high pressure and a low pressure system. That's actually no different.
What are you talking about? It's a high. Look, let me show you an example.
What's
in
pressure?
The side chat.
Okay, let's go into definitions. What is pressure?
Okay, the force
gas
exerted.
Pressure is force over area. That's pressure.
Okay,
but we're talking about gas pressure. We're talking about gas pressure.
Okay, gas pressure. Okay, gas pressure. Gas pressure is the molecules of air slamming into your object. Okay, whatever that object may be.
No, that's not the
imagine
definition. Read the definition out correctly.
It is the definition.
The force exerted of the gas molecules when they bounce off each other or the walls of their container.
That's exactly what I said.
Right, so you need to have a container to have gas pressure. It's in the definition.
Okay, listen. I have a container of a gas cylinder. Okay, filled with pressurized oxygen. You know, like the ones they have in the hospital.
Yeah, why do you need a container to have the gas pressure?
Listen to me. Listen, let me keep going. You don't need the container. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yes, you don't. When you fill it with oxygen, okay? Because have you seen the experiment where they suck the air out of a container and it just collapses under the weight of the atmosphere?
Yes.
Well, then there is pressure outside of the thing, you know.
Yes, we have
pressure inside.
Pressure. We have atmospheric pressure.
Pressure's on all sides.
To have a gas pressure system, you need to have a a
Yes.
Okay. Hold
pressure
on.
From the inside.
Look in the side chat. Okay. So here's a demonstration. Okay. In the top chamber, we have a vacuum. Okay. That could represent outer space because they say outer space is above us and it's a vacuum. Okay. And now at the bottom, we have a gas pressure system. Okay. You could think of that like the Earth and the air that we're breathing right now. We have measurable gas pressure that we're breathing right now. And then they say space is a vacuum. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
so you think the air on Earth should
don't try to guess.
Space.
Don't try to guess what I'm going to say. Just listen to me and then respond after I'm finished. Okay. So we have the high pressure system and the vacuum separated from each other with the valve. Okay. Now click the video, and what you're going to see is entropy taking place. Right. This is the second law of thermodynamics. Demonstrated what happens. It's a natural law. It happens always. Okay. So
listen.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm almost done.
I'm sorry. Because I've seen the video.
Yeah. Okay. So as soon as he releases the valve, right, the high pressure, the gas instantly fills the available space because that's what happens with gases. Gases fill space. That's why if you pop a car tire, the gas is going to rush out of the car tire and try to equalize with the low pressure system. The high pressure is always going to go to the low pressure system. It's never going to be the other way around. This is a natural law. Yeah. Now you're saying this happens. You're saying that this happens without a container.
Okay, you made your point. You want me to go on?
Yep.
Okay. In an airplane, why is it that if the door of an airplane is broken or that the window is broken, that air rushes outside of the airplane? Why does that happen?
Because the airplane is a container.
Yes, and the pressure outside is lower than the pressure inside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's why
Yeah.
the air rushed outside the airplane. Am I right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so at 11 kilometers high, which is where airplanes fly, the pressure is lower than sea level. Okay?
That's right.
Okay, so if you just keep going higher and higher, the pressure should get lower and lower and lower.
Well, we can only test the pressure up to about 40 kilometers. Because
Yes, but it keeps
barometers.
getting lower. Any
No,
logical mind will tell you that
no.
it will keep
We've
getting lower.
spoken. We've
Why?
spoken to
But because no, let me continue. Why is the pressure high at sea level and low above? Why?
Okay, but
Why
the
is that?
gas because it's hotter and the gases are being created at sea level. That's where the gas is created.
No,
All of the.
it's not because of that.
Well, is that where the gas is created? All
The gas isn't created or destroyed. The amount of gas on Earth is stable. It's
Gas
static.
is okay.
It
So
doesn't change.
80% of the oxygen in the air
Hey,
is created
Mhm.
in the ocean by sea plankton. We have gas cycles.
Yes,
We have
it never
nitrogen
leaves the
cycles.
Earth.
What do you mean it never leaves the Earth?
Yes, it turns into CO2. It turns into hydrocarbons.
Yes,
It
right, but
turns
it's
into other
constantly
stuff, but it
being
doesn't leave.
produced. It's a dynamic system. It's constantly being produced. Over 99% of all of the gases that make up the atmosphere are created at ground level.
They aren't created. They just. I mean,
Yes, they
oh my
are.
God.
Okay,
They
let's
aren't
go.
created.
Go
Where
to
does it come from? Okay, the second law, the first law of thermodynamics. You
go.
said the second law, the first law of thermodynamics. What does it say?
Where is?
The first law of thermodynamics: energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
It doesn't mean
Is
that
that true or
gas that the gases aren't being generated at ground level.
You
Right,
are
that's what-
saying that matter
It's
being generated
everything
out of
cycles, dude. Everything
in the air.
cycles.
Dude, like he missed. Okay, you missed it. He's okay. DJ didn't tell you that new gases, new matter is being created.
Mhm.
Is
Mhm.
that what? Okay, you missed it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so this is
gases
straight
in the
from. Hold on, bro. This is
Go ahead.
this is your own mainstream science right now. So oxygen,
Yes,
for
absolutely, it is.
example, oxygen is primarily produced through photosynthesis by marine organisms. Okay, including phytoplankton, algae, and bacteria, which generate over 50 to 70% of Earth's atmospheric oxygen.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, so 50 to 70% of the oxygen is being generated at the surface level or under the surface level in the ocean, right? Just like your mainstream says, right? So you're incorrect about that. You've been incorrect about most of the things
I'm
you've said
incorrect
since you've
about
come
what?
in here.
No.
You
What
said
was
the-
I
you
incorrect
said-
about?
You said gas isn't being produced at ground level.
Not being generated. Generated. You said generated. There is a difference between produced and generated.
Stop talking for a second. Let me read it one more time. Because it literally says the word
I
generate.
understood it. No, I actually understood it.
Okay, do you know what the
that-
word does generate mean generated?
Oh my God.
Does generate mean generated?
I understand.
Right, so
Yes.
listen.
Yes.
So
Okay.
oxygen is primarily
Misunderstanding.
produced. Produced also means generated. So oxygen is primarily produced through photosynthesis by marine organisms, including phytoplankton, algae, and bacteria, which generate over 50 to 70% of Earth's atmospheric oxygen.
Okay, then you were going to make a point about that.
Yeah, so obviously where the oxygen is constantly being generated, you're going to have more
Mhm.
of it. Yep. Okay, even the definition of gas pressure says that to have gas pressure, you need to have a container. It's in the definition. You wanted to talk about definitions.
You can look it up. Okay, you love looking stuff up, so you can look it up.
I don't need
the
to look
reason
this
that
stuff
pressure-
up. I don't
No,
need to
listen
look
to me.
this. You're the one that should look stuff up. You're the one that doesn't
When
know
you
what
go-
they're talking about.
Okay, when you go under the ocean, the lower you go under the ocean, pressure increases, right?
Yes.
Is it because water is being generated at the bottom?
No, it's because of the column of water directly above the point where the pressure reading is being taken.
Well, that's exactly the same thing with air.
No,
there is
because
less air above you, so there is less air pressure. So the air above you
there's
will
different
keep decreasing.
states. No, there's different states of matter. Okay, so there's liquids, solids, and gases. Okay, so gases behave very much differently than liquids and solids. Okay, so gases, if you look up the definition of gas particle movement, okay, it says that gases move at random in all directions. They don't have a downward bias. They don't have a downward vector. They move at random in all directions, right? And a gas particle will move in a straight line between elastic collisions. Okay, so it doesn't behave the same as water behaves at all. It's completely different.
Sorry. They're both fluids. The only difference is that the density of air is variable and the density of water is almost static. So the density of air being variable allows it to expand. That's why we have lower pressure air.
Does water expand in all directions and move in straight lines?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So it's different. So it's not the same. Even though they're both considered fluids, they're completely different.
Scientifically, if Earth was flat, we'd be pulled to the center of the mass. So, no.
Yes.
No, hold on a second. Okay, no. Because we're not claiming a flat planet in outer space with mass attracting mass gravity. Mass attracting mass gravity is a globe Earth, right? That's what you have to explain how you can have bending oceans stuck to the outside of a globe. We don't have that issue. Okay, we're not saying that we have mass attracting mass gravity. Okay, and that the Earth is a flat piston. Hold on, don't interrupt me. I'm talking to the other guy. Don't interrupt me. It's a concept. Okay,
please elaborate. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, what kind of concept do you think though? Like, what kind of?
So we go with what we experience and can test in reality. So we go with empiricism. Okay, so what I would say is that I experience the Earth kind of like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in. Okay, when we test the surface of the water, it's flat over large distances. Okay, if it were a globe and gravity were real, it would have to be curving. Okay, I also know that we have gas pressure, right? And according to the definition of gas pressure and gas laws, to have gas pressure, you must have a container. So I would say that we live on a flat plane, right?
Gas pressure.
That's contained and that is also motionless.
No, gas pressure isn't about having a container. You know, when you hold a flat plane that is flat, not a container, not anything, there is atmospheric pressure on both sides of the plane.
You yourself earlier agreed that it requires a container, and you wanted to talk about definitions.
A difference in atmospheric pressure requires a container.
Yeah, gas pressure requires a container. You just said
a difference in gas pressure, a differential in gas pressure. But gas pressure exists whether or not.
According to the mainstream definition of gas pressure.
What's the mainstream?
The mainstream, the agreed upon mainstream science that you believe in, that tells you that the Earth's a globe with gravity and gas laws and all of this kind of thing, right? That says that gas pressure is defined as the force exerted per unit area by gas particles colliding with the surfaces of their container. You agreed with this earlier. Now you're kind of like changing your story, which is kind of weird.
I'm not changing my story. I was going to explain why space stations exist, but then we jumped.
Well, I don't want explanations. I already know the explanations. Okay, I want validation of explanations, not explanations.
Quick question. I'm sorry.
You claimed that vacuum is impossible, but you didn't provide proof. You keep doing this, but when I do it, you go, "Oh my God, no!"
Sorry, what did I claim? What did I claim?
I mean, when I say something and the proof isn't so likable by you, you just go ahead and jump into not having proof. But
no, I'm just teaching you about your own argument, right? Because you're butchering your own mainstream arguments. So I'm having to go to Google and educate you on what
pressure
your own mainstream says.
Without a container. Pressure does exist without a container. A difference in pressure.
Okay,
a difference in pressure requires a container.
So the thing in question here is the atmospheric pressure. Okay,
yes,
so that's the thing in question. So let's not use the thing in question as the example. Let's use a different example. Okay, so can you give me a single example of how you can have gas pressure without a container? Okay, because I can back up myself, right? Obviously, a balloon, a car tire, a soda can, every single situation where you have pressure that's above atmospheric pressure, you're going to have a container. Right, to have a static pressure system.
A difference in pressure requires a container. Look, when you fill a tire with air, yes, a difference in pressure requires a container.
Yeah. Any pressure.
Pressure always
any pressure. Yeah, any
Okay,
pressure.
let me say this. Let me say this. When you fill a bottle of water with 2 times the atmosphere of pressure of air,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
the higher you go up from the surface of the sea, the bigger the bottle will get, or balloon, for example, because it's apparent with the balloon. When you go
Right.
higher, outside pressure reduces, the balloon expands. Am I
Yeah,
right?
so you need to give an example
So the
that doesn't
outside
require a
pressure. No,
container.
listen. No. This requires a container, so you can understand why it doesn't. When you go up, the pressure outside reduces. Does the pressure only exist when there's a container?
You can't have the pressure in the first place without the container.
Look.
So that's
I have a bottle of water. It's open. There is no pressure. I close it. Pressure suddenly exists.
no,
It has always existed.
no.
A
If you have a
difference in
bottle,
pressure
if you have a
exists when you
bottle,
have
an empty bottle, if you have an empty bottle,
that's
okay.
full of gas.
Yeah, so you need to give an example that doesn't require a container. So stop using containers in your example.
It isn't intuitive. It's hard to explain because it isn't intuitive.
No, it's completely
anything-
illogical. That's why you can't give a single example that doesn't include a container, because what you're saying is ridiculous and just doesn't.
Okay, I'll give an example.
doesn't match
I
with
figured
your-
out an example. Okay, I figured out an
Okay,
example.
go ahead. No containers
Water.
allowed.
No containers
No,
allowed.
we're talking about gas.
Water.
We're talking about gas.
Yes.
not water.
No. The water something will
Water
happen to
also
the water.
requires
Not
a
pressure,
container.
water pressure.
Bodies of water also require
Okay.
a container.
Calm down. I'll finish. I'm
Yeah, I'm
seriously
pretty
with you.
calm, bro.
When you boil water at sea level, the water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. I don't know if you're American, but 100 degrees for
Okay.
us. When you go higher, above sea level, the water boils at lower temperatures. Now, why is that?
What's that got to do with having gas pressure without a container?
Exactly. It takes less particle movement for the water to escape.
So none of that.
Okay, because there is less.
Okay, so without
pressure.
a container, none of that pressure is going to be above the pressure surrounding it.
What?
If you want, if
the
none
pot
of
is
none
open.
of the pressure,
An open
none
pot of
none
water
of the pressure is going to be
boiled.
higher. None of the pressure is going to be higher than the surrounding pressure unless you have a container to create a gas
What's
pressure
the container?
system.
Where's the container?
What are you talking about? We have the antecedent of the container, gas pressure, right? We read the definition of gas pressure. That's like saying
I just gave you an example, and you're
that's
just
like me
throwing
eating
buzzwords.
it's like I have like a steak, a beef steak, and you're like, "Where's the
Yes.
cow? Where's the cow? Yeah, how can you prove that's a beef steak? How can you prove that came from a cow? Where's the cow? We got the beef steak. Dude. We have the prerequisite. Like, I don't need to know where your parents
about
are.
this example I just provided?
I don't know. I don't need to
this
know
example
where
I
your
just
parents
provided.
are, or what size they are, or what
Why are you
skin color
dismissing
they
my
have.
example?
It's a dumb example. I'm just pointing out the.
It's a real example. Why does the
logic.
water boil at a lower temperature when we go higher? Why?
What does that have to do with gas pressure without a container?
Because there is lower pressure. The decrease in pressure, in atmospheric pressure, is what causes the water to boil
so to
at lower
have the
temperature.
pressure, so to have pressure in the first place, you need to have a container, and we already agreed
What
that
container?
we
Where's
don't
the
want to.
fucking container? What the fuck?
Yeah. So
Where's the
thing
container in my example?
Well, you don't have a container.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have a container.
I'll just put it to you
Yes,
this
I don't
way,
have a
right?
container. And the
We
pressure
live in a
affected the water.
we live in a gaseous pressurized system, right? Does
Exactly,
gas
yes.
expand? Yes. Does gas expand to fill available volume?
It does.
Right, and we're being told that the Earth has air, right? A gaseous pressurized system surrounding it, right, allowing us to breathe, while there's an available separate system of volume
That's
right next
That's
to
called
it,
the atmosphere.
which is
sorry to
essentially infinite. Listen, which is essentially infinite, which the
Absolutely.
gas is failing to expand into, and that there's no physical barrier in between those two systems. Right.
I mean,
That's what we're
it
being
would be
told.
funny if there was something called gravity, you know?
Oh, really?
Yes, gravity.
Okay.
Gravity is what holds the air down.
Oh, really? So gas has a downward bias, does it? Gas particles have a downward bias?
Does gas have mass?
Does gas have a downward bias? Don't answer a question with a
No.
question.
Yes, I will answer your question. Gas has mass, therefore it has the force of gravity affects it. But
Okay,
since
what's
gas,
the definition of gas particle movement?
the behavior of gas within gas is different than what you're trying to explain. Water. Does water flow up or down inside water? Does
No.
it fall inside water?
You can no. Listen, bro. When did anybody test gas to see what it does without gravity?
In space or in a falling airplane, 0G airplane?
Oh my God.
What? You don't believe in space, so I gave you the 0G airplane.
What about
That is
zero-G
supposed to be the result of gravity, right? So that's not outside of a gravitational system that you're
You
claiming
can't leave a
exists.
gravitational system. Even astronauts are
Right.
still
So
affected by 90%
these
of
laws,
gravity.
these laws and definitions were developed long before they ever decided to use an aircraft to do a parabolic flight. I'm sorry, this was decided what gas does, right, on Earth. That's where these laws were developed.
Okay, you're
on
saying
Earth
gas doesn't
through
have a downward bias.
experimentation and observation of gas behavior. Right? Nowhere in any of those laws is the letter G, right? And as DJ is pointing out to you, right? The definition, kinetic theory, says that gases don't have a directional bias, that they're omnidirectional and they'll move in any direction in a straight line until they collide with something, right?
Yes,
And they will expand
absolutely, because their
indefinitely to
speeds
fill
are far
any
too high to be
vessel.
affected by gravity. Now listen, when you
No
pull water
gravity. No, kinetic
inside of water,
theory. Kinetic theory emits gravity.
no, it doesn't, my man.
Yes, it does.
Gases
Okay,
are
we'll just
inside
show
gases.
you citations that it does. We'll show you.
My man, it doesn't.
Why don't you go get the definition of kinetic theory for us, post it in the side chat, and show us where it says that gravity is accounted for.
It isn't, because it's negligible. It doesn't say it doesn't exist.
Oh, right. Thank you. It's negligible.
So negligible. So negligible that gas particle movement is defined by rapid, constant, and random motion in straight lines.
Okay. Can I just understand something? I'm really confused. Do you say that gravity doesn't affect gases?
There's no such thing as mass attracting mass gravity, like you believe in your imaginary globe.
You, anti-globalist, you are attracted to the Earth. Okay,
no,
is
I'm
that
not.
right? Just no.
Incorrect.
You fall down. No, like I'm just saying you.
Yeah, I'll
you
sink
fall
through
down.
the air. Yeah, I'm more dense than the air. I'm not a helium balloon.
No, this isn't density. This is absolutely not density.
Oh, really? Are you saying that I'm not more dense than the air?
No, the density difference between you and the air is absolutely negligible.
What?
Okay, if you are look, if you are denser than the air, if you are denser than the air, it still doesn't mean you will fall down. What's the law of density?
Did you not play with density towers?
I absolutely know what density is. It's mass divided by volume.
Yeah.
Okay?
So if something's more dense than the surrounding medium, it's going to sink through the medium.
Yes, but why will it sink?
Why will it sink?
Because it wants to.
No, because a force was exerted on it to displace it and lift it up. Nothing falls without being lifted up first in one way or another.
Ships floating in the sea. Why is the water going beneath them? Okay, why is that? Why is the water?
Yeah. Okay. Because
yes.
So if you crunch the materials of the ship up into a ball, it's just going to sink right down to the bottom of the ocean.
No, that's not what I said.
It's because of the. Yes, go ahead.
It's because of the.
Yeah, it's a buoyancy density relationship. It's like Archimedes' principle.
Yes,
it's called specific gravity. Yeah, so you just denied that.
No, I didn't deny that. So why does the water want to go beneath the ship and lift the ship up? Why doesn't the water go above the ship? I mean, it sounds stupid. Yes, I know it does, but humor the argument.
Yeah. Okay. So because if you get something that's more dense than the water, right, it's just going to sink through the water. Let me give you an example. Okay, if we get a
I
glass.
Understand. Yes, if you have a ball of steel and you throw it in water,
I'm going to give you an example. It's a more simplified example. Okay, and it's going to prove my point. Okay, if we get a glass of fresh, if we get a glass of fresh water and we get an egg. Okay, and we put the egg into the glass of fresh water, it's going to sink through the fresh water down to the bottom of the glass. Now, I think that that's because of the density of the water and the density of the egg. Now, I can vary and manipulate the density of the water without touching the egg. So if I add some salt into the water, I've changed the density of the water, and now that same egg that was more dense than the water is going to be less dense than the water, and it's now going to go upward. So I've changed the direction that the egg goes
That's absolutely
in
true, what you just
by
said.
varying and manipulating the medium, which is my claim.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yeah.
yes, but you still didn't answer the question of the egg goes into the water that is less dense, so the egg sinks. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Why did the egg sink? Why didn't they both
Because-
just float in the air?
Why would
What
they
pulled
float
it
in the air?
down? What pulled it
Nothing
down?
pulled-
What caused it?
Nothing. It's no. I
Okay, wait a
displaced
second.
it,
Do you
right?
know Newton's
Wait,
second law?
hold on. You asked me a question. You
There's
asked me a question, but then you
spiritual
don't.
connection.
If
I think which pulls it down.
Okay,
There's
listen, just
it
one
has
second.
affinity to the
hey,
ground.
bro, don't ask me a question and then interrupt me as soon as I start to answer the question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, so nothing
Yes.
just falls by itself. Okay, it needs to be displaced first. So if I didn't exchange my energy to force that egg out of its place of rest, right, it would never move. Okay? It's only going to move because I've input kinetic energy into that. Right? I've given it potential energy, and it's just going to reseek equilibrium based on
Well,
the
what's
density
potential
relationship with the surrounding. What's potential energy? It's the force that I input into it. It's kinetic energy, right? It's like if I push a tennis ball under the water, I'm giving that
No, you
tennis
didn't
ball
put any
kinetic
force on it.
energy.
You put force
Yes,
into
I
pushing it downwards. When you push it downward,
Yeah, I have to exchange energy to force it down into the water. Okay, and then
look,
it has kinetic
you love
energy, and then
quoting-
it's going.
Mhm.
Huh?
you love quoting laws, second law of thermodynamics and stuff. So I'm
Yeah,
going
I
to
do like quoting
the
laws.
second law,
You like butchering.
then
You
you-
like butchering laws.
No, bear with me. Humor me for a second. Newton's second law of
Uh-huh.
motion. Okay, it states that the acceleration on an object is directly proportional to the net force acting on it, and inversely proportional to the mass. I even read it to you, so you don't say I butchered it or anything. What does it state? It states that acceleration is proportional to the force. Nothing will accelerate if it doesn't have a force acting upon it. Okay.
That's what I said. I said it would never move
Okay, no,
unless,
bear with me, bear
I
with me.
applied a force to it.
What's the force? What's the force actively acting on the
I
egg to
applied the
accelerate it
force.
downward? No.
It's
You aren't.
okay. So I applied the force
What?
to the egg.
Do you know what a force is?
I displaced the egg. Yeah, I
No,
applied.
that's
right? I displaced
that's
it.
work. You did work to the egg. You didn't do a force. There's a difference. A force is active.
Yeah.
The egg is actively
Yeah, no,
accelerating. Therefore, there is an
actively-
active force acting upon
How
it.
do you get work? How do you get work?
Force times distance.
So you need force. You idiot.
Yes,
that
so
that
where
was
is
just
the
a
force?
stupid thing to tell DJ. When you know that work requires force, he said, no, there was no force. Let's work. He applied force and worked, yes, for
He
work.
applied work to it. He
Yes. And how do you get work? How do you get work?
How do you get work?
Force.
Force times distance.
Force.
so what's-
Thank you. Right.
No.
So
Thank
he
you
did apply
because you
force
said
to
nothing.
it. He did apply force to it.
You literally said nothing. Okay.
So where'd the force come from? Then that was required?
Where
for the
where
work
did the
to
force
take
come
place?
from? When? At what moment? When it's falling? When it's
For
going
it to
up?
be lifted up. You're trying to say that DJ
While it's being
lifting it
while
up
it's being lifted
is
up,
not applying force, it's applying work. Yet you need force to get work.
I don't think you guys really understand what force is. Okay, can I give an example?
It's a direct physical push or pull.
Okay, I'll give an example. Okay, thank you. That's a good definition. But imagine you have a very heavy table and you put your hand under the table and release it. It's going to hurt, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not going
Okay,
to move unless you displace it. It's never going
Yes,
to move.
but let me
unless
continue. It isn't
something
about
forces
moving.
it. Okay.
Yes, no, but it isn't about moving. With your hand under the table and it's pressing on your hand, it's actively causing pain to your hand. What's pulling the table down? What's actively pulling it down and pressing it on your hand? What's doing that?
Its own weight.
Which is its mass times the gravitational acceleration of the Earth.
No, there's no gravitational. Okay, so
That's the definition of the weight.
if you're talking about little g, that things fall at 9.81 meters per second squared approximately in a vacuum, we can agree on that. We can agree that's an observed effect. If you want to claim the cause of the effect, right, then that's when you're going to run into problems. What's that?
What's that number? Where did we get 9.8? No.
It's just an observed effect. It's an agreed upon average. Yeah, so things don't fall at that rate. Okay, it's an agreed upon average. It's an approximation. It was a bunch of scientists got together, and because the numbers were all over the place, they decided to agree on 9.81 meters per second squared. Right? It's inconsistent, but it's an agreed upon average. Now, I agree that happens when you drop something in a vacuum. It falls at approximately that rate. But you know what? It doesn't happen with gas. Yeah, that's a big problem.
Because gas is inside gas. You know. Like, does water fall inside water?
Gas is inside?
No. Yes.
What do you mean gas is inside?
You are comparing gas to gas.
What?
You are surrounded by gas. You are fully surrounded by gas. How can you see gas
and
falling?
It's a very light medium. It's a very light medium.
Yes.
So anything that's more dense than it's going to sink through it if you pick it up and drop it into the light medium.
Like yes, absolutely. But sinking. What causes sinking? Something pulling you down. What causes floating? Because the water is heavier and it's pulled down more than you, and it won't allow you to get below. Okay.
Right. So on a globe, you need to have nothing's pulling. Right. It's just
then how is anything falling? Yes, because the density relationship requires a gravitational pull.
Because we're not on a globe in outer space. We live in a flat station. We live in a flat stationary contained system, and we don't need to have mass attracting mass. You need to have that because you claim that you've got a ball that's spinning through space that has oceans stuck to the outside of it. We don't need to claim.
Yes, absolutely.
We don't need to explain crazy shit that defies logic and common sense and natural laws. Right? You need to explain how you can have gas pressure around a spinning space ball in a vacuum. We don't need to explain crazy shit that makes no sense like that. We can easily explain why things rise or sink just due to relative density. We can explain the physics of water just due to common sense and real world testing. We can back up everything we're claiming. You can't back up anything you're claiming with a real world scientific
Everything I'm claiming is backed up by a logical process. But
so you're saying that
literally everything, every single thing.
Okay.
But I just don't recall all the logical processes.
Okay. All right, so where's your proof that water is curving over distance due to gravity?
I'm not going back to that point.
Where's your scientific test? Where's your scientific test? Okay, so where's your scientific experiment showing that gravity is causing gas particles to be pulled down towards the Earth?
Because gas particles have mass.
No, we went over okay, so why does the definition, the mainstream definition of gas particle movement say that they don't do that they just go in random in all directions and move in straight lines? So if a gas particle is going up, it doesn't get pulled back down.
I'll tell you. Because they move at speeds which cause the acceleration of the Earth to be negligible. They move at insane speeds, gas particles. Are actually insane. You know?
Yeah, but they don't move 9.8 meters per second. They don't get pulled down. They don't get pulled down to the Earth.
Now you're conceding. You're conceding to the point.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You're agreeing. You're agreeing with us. You're saying it's negligible. That's why they're doing that. Well, yeah.
Negligible doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
By gravity. It's not being
negligible doesn't mean it doesn't exist, my man.
Okay, so prove it. Prove that gas particles have a downward bias. Go ahead.
Because they have pressure, because air is pressurized here, and it isn't going to space.
Explanations are good and fun.
Right? Okay. You're saying, if the pressure is getting reduced,
no, that's not
the higher
what I'm
we
saying.
go up.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm telling you, this is the proof.
This is what I'm saying.
This is the proof.
Right? I'm challenging you on your claim that gas particles have a downward bias. Goes against gas laws, goes against all the definitions of gas particle movement.
They do have a gas bias. It is negligible. It is super negligible, but it exists.
A downward bias, not a gas bias.
Yes, but it doesn't even make
sense.
It's super negligible.
Okay, cool. You can keep chanting that it exists, but you need to be able to demonstrate the claim now.
I can't because it's negligible, my man.
Oh, so you can't prove your claim. So you just want to claim that gas particles are pulled down to the
I
Earth.
mean,
but
you
can't.
claimed that mass-to-mass
So
attraction
who
doesn't
proved
exist,
it?
but you
Who
didn't
proved
prove
it?
your claim.
Like I
Who
said,
proved what?
you are conceding to the point. Can we move on?
What? No, listen.
Thanks for the
No, we're not going to
concession.
move on.
Let's move on. Got any more questions?
Wait, this is a
And-
debate.
and-
Why do you want to move on?
Well, it's
You
not a debate, bro.
conceded.
This has been us schooling
You
you
conceded.
on every point for about 3 hours, right?
You said mass-on-mass
This is not a
attraction
debate.
doesn't exist, but you didn't provide any proof. You just said it
You
doesn't.
said it does exist.
Even
You
though
don't
there
have to
are-
prove a negative, bro.
God.
You could say there's like little pixies freaking on the moon, right? And prove it doesn't exist,
no.
right? You don't have to freaking prove that. If you claim it, then you need to prove it. You don't have to prove a negative, right? The person that makes the positive claim.
Literally things falling proves it. So you say it's
No.
the density difference, but what causes the density difference to cause heavier things to fall? The density difference isn't enough. Density, do you know what density is?
Yes,
It's
it
mass
is.
We're not
over
making a
volume.
claim about it. You
really
are.
that.
You're the one making the claim about why.
About what?
So you have
Yeah, I
to
can back-
and then you've just admitted that you can't demonstrate it, that you can't prove your claim.
Dear God.
Yeah, I mean, I can prove my claim. I already gave you a demonstration of with the egg and varying and manipulating the medium to change the direction that the egg
What's
goes
the
in.
atmosphere made of? Okay, what's the atmosphere made of? It's made of oxygen and nitrogen. Okay, just those two
It's
things.
a bunch of gases and pollution and dust.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, what's your point?
Absolutely. But mostly it's made out of nitrogen and oxygen. Okay.
Okay.
What's our bodies made of? They are made of also of a lot of atoms of oxygen, a lot of atoms of nitrogen. Okay, how come we are attracted downwards? We have a downwards bias, but air doesn't.
You're not a gas. You're not in gas form. There's
No,
different states of
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, the state of matter doesn't matter. A heavier gas inside a lighter gas will cause that gas to fall. Haven't you ever seen that?
No. So you can get, okay, let's talk about a heavy gas like SF6, sulfur hexafluoride.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, if we get a fish tank and we fill it up with SF6, you'll come back about 2 hours later and all of that SF6 is gone. None of it's going to be held down by gravity. Diffusion's going to take place, and it's just going to blend in, right? And you're not going to have any of that heavy gas left in the tank, right? It doesn't remain.
It doesn't mean that it wasn't attracted by gravity.
No, the gas particles don't have a downward bias. They're moving at random in all directions.
What kept it in the gas ball? What kept it in the gas ball?
It doesn't stay there. It doesn't stay there.
It did stay there for you to stay.
Do it inhomogeneous, that atmosphere. What's the atmosphere? Homogeneous or inhomogeneous?
What's the atmosphere? It's homogeneous.
It's homogeneous. So all mixed up together.
Yes.
Right.
General atmosphere, yes. What? Thanks. Anyways.
Yeah.
Yes, heavy gases.
Mixed up. So you have heavy gases amongst lighter gases, all mixed up together.
I'm telling you, when they are all mixed up, it doesn't matter. It becomes negligible, the gravity, because of all the collisions. But when you have a large
gravity
amount
didn't
of heavy
stratify
gas,
them then, did it? So gravity didn't stratify them, did it?
What are you saying? Stratify
You're
what?
claiming there'd be stratification.
What's that word?
So layered.
The atmosphere.
Inhomogeneous. So you'd have a layer of this type of gas, then go up. There'd be a layer of that type of gas, go up. There'd be a different type of gas. But it's not like that. It's all mixed up together.
Too violent and
gravity is not stratifying them like that would have to be if what you're saying is true. Doesn't happen.
I mean, have you ever heard of wind?
It mixes up
and
together.
Storms and tornadoes.
So what you're describing, what you're actually describing is a very temporary relationship between a less dense and more dense gas, and the more dense gas is going to move much slower, but over time diffusion takes place, just like DJ described, and it spreads out into its available environment. Wherever there's gaps for a gas molecule to go, it will go there. Nothing's going to pull it down and stop it.
Flat earthers are born from the back hole, the booty hole. I think that's the conspiracy, and it's true.
What?
So we can give you gravity, sir. We can give it to you, and still observably, it's not affecting the dispersion of gas.
I mean, you do realize there are experiments that prove mass attracts mass.
Yeah, okay, grab me a huge ass vacuum chamber and insert just the smallest amount of gas into it and show me how it's all settling at the bottom, leaving an open vacuum at the top. Go, show me.
No, I'm not going to show you that. I'm going to show you this.
It doesn't happen.
Yes, because gases move at speeds that make gravity negligible.
That's why outer
You know-
space, that's why the sky, as you've been taught, doesn't exist as a near infinite, ever expanding volume of
Well, why does air
emptiness,
pressure
right?
reduce when we go up?
With a
Why does
pressure
air
of
pressure
10 to
reduce
the
when we
negative
go up?
17 torr. Doesn't exist, all right? If the sky was
Okay,
that,
listen.
the gas we breathe would disperse into that available volume, hands down, guaranteed, no
You are right.
questions
You are
asked, because
correct.
that's
Okay, listen to me.
entropy, and nothing violates the laws of entropy. Nothing.
You are right. Now listen. Why does gas pressure reduce when we go up? Why? People climbing Mount Everest have problems breathing. They take oxygen masks because there is no air. Well, where's
Yeah,
that
they
air?
take
It's down.
oxygen tanks. So
Yes,
there's
yes,
just another
oxygen tanks.
example of gas pressure requiring a container, because you're not going to be able to carry it up in a
No.
bucket.
Listen. It's not about that. It's about why isn't there air at the top of Mount Everest? Why is it less dense?
There is. There
Why can't
is
they
air
breathe?
at the
Why
top of
can't they
Mount
breathe?
Everest.
Why can't they breathe?
It's very low pressure and it's very cold.
Yeah, we went over
It's very
this.
low density as well. There is
Yeah, we
much
went over
less
this
air.
earlier because, yeah, obviously.
No, but we didn't complete it. You know,
because the gas
go with it
that we
because
live
you can
in,
jump.
we live in a dynamic system. Okay, and the
Mhm.
gases are constantly being produced at ground level.
Okay, if gases are constantly being produced at exact points, all the gas would just shoot up. Okay.
Why would
If
it?
you're
Why
saying
would it
that
shoot
gas is
up? Why would it shoot
go into
up?
the
Gas-
vacuum upwards, there's a
No,
vacuum
there's no
outside.
vacuum.
A
You're
va-
the one claiming. You're the one claiming a vacuum.
No, listen.
I told you
You
to have
said
gas pressure. Shush, just for a second. I didn't claim a
okay.
vacuum. You think there's a space vacuum. Okay, that's
Okay,
scientifically impossible.
let's
Let me
humor
finish.
your
No,
idea.
hold on. You gotta chill out for a second, bro. Okay, I didn't claim that there's a space vacuum. You claimed that there's a space vacuum. I claimed
Mhm.
that we live in a contained system, and then I went and read the definition of gas pressure, which said that the requirement to have gas pressure is a container. And then I read out the definition of gas particle movement, which says that gas particles move at random in all directions.
Okay, you say gas moves from high pressure to low pressure, which this is agreed upon. We don't need to argue this. Am I right? Am I right?
High pressure
Gas
to low
moves from-
pressure.
Great, you concede. We'll move on.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes,
Point
it's
made.
what happens all the time. Right? Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep,
No
there
need
you
to
go.
argue that.
Concession.
Okay. The pressure at the top of Mount Everest is lower than the pressure at sea level. Why doesn't the air just climb up the mountain and go there?
It is. How do you think it got there?
What? It doesn't. The pressure
How
at
do
the
you
top of
think
Mount
the air
Everest.
that's there? Like I said, is there no
It's
air or is
lower
there some
pressure.
air there? Is there
It's
air
lower
there or not?
pressure.
Is there air
Why
at the top
is
of
it
Mount Everest?
for-
Is there
There
air
is,
at the top of
and
Mount
it is
Everest?
lower pressure.
Right.
There
so
is air
it
on
did
the
do what
moon,
you
my
told.
man.
It did
There is air
do what
everywhere.
you're saying then. Then it did do what you're saying then, didn't it?
No, it should do so until the pressure equalizes. That's what air does. Entropy.
Why?
You say.
Why? Why should it?
Entropy. Because entropy, things go from high pressure to low pressure until they
Right,
stabilize.
do
Am
you
I
know
right?
the difference?
That's why.
You know
why
the
is-
difference. We're not talking about a static
Yeah.
system or a lab setting.
It's
We're
a
talking
dynamic
about
system. Yes,
We're
absolutely.
talking about a
Yes.
complex dynamic system that has constant energy within the system and constant cycling. Okay, so it's not a static system, so you're not going to have the same thing, right? You're going to have the dynamics of the system taking over. The energy is going to be shifting things around. We have a extremely complex dynamic system where we have constant gas production at ground level. And
then you have the
Emperor's
available
Child.
volume
no,
above
Good to
it
see
that
you.
is
Hold on just a
it's
second.
spreading
Just
really
want to
out
haven't
welcome
into,
answered.
someone. Just want to welcome someone. Welcome back, Emperor's Child. We had an awesome chat with Emperor's Child the other day.
Hey,
Hey everyone.
So, man.
I mean, you haven't really, you didn't really prove the point because you said air moves from high pressure to low pressure. A tire popping,
Yeah,
the
and
air
it
will
is, and it's
escape the
doing
tire.
that. It is doing that.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. The pressure is
Yes,
still
it
lower.
is.
Let's say you pop a
No,
tire,
you
but
agreed.
the air stays in
If
the
it
tire.
wasn't doing that, then
Why does
hey,
it?
listen. If there wasn't, if it Faceoak, if it wasn't doing that, then there wouldn't be any air at the top of Mount Everest. But there is, so it is doing that. It's just doing it in a manner which is going to be affected by changing variables within the system. Constantly
temperature.
changing, just as DJ just
Yes.
described. And you have cycles which take place. So there's different things happening
but
at
like,
different
what's
altitudes, causing matter to change state, right? And then it's being recycled, coming back
can
to
you
the
name
ground,
the
then
exact
being
cycle or
then being generated
can you name the
back into
process?
gas, going back up, and that's a continuous process. And there's it's if you could think of this, right, a kettle that's boiling at its spout is going to be the greatest pressure, and as the steam expands out into the available volume, that the pressure of that steam is going to decrease. And it's going to reach points where it's going to recondense back into liquid, fall back down, and then you could start the process all again.
Absolutely, you are correct. But what's this process? Why is there a gradient that goes up? Why is there a gradient upwards? Why is the air up different than the air down?
Because you have a temperature
in
gradient.
that axis. Yes, what
Because
causes
you have
that
a temperature
gradient?
gradient.
What causes the temperature gradient is the difference in density and pressure. And the difference in density and pressure
What causes the temperature gradient is the fact that it's affected by an external source.
Temperature gradient.
Huh?
Hey, Faceock, does the sun produce energy and push energy out? Yes or no?
Of energy. Absolutely.
Excellent. Does it heat the ground up?
What?
Does it heat up the ground? Yes or no?
It does.
Excellent. So wouldn't that energy get imparted onto the air?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. Now you know how come your system's changing. Good boy. Thanks for playing.
Okay. The air is getting hotter, therefore it will go up. So the air should keep getting hotter and go upwards. Why is it still down? Why is the air concentrated at the sea level and not up?
Because it's produced at sea level.
When it goes up.
The
it's getting further away from the heated ground.
Matter cannot be created.
I mean, if air is
spreading out.
If air is produced at sea level,
okay, Faceock, yeah, breathe, bro, breathe. You can do this. The sun heats up the ground. Okay, why is this idiot just keep saying maths cannot be created? Shut up. Right, the sun heats up the ground. We're all happy with that. The ground pushes that energy onto the air. The air rises, and as it gets further away from the ground, it cools off. You wanted to know how it cooled off? Very simple. Because it's further away from the ground. Don't believe me? Go and grab yourself a cigarette lighter. Light it, hold it 2 foot away from your left hand. Then put your left hand on top of it. Notice how it gets hotter as you get closer to it? And cooler as you get further away. Exactly the same.
The air is colder than it. Not because of the altitude.
No, because of the heat source.
No, look.
Yes. If you've got a heat source, it's highly probable that that's where the heat's coming from. As you get further away from your heat source, it is going to get cooler.
You will feel
if you can't see that, you've got some major issues going on, bro.
No, you're not letting me continue. When you leave away from the heat source, you will feel less heat.
It gets cooler. Exactly.
No, listen, for God's sake.
I am listening. It's you that's not understanding. You're repeating the same thing to me and then getting some other random idea out of it. You have a heat source, the sun. The sun heats up the ground heats up the air. Do you still follow?
Okay, so when he gets angry...
Excellent. So the air gets heated up by the ground. Excellent. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
What's your point?
My point is, you're the one that's fucked up. So the air gets heated up by the ground, yes? The hot air rises, goes up and up and up, gets further away from the ground, then goes cold again.
That's it. To go colder, just because it got further away?
Because it's further away from the ground.
It doesn't just disappear.
It's further away from the ground.
Listen. Where did the energy go? It doesn't just disappear.
Air can't store it. Air can't store it.
Why? Air can't store it. Where did it go?
I don't know. Why is the sky blue? Who gives a fuck? Got nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
I mean, you guys give a fuck. You guys keep coming up with stuff.
No. This is you coming up with stuff. All we can tell you is the ground is measured as flat. What you make of anything else outside of that, looking at the star, the moon, the suns, trying to prove gravity by proving air goes down when it's constructed and formed and everything at ground level, well, holy shit, it's going to be at the ground. I couldn't imagine why it'd be anywhere else.
I mean, I give you like 1,000 proofs that the Earth is a sphere, and then you give me one.
You haven't given anything. I can tell that, and I haven't even been here.
And then you just.
So your proofs are what? Let's just go through these. What's your best proof? The one that's going to the best one. I don't give a shit about all the other stuff. The very best one that I'd sit back and go, you know what? He's got me. What's your best one?
You can go out after sunset, look at the sky, and you will see satellites.
And look at the sky. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Fasok, hold up. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm going to go outside, I'm going to measure the ground. And my good friend here is telling me to look at the sky. That just shows the level of global we get to deal with.
No. Listen to me. Let me continue. When you go out after sunset or before sunrise, you will be able to see satellites. Now, how can satellites exist on a flat Earth? Meanwhile, I can fully explain how satellites work on a sphere, fully, in detail.
Why do I have the necessity to explain how flying devices work over your straw man? The ground is measured with zero curvature. So I don't give a shit what your satellites do. Not a me problem.
Okay, give me numbers.
No, wait.
Okay, I'm ready.
Explanations are not evidence.
Right? I'm ready for some numbers.
The explanation is the claim, which requires evidence. If you don't have that, we're not required to give you an alternative explanation.
I've seen proofs with my own very eyes. I've seen proofs with my very own eyes that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay.
Yeah. Which are the satellites orbiting us, the television
that's
dish
the claim.
capturing waves.
You're just repeating the claim. You're repeating the claim.
You want to see a video of satellites hovering above the sky?
No, I don't need a video. Okay, so something passed over your head at night, right? That's great.
It looks like a star, but isn't.
Okay. Yes, and then you're making a claim about it that goes beyond your observation.
It isn't a claim.
You're repeating the story that gives you a reason why that thing passed over your head and how it's doing it, and some sort of visualization or in your head, right? Not in reality, of its full length path, that being a full circle around a sphere.
When you really go and
things go over my head at night.
How satellites
that doesn't mean they're going around a ball.
You will know that they can never possibly go around a flat Earth.
How do they work? Well, tell us how they work.
They are okay. I'll tell you. It's no problem. But I need to explain with a hypothetical. Okay, if you shoot a cannonball,
you're gonna tell us how they work for real.
Yes, I'm going to explain. Okay, give me a step by step. I just need to explain some fundamentals.
I want actual real stuff you're going to tell us, and I can go to myself.
To an example that you'll be able to understand.
Don't repeat the story again. Give us the evidence.
Evidence. I'm telling you. You asked me to explain how they work, and when I start, you go tell me to shut the fuck up. What the fuck is wrong with you?
We're asking you to back up your claim. We already know the claims. You're not teaching us anything. We want you to demonstrate your claims because we claim that your claims are bullshit.
Okay. I want you to explain how do satellites work on a flat Earth, because I know how they work on a spherical Earth.
It's not our job.
Well, your
Fasok, something for you to think about. You're told a story on how they work on a spherical Earth.
Not a story.
You're not told. Why are you talking? You're told. There's no logic in it. That's what we're trying to tell you. You're going from point. Shut up. You're going from point A to point D, and you're not giving us the in-between. So let's work this out. The satellites are up in the sky because they necessitate that it's a globe. When they launch rockets, does it matter a fuck what shape the ground is? Yes or no?
Yes, it absolutely does. They don't.
You're a
exist
liar.
unless it's a
Because the ground, listen, the ground makes no change to the ability to launch a rocket. You stand the bastard up, you light the fuse, foosh, off it goes. That's it.
No, this isn't about rockets. This is about satellites.
Okay,
Satellites
so straight wait for it. So what we're trying to get out of you is why it's a necessity for it to be a globe. Why must it necessitate a globe in order for your satellites to work?
Do you want me to say it, or are you just going to interrupt me again?
You're the one that seems to be interrupting everyone, and stop with your meta. Just get with the data.
Okay, I'll just tell you. Because satellites use the fact that the Earth is a sphere by rotating around it. They
don't use the fact.
Falling.
That's the story again.
The fact. Wait, what? Yes,
you keep repeating the story. You don't understand. You're the one with faulty logic. We know the story. Satellites are in the sky. They're going around a globe. You keep repeating that. How do you know it's a globe? Oh, I see satellites in the sky.
Listen. Satellites need to be
circular reason. Satellites because globe Earth because satellites.
Energy. Okay, you're going to spend heaps of energy to keep something in the air. Airplanes spend a ton of fuel to stay up in the air because they don't leave the atmosphere. But satellites who leave the atmosphere and are no longer under... Don't interrupt me. You guys go on to explain with buzzwords what you believe. When I go on to explain, you keep interrupting me.
You're just going to go on endlessly. You need to listen. You don't actually know what's going on at the upper altitudes.
You guys aren't actually listening. I mean, I'm pretty sure none of you have any sense of education on science, and you pretend to be the scientist.
Dude, you're the one that came in here and lied.
You're not here to learn. You're not here to learn. You're trying to preach your fucking cult belief, right?
You came
we all believe in
No, I'm absolutely not. I'm absolutely not.
Hold on a second.
Yes,
this guy came in.
Not listen to anything DJ is trying to teach you.
This is supposed to be
shut
a debate,
the fuck
isn't it?
up, dude. Hold on, be quiet. No, it's not a debate, right? You've been getting wrecked for hours straight. Now, you came in here, and you should have been banned straight off because you bullshitted the whole room, right? I'm going to post your bullshit in the side chat right here, and you admitted that it's bullshit. So don't come in here and tell us what our education level is when you just blatantly came in and lied your ass off about this.
Aerospace engineer.
And then he admitted he's not an aerospace engineer.
I can tell by talking to him he doesn't know anything about, quote, aerospace.
Yeah, we don't really permit bullshit artists in here, bro. Right? So you're lucky that you're even allowed to talk in here after coming in and bullshitting about that.
DJ, check the code. Man, I managed to rage bait the rage baiter. Hey, kid, we're not rage baiting anyone. All we're informing people of is the fact that... Why did the fucking start of your sentence interrupt the middle of mine? All we're doing is informing people, all we're doing is informing people that the ground is measured as flat. If you want to go and cry about satellites or whatever, go and do it. No one is going to stop you. But go and check the ground out first before wishing and dreaming about things in the sky. Now, something to think about, Fazek. If I come over to your house to fit carpet to your lounge room or living room, I'm not going to be pointing to the light bulb. I'm going to be measuring the fucking floor.
Okay, I see what your point is. It's that you've measured the objects across oceans and seen that they don't actually consistently go down the horizon. That's what I understand.
No, there is no geometric horizon. There is nothing to go behind, right? A horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. It's a product of perspective and the current atmospheric conditions that we have on the particular day. That's what a horizon is. Okay, it's not a byproduct of Earth curvature.
Okay, so you're saying that wait, what was it?
There's no curvature.
The experiment.
The surface of water isn't curving. Laser test?
I mean, if you've seen that guy in Egypt when he did the experiment, he sent a guy from Alexandria to another city in Egypt because that city had an event where no one had a shadow.
Already,
The
dude.
sun was completely vertical.
500 years,
Dude.
500 years before Jesus, there was a mythical character named Eratosthenes who doesn't have any primary writings that lasted, and there's no proof that he actually did this. But if he did do it, he pre-assumed that the Earth is a globe. Right? Just pre-assumed it, wasn't trying to test if it was flat or a globe, right? Then pre-assumed that the sun rays come in parallel. Okay. And then he just did, and then he measured no shadow, right? On one obelisk or stick or well, depending on which version of the story you want to believe. Okay. And then another guy at the same time, 800 kilometers or 500 miles away, or some certain amount of stadia away, right? He measured a 7.2 degree shadow, right? And then he did some math based on the pre-assumptions of the parallel sun rays and the spherical Earth that he pre-assumed, right? And he came up with 40,000 kilometers approximately, okay? And you think that that's measuring the Earth. No, even mainstream education says, even mainstream sources say if...
Why are his numbers consistent with modern experiments?
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I mean, you didn't give me a counter argument. You just said shut the fuck up. They are consistent.
Okay, so the Chinese did the same thing. The Chinese did the same thing.
The Indians did the same thing. The Arabs did the same thing. Modern humans did the same thing.
Bro,
I know a person personally who did the experiment.
I know someone personally. Affirmed the consequent. I got the same answer that they did. It's because he did the same thing. I'm going to post something in side chat for you, kid, and I want you to have a good think about it. Eratosthenes. Let's have a look here.
While Matrix is doing that, right? I'm gonna do a test a hypothetical test right now in my house that anyone can do. Okay, I have a flat floor. Okay, I have a light on my ceiling, and then I have a stick under the light, and it has no shadow. And then I put a stick over on the other side of the room, and it has a 7.2 degree shadow. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing that Eratosthenes did. I'm going to assume that the rays from the light on my ceiling are coming in perfectly parallel, and I'm going to assume that my floor is a sphere. Okay, now I'm going to do the exact same mathematics that Eratosthenes did, and then I'm going to be able to work out the circumference of my flat floor.
Okay, I understand your logic. You know, that it might be that the sun is like, I don't know, 100 miles up. Like, how far does the sun need to be for that to be accurate? You can do the numbers, you can find the number, but you guys don't. You don't get numbers, you just live on sensationalism.
No, you're the one who's fucking brainwashed. Look in side chat, kid. 27 past the hour.
Side chat is open. I see side chat.
27 past the hour.
Look, guys.
Flatman. Look at Flatman's meme. That's a good one.
The globe Earth, you know, the way that they prove the Earth is a globe is using numbers and experiments.
They assumed it.
But you guys just
basic. That's great. You keep telling us to look, and you won't. Look in the fucking side chat. 27 minutes past the hour. According to Eratosthenes, this table is a ball. Look at the fucking shadows. They're all different lengths.
Yes,
that's the same shit.
Yes.
Why?
Because the light bulb is right above them. You know.
What the fuck do you think the sun is? It's just a light bulb.
Work then.
No, the light bulb isn't.
It's a concession that it can work. All right.
Kilometers away.
Okay, now you've made another claim. Sorry, Tito. Now you've just made another claim. The sun is X distance away. How have you measured that to verify that it's true and correct?
The rays of the sun are parallel through the clouds.
Yep, that's something else. We're not talking about that. We just asked you how you got the distance to the sun.
You measure it from 2 points.
You're stupid.
They did it.
You measure it.
I really don't remember how they did it.
You don't know. It's okay. You don't know.
Nah, I don't remember.
So, but you do concede that it's. You can see that the concept works on a flat surface, right?
Yes, if the light of the source of light is near the surface.
If the light, so if you make assumptions about the light source, right, we got it. Okay, so it doesn't prove either.
How does night and day work?
By the way, you mentioned that they proved it lots of different ways, right? Do you know how they didn't prove it? They didn't prove it by measuring the surface. They didn't measure the surface of the Earth to be curving.
I mean, if I can ask you one thing, where are you
Why has
from?
that never been done?
It's related.
Why has that never been done, Faisal? Why has it never been done,
He's from
Faisal?
Spain. Can't you tell by his accent? He's Spanish.
No, I want to know, Faisal,
Okay,
why haven't they ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
They did.
No, they haven't. Give us an example of when they actually measured directly the surface of the Earth to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Being in an airplane, I guess.
No, give us the
when you fly an
method
airplane,
and
you
the
can no longer see
instance.
Paris.
Give us the
going to New
people,
York.
give us the date, give us the details of how they measured directly the surface of the Earth to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay. I don't have it on me right now. I mean, you're asking for proof, and I don't have it
because
on me.
it hasn't been done, Faisal.
It has been
That's
done
what we're
a
trying
million
to tell
times,
you.
actually.
Oh,
They
sorry,
haven't done
Hold
it.
Hold on. Yes, they have a million times actually. Okay, could you just get us one of those million times? Being as you're so sure that the curvature of the Earth has been done so many times, could you just get us one out of those million, please?
Okay, I will just hold on for a second.
Thank you. And please, we're asking for direct measurements of a rate of change of slope over the surface of the Earth, not getting in an aeroplane, right? Not Aristophanes backwards engineering his presupposition, direct measurement. You said it's been done millions of times.
It's been done actually a million
I'm going
times.
to challenge you to provide
There's a guy
just
on
one.
YouTube. A guy on YouTube does it.
What does he do?
If you mute him, we will kick you out.
Yeah.
You will not be muting anybody.
Don't mute.
No, you're not. You're going to shut the fuck up, and you're going to get those measurements.
Okay, just can I say something?
No, you're not going to say anything. You're going to get us.
Dude, you're going to get
right
the
now.
stuff.
How does night and day work on the flat Earth?
Excuse me, sir. You need to get those measurements.
I sent the video. I'm not going to measure
one of the millions of times.
Okay, just so anyone knows, just so everyone knows, the video is called "Calculating the Circumference of Earth."
Oh no, I didn't want that.
Measuring?
Yeah, measuring, direct measurements. I don't want you, for example, to calculate my height. I want you to measure it. You understand the difference,
between
right?
calculating and measuring?
You understand the difference, right? And please don't speak over me because I want you to understand. You understand the difference between measurement and calculation, don't you?
Okay, here's another guy.
Now, there was a question there. Do you understand the difference between calculation and measurement, sir? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Good. So I require measurements, not calculations, just so we're clear.
Here's a video.
Okay. In the video, can you explain what's done?
No, I haven't watched the video. You're so urgent.
Right, hold on a minute, right? I'm asking you for direct evidence and you're showing me videos that you haven't watched.
That's what you guys did. You keep showing me videos.
I'm asking you to provide the evidence of your claim, and now you're providing us with a video that you have not watched. If I was to question you on your evidence, you wouldn't be able to answer any questions, would you?
Show me evidence that your hand exists.
No, don't deflect
that's what you're asking
away from me.
That's what you're asking
for. Dishonest. You made a claim.
That's what you're asking for.
My friend.
You're telling me, show me evidence.
Talk through me.
You made that to me, though.
Hold on. You made a claim. Millions of times the curvature of the Earth has been measured. I asked you for just once, and every single time I've asked you to provide for that evidence, you've deflected away, and now you want to ask me a question. Just provide the evidence of your claim, sir.
I provided evidence.
No.
I didn't watch the video. It was explained to me in school, so I believed it then. And then I watched videos of debunking flat Earth, and I believed those too.
Okay.
So I don't have what you're
going to annoy me. You're going to annoy me. So in the video, what was done that you were explained to at school, and how is this measuring the surface of the Earth?
I didn't watch the video. You asked for a single.
You said it was explained to you at school.
If you didn't watch the video, face off. If you didn't watch the video, how the hell do you know that there's even evidence in there or proof in there if you didn't watch it? Because the title said so. You looked at the title that says Measuring Earth's Curvature. How do you know at the end of it, it wasn't an absolute balls-up event, and he's gone, oh, well, that didn't work?
Actually, what happened is he admitted in the first, I would say, minute that we were measuring a flat Earth, and then he said we will be calculating. So it was a calculation, and he's measuring a flat Earth. You really hosed yourself there, Chief. Good job.
You're so scared of math, aren't you?
No, not scared of math. We're just understanding the difference. And you said you understood the difference between measurements and calculations. You provided us with a video that you haven't watched, and within the very first minute, he's talking about measuring a flat Earth and calculating a circumference. Please, sir, you're not doing very well, and I will lose my patience if you lie to us or are dishonest again.
I don't have an evidence in my pocket of what you're exactly demanding me. Show me evidence that the United States exists.
Excuse me.
What exactly are you asking for? No, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. What is this? You can interrupt me, but I can't interrupt you.
You said millions. I'm asking you for one, and you're failing.
I keep trying to make a point, but you just drag me into your swamp.
No, wrong. You're not trying to make a point. You made a very specific claim that there is millions of evidence. All Jedi wants is one, and you haven't even provided that. You keep providing calculations.
We've got another guest that's much more reasonable and calm than you are. So unless you are planning on conceding that, number one, you don't actually have access to any measurements of the surface curvature, and two, you don't know what you're talking about, we're just going to move on. Because you're obviously a troll at this point. You came under here under false pretenses. You're obviously an idiot. So why don't you either make a concession or we're going to move on.
Look, I'm not a troll, but you're like asking me for some very specific stuff that I don't.
Yeah, right now I'm asking you for two very specific things. A concession that there are no measurements of the curvature of the Earth on the surface. Number two, you don't know what you're talking about, and you will sit down and listen instead of argue. That's what I want. Those are the two things that I want. Very specific.
I said multiple times, I don't have that stuff on me. You just want...
Okay, so you've ignored me completely. We will move on.
I have a question though. For the people who are actually hosting this debate, aren't you guys afraid that you might be targeted or hacked, or something bad might happen to you?
No.
For trying to reveal the truth?
No.
No, that's like the people who are afraid of that. They're the ones who have the ability to challenge power. Voltaire said it best. It's very dangerous to be right when the systems of power and control are wrong. They've already done the controlled demolition of flat Earth. They think they've won. And their hubris has given us a blind spot. They're not looking this way right now. They're looking at other minority groups. So for right now, we're pretty safe. And really, they're more worried about maintaining their own illusion, like this Artemis program and the billions of dollars and decade of overruns. They're trying to keep the house of cards up. So they're not really that worried about this minority group who thinks the Earth is flat.
They've been wildly successful in doing that too. I feel like this is kind of pointless.
Why would you feel that way?
Well, you see, most of the people are just so fucked. I mean, I'm talking about the people around me in real life, the people I meet. They're just so... They have their eyes open, but everything else is closed. They don't question. They never think. It's like I'm living among zombies.
You gotta call it the fluoride stare. They're more concerned about
They're like goldfish.
Like, when's the next episode of Kardashians on? Just reality TV.
You know, I see my dad, I see my mom on Facebook. They have memory like a goldfish. Alzheimer's, I feel like it's induced. And the fucking hospitals, man.
Yeah, try to watch the
fucking
language.
Hospitals.
Yeah, homie,
I'm kind of emotional.
Yeah, I know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to mute you or kick you out or anything. I humbly request that you watch the language. That's it. But you can swear if you want to.
Sure.
If you're going to do it anyway, then do it. But if you would, thank you.
No, it's just my father was in the hospital and we were charged like a lot of money. That was, that financially crippled us. And to find out that it was all for nothing, that makes you swear. I mean, people don't even question like COVID-19. That's ridiculous. 5 years imprisonment, people putting like foreign substances in your body.
Yeah, brother, we're not going to talk about that particular topic. It's kind of off limits. So we try to keep it on the flat earth. I appreciate it.
Because what's going
Don't
on
you think
here?
it's related?
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's related. Because we were promised a bill of sale. They said, here we go. We do this. We go to the moon. It's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. It's going to be a new renaissance. Brian Cox wanted to reframe the calendar. Kind of like you had before Christ and after Christ. Before Apollo and after Apollo. That this was going to be a fundamental paradigm shift. A coming together of the whole world. But it wasn't. It was all about money, weapons, geopolitical positioning, and nothing changed at all. Still to this day, some 60 years later, ain't shit changed around here. So the space age abruptly dies in 1972. The information age replaces the space age, which is marked by disinformation. Government-controlled disinformation. Meanwhile, they tell you they can go back to the moon again, but this time get it right. And there's going to be a joint endeavor. Some 80-something countries have signed the Artemis Accords. But you know what's going to happen? Nothing. No change, no effect. No one's going to even care about it. Things will just keep moving. The committee who meets every year, nuclear scientists, they meet every year, and they talk about this doomsday clock, how close humanity is to extinction level, man-caused extinction level event. They moved it up a couple more seconds to midnight. The year that we're supposed to go around the moon again. So it just kind of tells you, like, hey, what can you do with it now? Can you be pissed? Can you talk about how these systems of power and control screw you over, screw families over, drive you deeper into debt? Well, you can, but what you could do is find like-minded people, discuss a topic you enjoy, in the meanwhile, document the downfall. So I frame it this way. Find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate. And when you're not doing that, you can document the downfall. Try to enjoy life as best you got. That's how you win. You win by living a life well lived. Despite everything they're doing to you. Despite all these systems constantly with the boot on your neck, telling you 2 + 2 is 5 because they said so. Persist and survive. Or you could do like what your family does. They put a bag over their head and they just cope. They doom scroll through social media.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. Hello there. Is anyone? Can you
Yep.
speak? Or...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Actually, I am new here and I don't know how to use this app. And but I like your words when you was talking about social media, about the systems, about this impact in our life. Can you continue and tell me more?
Yeah, what else do you want to know?
Okay, I can actually hear.
I don't know if you missed the first part. The guy asked me, why does it matter? Why does this conversation matter at all? So that's why it matters. You rage against the dying of the light. You'll just like turn over and just, go tits up.
You said tits.
Or belly up. What about that? Don't go belly up.
Hey, is that the same security that I spoke to a few days ago, and your husband came on, and then you just disappeared?
Oh my God.
When we asked him about the curvature.
That was a while ago. That was like 2 weeks ago.
About 2 weeks ago. Wow, time flies. Because remember, your husband was like, "Nah, that's not the curve," and then we showed him the formulas, and then you just disappeared. What happened? Was he mad at the curvature?
Honestly, I don't really remember. I kind of feel bad because I misled you guys, but I was
You
trying to
can't
really.
mislead us. We're flat earthers.
Huh?
You can't mislead us. We're flat earthers. We've overcome the misleading. Don't worry about that.
Oh, duh! You know the truth.
We know the truth. So what are you back for? You got questions? Comments?
Um,
You still falling for the globe?
I'm still falling for the. Damn it! I almost said Globers. I'm falling for the flat earthers.
All right.
Honestly, though, I was supposed to prepare a question. Now I just sound stupid.
Yeah, you got to come with something to the chat.
Honestly, I feel like I just get up here to flirt with the dudes sometimes. I'm pretty naughty, but
How does your
I
husband
do.
feel about that? Must be raging.
Well, it's okay. It's okay to him because I'm never gonna meet his theory. I'm never gonna meet anybody on the internet. So, and that's true. I wouldn't do that. I'm not
All right, safe.
a bad person or anything. Like I wouldn't really do anything.
All right, well that's fine. So you don't have anything about the Earth you want to talk about?
Yeah. What would you say is the most surprising thing that well, actually I do have a different question. How long ago did you realize that the earth was flat?
What, 7, 8 years ago or something now? I don't know. Lose track. Time's flying,
What turned you on to it?
I saw someone saying that the curvature of the Earth has never been measured, and that people are doing long distance observations and finding that they're seeing further than the globe would allow. And I thought,
Okay.
that's interesting. I've never thought about that. And then I bought a high powered camera and started testing it myself and found out, oh yeah, there's no curve. Interesting.
But do you ever think that
Also,
maybe it's because we can't see that far, through our eyes? Is that, or do you?
Nah,
That's
because
what I'm.
with cameras and binoculars and stuff, you can see further than the globe says you should be able to see because of the curvature. There's no curve. Like where the globe says, oh, you'll only be able to see X amount of miles because the curvature, we see further than that. We see flat surface way beyond that point.
I have a good one. So every photo that is on the internet of the Earth is just VFX.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, all the globe
steroids.
cartoons are just cartoons. NASA's faking all that shit. So, yeah, that's obvious.
What do they have to gain? What is the gain to fool the masses?
Control, power, money.
Number of people that would have been able to see that. But the main reason I know it's not real is because we have air pressure. And air pressure, by definition, requires containment. We can't have air pressure next to a vacuum without containment because the air would leave. And we can see that and demonstrate that in countless examples. We know that air pressure requiring containment is in the very definition of air pressure. And we have no examples of air being contained by air pressure being contained by gravity, for example, which is the predominant story. So there has to be some kind of barrier in between our atmosphere and a vacuum. They cannot exist side by side just naturally without a barrier in between. So we know that no one is going to space as they've been telling us, because it's just not possible. And we can prove that.
Yeah, okay. Like, for now, I understand. Now I want to mix my first and this question. Like, I want to say, like, around, I guess, like, people from 50 countries claim that they went space, right? Like, even a few years ago, a Turkish guy with a group of people, they went moon, and they were on news and blah, blah, blah. So I just want to ask, like, if no one went there, actually, why they are lying? Or, like, I ask why it's so important if it's globe or flat. So I just can't understand why people want to lie about this.
Well, they're not necessarily lying. See, I know that the Apollo astronauts are lying because I know they couldn't have gone to that distance to see the Earth in its entirety because, we know that air pressure requires containment, but we also know that there's no surface curvature. So if the Earth isn't curving, they can't have seen the Earth as a ball. And so other people have claimed to go to space, but they aren't going to a distance where they would actually be able to see curvature. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, even from the ISS, they're only able to see about 3% of the Earth. So they are not seeing the sphere Earth. They are just seeing a small percentage of the world. So I don't think all these people are lying. I mean, I can't speculate on what their actual experience has been, but I think that they predominantly do believe that they went to space. And, I don't know what they see, but they couldn't have gone. So I don't really like to think that everybody's lying. I think they believe it, and that the same way that people say, oh, I went to the beach and I can see curvature of the Earth, but yet we all know that that's not possible. I mean, they've convinced themselves that it's there, so they've convinced themselves that they're seeing it. And I think that maybe that's what's into play with some of these other people involved in the space program.
Okay, so like I said, I don't know anything about physics, so I can't prove Earth is globe, but I raised with this ideology. So I do believe Earth is globe. So how you can prove me that, like, Earth is flat?
Okay, great question. We actually have someone in the room. Hey, DJ, are you available?
I can try to be. Yeah.
Do you want to walk her through some laser tests? You're the expert.
Sure. I can go through. Yeah, sure. All right. Sup, Auntie No? How you doing? Good to see you in here.
I'm doing great, and I'm sorry if I'm asking too much basics, but I really do not know anything.
No, that's where it starts. You've got to ask the foundational questions, all of the basic questions, right? And then move on from there. But look, this is what it comes down to at the end of the day. We're about empiricism, empirical evidence, things that we can go in and actually put to the test in reality. Okay, so when it comes to space travel or so-called space travel, we don't have access to go and do these things to check what we're being told about what happens way up in the air. But what we do have access to is to check the surface of the water to see if it's curving. Now, if gravity is real, right, as in mass attracting mass, for example, okay, and the Earth is a globe and it has a particular size that they tell us, then we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain amount of distance. Okay, now they tell us that 72% of the surface of the globe is covered in water. Now, if 72% is covered in water, that means that with gravity and the radius value, we can calculate precisely how much would be curving over a certain distance. And then we can go and test that. Okay, so that's been done hundreds, if not thousands of times now. Right? And the results come back as zero curvature. For example, we could shoot a laser across the surface of the water over a certain distance, okay? And we could set the laser up, say, 1 meter above the surface of the water, and then we could have a target, say, 20 miles away. Okay, and the high-power laser will shoot across the surface of the water horizontally, and it will hit the target 20 miles away. Okay, but if the Earth were a globe, there should be hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. In fact, there should be around about 100 meters of curvature over that distance. Okay, so the laser should not hit the target. Now, we can also just do regular observations. You don't need to go out and buy a high-powered laser. We can just stand at the ocean or stand at a large lake, and we can zoom in across the lake. Now, if the Earth's a globe, there should be curvature in the way. Things in the distance should start to become hidden behind the horizon. So we can calculate the distance to where the horizon should be, and we can also calculate how much something in the far distance should be hidden behind the horizon. So that's what I'm going to show you quickly now. Right, I'm going to show you an observation. This particular one was done by a very intelligent guy named Dr. John Dee. Okay, Dr. John Dee has a PhD in optics, and he originally set out to try to debunk the flat earthers, doing long-distance laser tests, long-distance observations, that kind of thing, trying to find the curvature of the Earth. All right, so if you have a look in the side chat, this is where the test is going to be done by Dr. John Dee. Okay, so you can see a diagram of a windmill farm. All right, so just keep your eyes on the side chat and I'll explain it. So this is all screenshots and clips from a video that Dr. John Dee made, which I'll share at the end. Okay, so we can see that windmill farm there. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm. It's in the United Kingdom, and it starts at 8 miles. Okay, the closest windmills are 8 miles away, and then the furthest windmills are 11.2 miles away. All right, so what he does, what Dr. John Dee does, is he sets his camera up on a tripod just at the surface of the water at the shoreline. Okay, he picks a really nice clear day where we have great visibility and no waves. Okay, so here's some footage from his zoom from the camera that's 1 meter high. All right, so we can see when he zooms out, we can see 6 of the windmills. Okay, so the windmills, the purpose that he's doing it, where we have the windmills there, is they're acting as a distance marker. Okay, because if those windmills weren't there, it would be very difficult to gauge how far away something in the distance is, like the horizon, for example. Now, right, so now we have some distance markers. All right, let's do some calculations, basically. All right, so on a globe, the horizon line would be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth, like this diagram here. Okay, can you see the diagram?
Yep, I can.
Yep, okay, so I'm just going to read the diagram out quickly. So a man standing on a sphere, or a woman standing on a sphere, would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, so it would be like drawing a tangent line from your eyes to the surface of the globe. Okay, the physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet, and there's a little picture on the right-hand side there showing what a horizon looks like. Everyone's seen a horizon for the most part. Okay, and that's the furthest distance you should be able to see the water. You can't see any water past the horizon because that's, on a globe, that's the maximum distance due to the curvature of the Earth. Now, if a ship or something like that or a windmill was beyond that distance, we can calculate exactly how much it should be hidden behind that horizon. And that horizon should also be at a certain distance, depending on how high the observer is. Okay. All right, so what we can see is that, all right, so just a second, I'm just going to post, I'm just going to try to find the mathematics in metric system, because I'm guessing you go by metric system. Is that right? Antina, are you there?
Yep, I'm listening.
Yeah, do you go by metric system? Meters and kilometers?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna do it in metric so it's not confusing. Well, okay, look, I've got it here in imperial, but I'll just convert it in my head. So, all right, just a second. Okay, so from 1 meter observation height, the horizon should be 2.3 miles away, which is 3.4 kilometers. Okay, so it's written here in imperial, but we're going to focus on one of the windmills, the furthest one away. So when he zooms in there, you can see in the zoom footage, he zooms in and you can see a whole bunch of them. So the one on the right-hand side, that's 11.2 miles away, which is 18 kilometers. Okay? And the eye height level is 3.5 foot, which is also 1 meter. Right? Then the calculator, it's just calculating how far away the horizon should be based on the radius of the Earth. Okay, the radius is 3,959 miles, which is about 6,371 kilometers. Okay, so based off that, the horizon should be at 2.29 miles away, or 3.4 kilometers away. All right, but because we have the distance markers, we can confirm that in the observation, there's absolutely no sign of that horizon that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, we can actually see the bases, right, the very, very bottom of the windmill towers touching the water. And we can see the water, we can also see the water past the horizon. Okay, so the horizon should be the maximum distance that you can see the water on a globe. So we can see the water is going past the 3.4 kilometer mark where the horizon should be, and it's going way on beyond the windmill towers, and we can actually see a boat floating on the water way out in the distance. Okay, so the bottom portion of the windmills should be also hidden. Okay, so the furthest one on the right-hand side, the bottom 16 meters should be hidden behind the horizon. 16 meters is like a 5-story building, basically. Okay, but it's not hidden. Okay, there's no curvature there to be found. Okay, so we have hundreds, if not thousands, of these observations, and anyone can go and repeat these tests that wants to do it and see that there isn't any curvature when we actually go out and test the surface of the Earth. Okay, so if gravity's real, if the Earth is the size that they're telling us, that curvature must physically be there. It is like a physical requirement for a globe. Yep. Hello, buddy.
Hello, everyone. I Shiny.
Yeah, you can go on mute. Right, so Sanzi, if I can unmute you, if you can message in the side chat and tell me that you have control of your microphone. Until then, you can stay on mute. All right, he's gone. All right, so yeah, look, there's one test. Okay, he went back, he did it another day. There's an 1.5-hour video where he goes over all of the temperatures and the location, everything. He goes over everything in the video. And if you want to check that out at a later time, I can post it in the side chat. So we've got hundreds of tests, if not thousands of tests, where we can't find any curvature at all. Okay, we don't have to rely on things that we can't test, like NASA claims or SpaceX claims or Chinese government claims, etc. We don't need to rely on that. We can actually test if the Earth's a globe or if it's flat. And every single test shows that there's zero curvature. So if there's no curvature, Okay, if you have a surface area, a large surface area that's not curving, that means it's flat by default. Okay, and that's the context in which flat Earth comes into play. That's what we mean by flat Earth. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We don't think the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space or anything like that. Right, we're testing the surface, which is mostly water, and it's flat. It's a flat surface, right? A flat Earth.
Okay, so
yeah.
If it's flat, I just can't understand. Actually, I guess Deep asked this question before I leave the VC, but I couldn't focus that much. I was calling taxi and blah blah. If it's flat, I just can't understand how. Someone told me sun is coming close and going far. That's how we get it, right? Is it correct?
Yeah, the sun's moving above us across the sky, east to west, in a particular cycle, resetting each year.
So it's a circle, right? It's going circle.
Well, we can't confirm if it's a perfect circle or not. Okay, so from everyone's perspective, everyone's personal perspective, it's going to rise in the east and set in the west. Right? And it's going to be higher in the sky in summer and lower in the sky in winter. But it's not actually lower in the sky, right? It just looks like it's lower in the sky because it's taking a path that's further away from you. And when things are further away from you, they're going to look lower due to perspective. Kind of like if you have a streetlight above your head, and then if you walk away from that streetlight, the streetlight's still at the same height, right? But it looks lower in the sky because the angle has changed because of your perspective, because of linear perspective.
Can I quickly add something to what you said, DJ?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
What you just said, we can confirm that it's a circle, right? A perfect circle. But one of the reasons for that is because it's not that the sun is just rising on the east and setting in the west, but throughout the year, it's moving through the tropics, right? Making that Analema figure 8 symbol in the sky. So we're not really sure if it's an exact circle, but we do know that it does a circular-ish path around the Earth.
Right, and that would be the apparent sun. I would call it the apparent sun, being the sun that we see, right, in the sky. You're not seeing it in its precise location. We don't know exactly what the sun is, exactly how it works, but we know that the way that everyone sees it is unique to that particular observer. For example, if I was looking at the sun and you were 500 miles away from me and you were looking at the sun, and then I drew a line from my eyes to where I can see the sun, and you drew a line from your eyes to where you can see the sun, those lines from our eyes, they're not going to intersect at the same point. Okay, we're seeing the sun unique to your particular location, your particular field of view, right? Your perspective. Due to the way the atmosphere works, due to the way perspective works, and due to the mysterious nature of the sun.
So how it happens, the daytime and nighttime is different for the location.
Okay, so if the sun's much, yep, go ahead.
And I want to ask this, and there is another related to this, and I want to ask, about the climate and everything. They can explain this. Like Antarctic is more cold because of the sun angle and those kind of things. So how it goes for about the weather and the daytime, nighttime.
Right. Okay. So in the globe model, the sun is many times greater than the size of the Earth, and the sun is 93 million miles away, about 150,000 kilometers away or something like that. Okay. So it's a huge distance. Sorry, that was incorrect. 150 million miles away, or more than that, kilometers. Anyway, 93 million miles. Okay, and it's giant, many times greater than the size of the Earth. Now, that's in the globe model. Now, we don't claim that that's true, that the sun's in a vacuum this distance away, and that it's a certain size. We don't think that that's correct. In the flat Earth, right, you could think of the sun much, much closer and much smaller than what we've been told about the sun. Now, as the sun takes its path over the surface of the Earth, right, let's say I'm in Europe, okay, and the sun's moving away from me, it's going to take its light with it, okay, and it's going to be lighting up a different section of the Earth as it moves away from me. And the reason it's not light everywhere on the Earth at the same time is because we have an atmosphere. Okay, and light attenuates, right? Light becomes absorbed by a medium. So as it's moving away, the light's pushing through the medium and it's being absorbed by the medium. I can give you an example. Okay, if you go just dive down into the ocean, just a small distance down into the ocean, you can't even see the sun anymore. Okay, it's pitch black because that light from the sun, even if it's the middle of the day in summer and you have crystal clear water, if you go just 200 meters down into the ocean, you can't see the sun anymore. You can't see any light from the sun. It's just pure blackness because the medium is absorbing the water. Okay, its intensity, it can't push down through all of that medium. Now, the air is also like a medium. Obviously, it's not as dense as the water, so the light can travel much further through the air, but it still does the same thing over a large distance. Right? That's why the sun gets red, looks red when it's at sunset, because the different spectrums of light that come off the sun, right, they scatter and they attenuate faster than others, right? So you're not able to see the blue spectrum light anymore as the sun's moving further away from you, and you have all of that atmosphere for the light to push through. Okay, and then we also have the inverse square law of light, which means that when you have a light source, as the light travels away from the light source, its intensity quickly diminishes. Okay, every time you double the distance, you lose 4 times the intensity of the light. It's called the inverse square law of light. Okay, so smaller sun, as it moves away from you, it takes its light with it. The light can't push forever through the medium of the air. Okay, so it's going to be dark in Poland, where I'm at right now. Okay, and at the same time, it's going to be it's going to be light in Australia. Okay, and then as the sun moves along its path, right, it's going to become dark in Australia, and then it's slowly going to get light over here again. And it makes particular cycles, right? So that's what explains daytime, nighttime. Okay, and the sun also takes a particular path, okay, which creates seasons. Okay, so sometimes it's taking a path that's much closer to the southern continents, and sometimes it's taking a path which is much closer to the northern continent. So if the sun's closer to the northern continent, you're going to get summer in the north, okay? And like right now, this time of year, the sun is not taking a path that's close to the north. Okay, right now it's taking a path that's over the top of the south. So they're having summer in Australia. Well, it's freezing cold here in Poland because the sun's path doesn't go overhead, right? Like when it's midday here in Poland, the sun's very low in the sky. It's very far away from me. But in Australia, where my mother is, right? It's when it's midday for her, it's the sun's right above her in the sky. So yeah, and then temperature changes and things like that, like pressure changes. It's all to do with temperature from the light. It's from the waves, wind, all of that. It's all to do with the path of the sun, creating high pressure systems, low pressure systems. Okay, the path of the sun creates the seasons, daytime, nighttime. Yeah, makes perfect sense once you have a good think about it, once you wrap your head around it. Makes more sense than on the globe, actually, after you really look into it.
Yeah, like I will definitely think about this for a few days, I guess.
Yeah. Look, it takes a long time to think about. It takes a long time for the information to sink in, and you'll probably have each question or each thing that you think about will lead to 100 more questions.
Yeah, like right now, I was just thinking, if we accept that Earth is globe, just think like that. If I go, I live in Turkey, by the way. If I go 180 degrees far away, that country, okay? So, and if it's flat, it will be, the distance will change. So if I have my ticket and fly there, the timing should be different if it's flat or if it's globe.
No, it's only one distance. Okay, so it's not going to be a different distance.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and most of the time when you're traveling, you're going to be using a map, which is just a coordinate system. So according to that particular coordinate system, it's going to have a scale on it. So, that's how you're going to determine the distance. it's very difficult to measure the precise distance. Right, measuring a distance is very difficult over a really long distance. So you would just use a coordinate system, right? So you could use a Mercator projection or a AE projection, right, which is a coordinate system that's actually based on the sky, right? Because that's how navigation started. That's how these coordinate systems were invented, by using the sky to navigate. Okay, from the ancients up until this current day, people use the coordinate system that's based off which star is going to be above a particular section on the Earth at a particular time. Okay, and then you'll turn that into a coordinate system, first by looking at the star's location and then saying, okay, at this particular time, this section of the Earth is going to be underneath that star. Okay, and you do that over and over and over and over and over again for all different locations, different stars, and then eventually we've built this big, giant coordinate system.
Okay, I got the answer. So, oh my God, it will sound like Troll's question, but if I go straight enough, like what will I see? You know, like I went enough straight, and then I'm end of the Earth, I guess. Like what will happen?
Yeah, so
Is that
look, this is the brute answer to it, right? It's probably not the answer you're looking for, but nobody really knows because nobody's ever done that. Now, going in a straight line for a long distance is impossible. It sounds good in theory, okay, but in reality, okay, if you can't, obviously you can't do it on foot because you have things in your way, and then eventually you're going to get to the water, right? And you're going to have terrain to deal with, so it's very difficult to go in a straight line on foot. And then on a boat, right, you have ocean currents and things like that, okay? You have problems there. And in the plane, you have wind currents and jet streams and all sorts of things to take into account as well. Okay, so you're going to have to use a compass. Now, with a compass, right, you've got north, south, east, and west. Okay, if you go east, right, if you want to go in a straight, like go due east, you're going to come back to where you started again. Not because the Earth's a globe, but because east and west are circles around a north pole. Right? If you have a magnet and then you have a compass, the compass is going to point to the magnet. That's going to be north. If you want to go east or west, you're going to go in a circle around the magnet and you're going to come back to where you started again. Now, that's possible on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. Okay? But just say the Earth was a globe and you decided to go south. Right? On a globe, you would go south and you would keep going south, and then you would come back around the globe, right? You would go from the north, you would go south down, you would cross over Antarctica, and then you would come back up around the other side of the globe and you would do a north to south circumnavigation, and that would debunk flat Earth, right? That would only be possible on a globe. Okay, but nobody has ever done that, right? Tons of people have done the east-west circumnavigation, right? But no one's ever done the north-south because the Earth's not a globe. That's the reason that nobody's ever done that.
Okay, so is there any model for Earth that like I can just see and understand more?
Well, there's models. When it comes to models, right, most people think of the word model and then they think of like a miniature version of an object. Okay, like a globe, like a little globe, like a toy globe that you would have on your desk, or like a little model of a building or a car or a horse or something like that. Okay, but we're not making a claim to know the shape of the Earth. We don't know the shape or the size of the Earth. We don't have that information. I don't think anybody truly has that information to know the entirety of the Earth. Okay, so we're not able to make a small version of the entirety of the Earth because we don't know exactly what it is. Now, we can model certain things, right? We can show you that if you want to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. Okay, if you want to have an ocean or a lake, right, we can scale that down and we can show you that if you want to have a body of water, you must have a container. It's the prerequisite, the requirement to have a body of water, and that surface of the water is going to be flat. Now, we can scale that up or down to the maximum of our ability as humans, right, to make that model a certain size, and it's always going to favor the flat Earth claim. Always, 100% of the time. Okay, you're not going to be able to model all of the ocean sticking to the outside of a globe and then scale that down and say, oh, look, I've got this little globe and now I've got oceans sticking to the outside of it. Obviously, that doesn't work. It goes against common sense, logic, physics, right? It's not going to work. So they'll tell you that, oh, you have to have a globe that's 24,901 miles in circumference for that to work. It's like, well, okay, so what? We can't test that. We just have to believe. Right? We experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but they tell us that it's a globe and it has oceans sticking to the outside. And they'll tell you that they have a model, but in their model, the water is just paint, right? Or something like that, right?
Yeah.
It's not actual water, so it's not an actual model. It's just, the paint's going to stick to the outside of your model, sure. Change that paint to water and see what happens. And then they'll say, oh, it has to be bigger. It's like, oh, you can't make it bigger, right? You can't make it. You can make it as big as you want. The waters are never going to stick to the outside of your globe. Okay, so you can't model that.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to imagine, since like we have model of globe Earth, it's easy to imagine for flat, like we don't right now, and I'm still like trying to imagine or understand. But like that like we have planes and a lot of traveling, and like a lot of traveling happening like every day. How like anyone couldn't even like find a new place, like they are flying a lot. Like how they can, like, where is the end or start of the flat Earth? It should be a location. Like I just can't
Look,
imagine.
planes are designed to fly over a flat stationary Earth. Okay, the people that design the planes assume a flat, non-rotating Earth in all of the aerospace engineering manuals, right? Aircraft design manuals. Pilots, right? There's tons of flat earthers that are pilots, commercial pilots, military pilots, jet pilots, amateur pilots, and there's tons of videos of them saying that you treat the Earth as flat and stationary to fly a plane. Okay, you don't take a curvature into account, motion into account, or anything like that. Okay, so most of these industries treat the Earth as flat and stationary for the practical application of it. Now, when it comes to getting around from point A to point B, you're using that spherical coordinate system, right? But that doesn't mean that the Earth is spherical, because that spherical coordinate system's based off the celestial sphere, right? It originated from the celestial sphere. Okay, which is the way that we map the sky out. Okay, and that's what the ancient cultures used to navigate, and that's what people inverted over time into a spherical coordinate system to navigate. We still use that now. That's what all of the maps that you look at are based off. Okay, when you look at that Mercator projection, the big square map, the rectangle map basically that everyone uses, that's what Google Map uses. That's the spherical coordinate system that originated from the sky. Okay, and then they turn it into a tube shape, and then they stretch that out, right? And that's why all the continents are the wrong sizes on it, because it's a distorted projection of a coordinate system that originated from the sky, not because the Earth's a globe. That's a whole conversation in itself, is to go into the history of the coordinate system, right? And that's essentially what the globe is. Okay, it's a coordinate system mistaken for reality, right? I don't know if you've heard this saying before. The map is not the territory, or the map is not the land. It's a fallacy to think that the map is the territory. Okay, a map is a tool used for certain tasks, right? And that's what the spherical coordinate system is. It's a tool used for navigation based off the sky sphere, right? The celestial sphere. Okay, the celestial sphere existed long before anyone suggested that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I guess I need to think about this. Like, I can't say I understand everything you said. Probably
No, it's a
some of
lot
them
of
it just like,
information. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I'm just like I can't understand some of these. Like if Earth is globe, then it means like all the countries has some neighbors, right? Like left and right. But if it's flat, it should be one of the country shouldn't be next to each other because it's
Well,
not. It's
they're
not.
not all next to each other. Maybe you could think of it like this, right? Think about a big giant lake, and then you've got islands in the lake, right? You know how you can have islands sticking out of the water inside a lake? Okay, now if you scale that up to a really big scale, okay, this is a way that I like to think about where we live. Okay, like a big lake, the water's flat, okay, and then the continents are kind of like islands inside the lake. And you can go from one continent to the other continent, right? Then you could circle around the lake one way and get to Japan. And then you could leave Japan from the other way and circle around. Could go east or west, right? Get to other continents. You can go from place to place, right? Just like in your town, you can go around to the bank, and then you could go to the post office, and you go to all different places, right? It doesn't need to be a sphere to get from point to point. Now, that map that people are used to looking at, the big rectangular Mercator projection, right? That's not how the flat Earth is laid out, right? That's not how the globe is laid out either. That's a distorted projection based off the celestial coordinate system, or the spherical coordinate system, called the WGS84, which basically originated from what we spoke about before, taking elevation angle measurements to the stars. Right? That's what latitude came from. So the map's not the territory. A map is a tool, right? It's a coordinate system. So you could take that spherical coordinate system and you could project that onto any surface, right? You could put it onto the outside of a dinosaur, okay? And then you could use that dinosaur, and as long as the coordinate system was overlaid onto the dinosaur correctly, you could use the dinosaur to navigate, right? And you could use your dinosaur map to get from China to LA or something like that without a problem, because you're just using the coordinate system conversion. But look, this is what it comes down to, rather than getting too technical into maps and that kind of thing, right? If the water is not curving, then the Earth cannot possibly be a globe, right? That's the thing that we can all test. That's the thing we all experience in reality. When we go to the beach, we see a flat horizon, we see flat water at a lake. They've told us that we're so small and the Earth's so big that that's why it looks flat. All right, but then when we actually go and test for the curvature, like in that observation I showed you, it's not there.
Yeah.
Right? And nobody has any evidence that the water is curving other than pictures from space that you can never check. And then most of the pictures from space, once you look into those pictures, you'll find out that, oh, even NASA admits they're just CGI and made in Photoshop, composited. For example, most of the pictures of the globe that you've seen from space are just composites, according to NASA. Okay, and there's interviews with the guy that actually makes them, that works for NASA. His name's Robert Simon, right? It's the guy here in this picture. If you go to nasa.gov and type in Mr. Blue Marble, right? That's this guy. He makes these images that we get presented of the globe from space. Now, if you zoom into them, you'll see that there's copy-pasted clouds and all sorts of issues with them. All right, and here's a video that I'm uploading now, which is an interview with Robert Simon, and he explains this. He says they take 3 months worth of low-altitude scans of the Earth, okay, and then that data gets sent to him, and then he converts the data into images. Okay, and then he has all of these images of little sections of the Earth, okay, and then he stitches them together into a big giant flat map. And then he takes that flat map and he wraps it around a globe in Photoshop. and then he adds in the clouds and he adjusts all of the colors. And he says it's my job to take this data and to put it into CGI software and to make it look like what people think that the Earth should look like from space, to meet people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like. He says that's a very difficult job. He said because it looks pretty flat. It looks pretty, flat is literally the word he uses. Okay, and he says that he has to add specular highlights and he has to do a lot of editing and shading, right? And the clouds that they put in, right? They add the clouds in later on.
Yeah,
so that's why there's lots of copy pasted. Yeah, so look, that's the thing. Like a lot of those pictures that you're seeing from space are just admitted to be CGI, but most people don't know that. Now, just quickly, right? I'll just show you one last image. Okay, so this is 2 images from NASA. Okay, 2002 Blue Marble and 2007 Blue Marble. Now, what you can notice in the images below is that they've used the exact same clouds on both of them, right? That's the identical clouds 5 years apart. Okay, most people think that these are photographs of the Earth from space, but they're not. And if you look these up on NASA, you'll find these exact images on NASA's website. Just type in 2002 Blue Marble, NASA, and it'll come up. And you can find the image, and they will explain that they use the same cloud data for both of these images. Okay, these are not photographs. These are composites admitted to be made in Photoshop.
Yeah, oh my God, it's too much to understand for now. But it just pushed me to think about my first question again. Like, I don't know why people wanna believe Earth is globe. Like, if all people accepted that Earth is flat, what will change? Like, what will happen? Why they are afraid of even study on it? Because there are a lot of people, not only this group, obviously, in the world, there are a lot of flat earthers. And time to time, they're just coming to my feed on Instagram, and actually, I really watch them totally.
Mm-hmm.
But I just can't understand why those important people and the rich ones like Elon Musk, why he is not study on what if Earth is flat? Why they are afraid of?
Yeah, look, I don't know. It's hard for us to get inside the minds of other people. Okay, and I don't know if Elon Musk knows that the Earth is a globe or flat. I think he's faking a lot of the footage that we're being showed, right? Like when he said that he sent a Tesla into space, right? The footage looks so fake and so ridiculous that even Elon Musk, when asked about it, he laughed about it and he said, "Yeah, we know it's real because it looks so fake. If we were going to fake it, we'd have much better CGI." So even he admits it looks fake. Now, he doesn't even have top clearance at SpaceX, right? People think that he's the guy in charge of everything, but he's not. He doesn't even have the security clearance to know exactly what's going on at SpaceX. He's more like the media man. He's like the puppet boy, right, behind the name. Okay, like the kind of like what the president is in a sense for the United States, right? He's probably not Joe Biden probably wasn't calling all of the shots, right? And when someone has a problem, they go, "Oh, well, we have to go ask Joe what to do." No, he's the person that goes around and does press conferences and has scripts that he reads, right? He's the face behind the company, okay? And he doesn't even have top security clearance, right, to know exactly what's going on. It's some lady, I forget what her name is, that has the real power at SpaceX. Now, you can be faking space, right? You could be faking footage of the moon landings and things like that and still 100% think that the Earth's a globe, right? This isn't flat Earth related, really, right? A lot of people know that the moon landings were fake that still think the Earth's a globe. Now, even the astronauts that were involved in faking the moon landings, right? They might even still think the Earth's a globe, right? They've never been up high enough to see if the Earth's flat or a globe, and they've probably never gone out and tested it, right? But there was something called the space race, and that space race didn't end after America got to the moon. Okay, there's still all of these countries competing for this prestige position of being a spacefaring country. It's like, oh, India has done it now. Israel can send up stuff, right? Like, China wants to have a piece of the pie as well in that worldwide respect or that worldwide, accomplishment of being a spacefaring country. Because America was they were the ones, right? They were like, oh, we beat the Soviets and we're the only country that has been to the moon and we're so amazing and great. Okay, and other countries want to be seen that way on a worldwide scale as well. So, a lot.
Say something again?
Yeah, go ahead, Mo.
What you said about with the Tesla thing that he sent it out of space. I want to pick on the wordage for a second. As you just referenced, he said you can tell it's real because how fake it is. If we wanted to fake it, we would use better CGI, which implies they are using CGI in that video already. It's right there within the sentence, like, hey, this isn't real, this isn't a video, it's CGI.
Yeah, it's crazy. And look, I even just put an image in the side chat. Okay, firstly, you shouldn't be able to see that much of the globe from where this thing was in space. Secondly, you can see a stitch line straight down the center of the globe there, blatantly. So,
I didn't even
that looks...
Oh my god, I didn't know about that. The stitch line, I didn't see that before. Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues with the and they had the car in this big giant studio with green screens as well. Right, this thing. It just happens to look exactly like the footage as well. But at the end of the day, we don't have to debunk all of this space stuff because, like Overfences told you, it goes against natural law. Outer space being a vacuum hasn't been scientifically proven to be possible. Okay, it goes against natural laws. And we also, when we test the surface of the Earth, it's not a globe. Okay, so whatever's happening above the surface of the Earth is happening above a flat Earth. A topographical plane is what you should call it technically, because we have hills and valleys and mountains. Most of the surface area that we know about is covered in water, which doesn't curve. Okay, and anyone can go and test this out.
Yeah, like what about that ship thing? Like, to be honest, in real life, I never saw it. Like a ship going far away and disappearing. Like I don't have ocean in my country. But like,
oh yeah. Well, look, I grew up on the ocean. I grew up on the east coast of Australia at a place called the Gold Coast. And I grew up just near the beach, surfing and fishing. I was there all the time, as much as I could be at the beach. And in that location, we had, it's a giant hub for where cruise ships leave from. Okay, so there's tons of fishing boats that go out from the beaches where I would be fishing or surfing. And there was also tons of cruise ships as well going out into the ocean. Now, most of the time, what happens when you watch a ship go out, right? Because quite often I would be sitting there fishing, right? And what are you doing when you're sitting there fishing? You're just staring out into the ocean, waiting for a bite, okay? Watching ships go out a lot of the time. Now, what happens most of the time is that the ship will get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see the ship anymore. Okay? It doesn't start to disappear behind curvature. The only time it will look like it's disappearing from the bottom will be if you have waves, right? Like ocean swells, big swells out in the ocean, which is also pretty common to have, depending on where you live. Okay, so if you have ocean swells, right, they're going to block the bottom of the ship because those ocean swells aren't very far away from you. Okay, but as that ship goes beyond the ocean swells, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective. Okay, so even though it's a big ship, it looks like it's tiny, really tiny because of perspective. So that ocean swell that's in the foreground can easily block the bottom of the ship that's in the background. Kind of like the way that you could block a mountain if you just hold your arm out in front of you, right, and put your hand up in front of your eyes. You could block a mountain in the distance, even though the mountain's giant and your hand's small. Due to the way our perspective works, is things in the foreground can block large things in the background. So it works out the same with waves and boats. Now, sometimes we can also have miraging effects as well, which can make it look like the boat's sinking or the boat is floating up in the air, right? Depending on which type of miraging effect you have. Okay, but most of the time it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. And I'll put some footage in the side chat. I'm sure people are already putting it in there, but here's a big giant ship. Okay, giant, looks like a cruise ship or something similar, one of those big giant ships. Okay, 1 second. All right, have a look at this one. All right, so the guy's standing at the beach. And when he isn't zooming out with the camera, you can't see the ship at all. All right, but when he zooms in, all of a sudden you can start to resolve the ship again. And then when he zooms all the way in, you can see the whole ship. Now, if you reverse engineer this scene that I just showed you, let's just say that this guy doesn't have a camera with him. He doesn't have this amazing zoom camera. He's just standing there where he's standing. And let's say that ship isn't out far in the ocean. It's right where the guy is, okay, right in front of him. And then the ship starts to sail out to where we can see it in this GIF. All right, it's going to look like it goes out and it's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller until all of a sudden he can't see it anymore because of the angular size of the ship. It's called the angular resolution limit of the human eye. Once something gets below 0.02 degrees in your field of view, you can't resolve it anymore. It's unresolvable. Right? But when he pulls out a camera, he's able to increase the angular size of that ship, and all of a sudden the human eye is able to resolve it because we have magnification. And then look, we can see the ship again. Right? They didn't have this technology back in the old days where this myth of ships going over the curvature came from. Okay, but now our technology has outgrown their myths or their lies or their misconceptions of the cause of the effect, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, like I got you. Like in Istanbul, we have a few like islands next to Istanbul, and if I go seaside, I can see those islands like from the ground. It's not like from Alf or something like that. I can see totally. It's not that close. So yeah, about this, it's interesting.
So back in 2015, Nikon, they brought out some amazing cameras, right? Zoom cameras called the P900 cameras, Coolpix P900, and that's how this flat Earth stuff started to surge on social media platforms, because people started buying these cameras, and they were able to zoom in on islands like you're talking about, and able to zoom in on ships out in the ocean, and they're like, hey, hold on, shouldn't that ship be like, I can see this ship and it's 30 miles away. Right? Shouldn't there be Earth curvature blocking the ship? And then you can do the math and you're like, damn, this ship should be hidden by 600 feet. I shouldn't be able to see it. How come I can see it? Okay, and then they started posting these videos on the internet. And in 2015, 2016, this topic became huge, right? These videos were getting millions of views. And it got to the point where it was the most popular searched item or term on YouTube. Right? It even overtook Donald Trump in search results on YouTube during the 2016 election. Now, all of a sudden, they freaked out about this. Right? The government freaked out about this, and US Congress contacted the heads of these social media platforms like Google and YouTube and Facebook. Okay, and they had a Congress meeting, and we have the Congress meeting, right? Footage of the Congress meeting, and they say, hey, what are we going to do about flat Earth? Right? And they said that they were going to censor it. Okay, and that's what they did. And if you have a look at the algorithm, right, after 2016, it went up, spiking up like crazy, and then all of a sudden it just died because they started hiding the search results. Okay, and not only did they hide the videos, right, they shadow banned the topic of flat Earth. They would put a disclaimer underneath the flat Earth videos saying that this is misinformation. It's flat Earth is an archaic, ancient belief that's long been debunked. Don't watch this video, basically. And they would also hide the videos from the search results. So when you type in flat Earth, it wouldn't come up. But they didn't stop there. Right? They actually got a playlist of incorrect flat Earth information, right? Propaganda, you could call it, where it would come up. If someone would type in the name of a specific flat Earth video, this propaganda playlist would come up. Okay, and then they would click on one of those videos and it would make flat Earth seem ridiculous. Okay, they would just make it seem stupid, make it seem like it's some crazy conspiracy theory. They'll show you pictures of discs floating around in space with all the water falling off the edges and boats tipping off the edge, and you know, that's censorship has is still present up to this day. It's starting to reduce just this year. But it's still there, right? If you go to Google right now and you type in flat Earth and hit images, you're going to see discs in space. And no flat earthers claim that. So it's crazy how they tried to censor it. And it was a successful censorship program. And not only did they censor it, they started portraying it as something that would be extremely unpopular if you were interested in it. Okay, it's censorship by ridicule. Okay, they will make it so it's socially unpopular that you should be mocked and called stupid if they kind of demonize the term flat Earth in a sense. Right, to whereas if you talk about flat Earth, people will laugh at you and mock you and ridicule you, even though they don't know any of the arguments. The people that are mocking you and ridiculing you, right? And they probably don't know much about the globe, and they don't know anything about flat Earth, but they're going to mock you and think you're stupid if you talk about flat Earth, and that's a powerful technique that governments use to get rid of information that they don't want people looking into.
Yeah, I got you. Just I need to think about this.
Cool. Well, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, same. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. And yeah, one last thing. Look how popular the topic is, even with the censorship. I mean, look on this server. This is just an English teaching server. Okay, and then we look at the top voice channels.
Yeah, like actually we always, talk about this in community channel, like staff channel. And, like we actually like love this topic.
Yeah, it's a good topic. But if I go in general chat right now and start talking about flat Earth, right, it'll make moderators angry and they'll tell me that stop talking about flat Earth. Get out of here with that. I'll ban you, right? This triggers people's worldviews, right? This is like telling a Muslim that Muhammad doesn't exist or something like that, right? They're not going to take it well.
Yeah, like actually Simon is here too. Simon is head moderator. And like if someone mentioned about like Earth is globe or something like that, we always say like, go talk in flat Earth VC and just, try to explain it, prove it. And they never do, because no one can do it.
It's extremely difficult, and people get a rude shock when they come in here because they have a false sense of confidence most of the time. Most of the time they think that maybe they like to debate, okay, and they think, oh, some stupid flat earthers, this will be easy, right? These people are idiots. I'm going to go in and easily debunk their arguments. And then once they actually get in here and engage in battle, I guess you could call it, right, like a debate, they quickly realize that the flat earthers have studied the globe model in extreme detail. Okay, we know everything about how the globe works, or is claimed to work, right? And that person doesn't actually know much about the globe, right? They don't know what the radius is. They don't know how big it is or why it spins or anything like that. Okay, and then on top of that, the perception that they have of flat Earth is completely false, right? So they don't know anything about our claims that we're making, right? So imagine entering into a debate or a war, a battle where you don't know any of your opposition's strengths or plans or anything like that, right? You don't know your debate opponent's argument at all. And you don't even know your own argument. You don't have it. So you've entered into a debate or a battle without any ammunition. And then all of a sudden they find themselves like basically naked on the battlefield when they've provoked a battle. And then they have to try to work out how they're going to deal with the situation, whether they just hit the disconnect button, right? Or they're going to start trying to insult us. Okay, that's one of the other things people do. Or some people will just say, yeah, look, I don't know, right? I don't know if the Earth's a globe. I believe it's a globe because that's what I got told, right? This is the honest person, right? This is kind of what you said as well. You're like, I believe it's a globe, but I haven't really studied it, right? I don't know it for a fact, but I believe it because, you've probably never been given any alternative to it, and you've never seen this information presented to you. Okay, and that's what we look for. We're looking for people that are, willing to engage in discussions in good faith. We're not trying to convince people. Okay, my goal with you is so you have a better understanding of where we're coming from. And then I would encourage the next step, if you wanted to take it, to be to put on your critical thinking cap, okay, and critique the information that we're telling you. Okay, and then also use that same level of critique to the information from the globe side. Okay, and then work out the difference between what's empirical and what's just faith-based evidence. And then weigh it up. Okay, say, okay, the flat earthers have this evidence, the globe earthers have this evidence. I'm going to critique both of them equally and then come to a logical conclusion based off that. Okay, that's my goal, is to reach that stage with people to where they can try to work it out for themselves if they want to. If not, that's fine as well. At least they have a better understanding of where we're coming from. So if someone asks them about, how about those stupid flat earthers, they could at least say, well, actually, they make some decent points. And most people have a misunderstanding of where they're coming from.
Yeah, I got you. Actually, on Discord, people mostly join this guest room VCs just to debate or have some fight or insultant, but they can't understand. It's actually a good chance to talk with people in different opinion about religion or politics or any of this, So I just join those VCs and I actually ask some questions. Maybe I'm not trying to convince myself to believe anything. Like I said, if Earth is globe, it's globe. If it's flat, it's flat. It doesn't affect my life right now, That's why actually it's not too important for me. But yeah, it's always nice to hear other opinions and try to understand their perspective.
Awesome. Yeah. Appreciate that. That's all we are asking people to do.
Yeah, and there is a guy in VC called Simon. He is physicist. And whenever I talk about flat earth, he claimed that he can prove it's globe. So that's why he came to listen. And right now, when I leave, I will just message him about your argument. And, I will just push him to the edge that he can't answer my questions.
Yeah, we have a lot of physics students, right? We have physicists, we have satellite engineers that come in and try to debate with us. We also have people that have physics degrees and that are university professors on our own side as well. Okay, we have a lot of credentialed people on our side as well. A lot of pilots, a lot of aerospace industry workers, that kind of thing. So there's intelligent people on both sides. But at the end of the day, right, a lot of people that have degrees, they're just better at explanations, right? They're better at explaining what the current mainstream view is on certain things. Okay, so they might be very articulate and eloquent at describing what the textbooks that they memorized say. Okay, but what we are doing here is we're asking them to validate those explanations with empirical evidence. Okay, and that's where they fall short, usually. Okay, we want to see, if the Earth is a globe, right, the water has to be curving. If gravity is real, the water has to be curving, right? So over this certain distance, it must be curving a certain amount, right? If it's not, that's impossible according to the current understanding of gravity and the size of the globe, right? So that's the prerequisite to the Earth being a globe. So we would say, if you want to claim the Earth's a globe, you're going to need to validate it, right? You're going to have to, and you don't have to do it yourself, right? Find us one person throughout all of history that's gone out and empirically validated that water curves over distance. Okay, show us that you can have gas pressure, right, adjacent to a space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr, without a container, right? And that gravity is affecting gas particles and holding gas particles down when gas particles don't have a directional bias. Okay, we're happy to get into the physics. We're happy to get into the laws of nature and into the nitty-gritty details with anyone of any educational status or whatever, any credentials. We've spoken to everyone, right? We've had people from every industry come in and try to debate with us, but not one of them has ever been able to present any empirical evidence. It's always going to be fancy explanations, right? And tactics to try to stump someone on a definition, a technical definition or something like that, or try to just appeal to things that they can never actually validate themselves, right? Which is usually pointing up into the sky and talking about things that we can't really validate, right? Things that only exists in an extremely technical, heliocentric model, basically. And I'll talk about.
Can I say something again?
Of course, man. Go ahead, man.
Thank you, and I appreciate your kindness, if you will. So the way that I look at things, right? And let me just see your name one more time, Auntie Nur, right? Huh, Nur and Mur. That's fun. So the way that I look at things, right? If I can't actually, you don't even have to go out. Like you should, right? Go out and do measurements and observations for yourself to disprove or prove anything, right? But if you can't actually do any of the things in a like a smaller example, right? Like if I was to tell you, anytime you throw a rock, it's going to levitate for 5 seconds before shooting straight, right? If you can't recreate that, would you believe it? Probably not, right?
Yeah.
So, like, just take the heliocentric model. You have curved water on the outside of a ball, right? With nothing holding that water to the ball except quote unquote gravity. Can you recreate that? No, right? Can you have low pressure next to high pressure without them like violently equalizing and expanding in all directions? No, right? And those are the first steps that led me towards like actually researching flat earth. When I just sat there and honestly listened to people like DJ, right, having these conversations, and I would think, wait a second, can I even recreate that in like a laboratory or like a small experiment at home, right? And the answer was always no, right? So we just need to use God-given common sense, or nowadays it's probably uncommon sense. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Oh, Auntie, I just want to say one more thing too before you go. I have to duck out for a moment, but for one, I really appreciate the conversation you've had. You have some really good questions, and you're going to have a lot more questions in the days to come, I hope. I'm going to send you a friend request and link you to a couple servers that we have that has information on like every topic you can think of related to this. And feel free to come back and ask any questions along the way. And I just wanted to comment on one more thing you said, which was, you said, globe or flat doesn't really change your life. And I'm just going to be straight with you and say that I think you would be surprised to find out how it actually does change your life in a positive way. And I think that all of us here on the flat earth side would say the same. So, I mean, don't give up on looking into it. And like I mentioned in the text chat, just take some time and think it over for yourself and try to piece it together and just give it some time to settle. And there's a lot more that will come up for you. So, but thanks for your time. I really appreciated that convo.
Yeah, like it was fun for me. And like actually at the beginning, that's why I asked like why it's so important, like how it changed our life, if it's like global or flat. Just because if I need to study on something, like I'm psychologist myself, that's why I'm already like reading a lot and working a lot. I work 7 days and long hours. and I have like a lot of therapies and taking notes, observing, study on them, and blah blah. So that's why if I want to study on some topic like flat Earth, I need to have a purpose for it. So that's why actually, like, when I think about it, of course I will have some questions, I will come back and ask, but for like really studying on it, I don't have any reason to do it right now. That's why it's not important for me. Of course, like, it might change my life in some way, but right now I don't know those ways.
Yeah, well, you've been introduced to it, so there's no going back now.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you asking why it's important? Just simply, you asking why the Earth and it being flat or it being a sphere is important or not?
Yeah, like at the beginning, I asked the lady, like, what if we all accept it's flat? How it will change our life, or what will change?
I think that's, with all due respect, it's a bit shallow and superficial. It's not going to necessarily change your life tomorrow at a snap of a fingers. You're still going to have to, provide for your family, provide for your life, go to work, college, whatever you do. Like you said, you study and whatnot. You're still going to need to do these things to eat and survive and pay bills. You're still going to need to take part in the world in which it is. It's a bit deeper than that. We're talking about the primary factors of our reality and where it came from. Because if we look at the idea that the Earth is a sphere, the Earth is a ball, and it orbits around the sun, that comes with its own, let's say, creation story. Comes with a big bang, right? And that big bang exploded everything into existence. And then a few miracles later, we've got an evolution story, which tells us a story how conscious life evolved over time. So me and you can sit here and ask these really deep and meaningful questions. I think having the power of control over our perception of our reality, who we are, where we are, and if or not we have any purpose at all is deeply psychological and personal to the individual. I would suggest that's potentially one of the reasons why this is such a grand deception, because it leads you down a particular path which they control the narrative, i.e. who you are, where you are, how you got here, and what your purpose is. They control that.
So, I'm going to quickly add on to what Jedi said, Auntie, if I may. Because I'm also a bit of a psychology nerd myself. I studied in my free time quite a bit. I'm not going to go into anything like too extreme, right? But just looking at it this way, considering the whole cosmology that you have with the globe model, the heliocentric model, you can see how many articles from NASA and the other space agencies, news media, so on and so forth. They constantly say like, "Ooh, a comet this size, that size, just barely missed us," right? Just that alone, it creates a subconscious fear, right, and anxiety within people, right? And you can see that in life, in your own personal life, how many people are actually anxious and stressed out and afraid for no apparent reason, right? Even as a psychologist. So that's one thing, right? It affects you on that level. And when you're in that state of being, right, subconsciously, you can't truly function properly. And the second psychological thing which impacts us as individuals and a society, right, a civilization, is that, pardon me, if you believe that you're spinning around in all these different directions and just aimlessly wandering, right, with no purpose whatsoever, right, then you don't even know where up and down is. You're not firmly planted on the ground, both physically and mentally, right? You're basically lost. And they use those quote unquote side effects to control us to various degrees, right? So that's just one thing from a psychological standpoint. I'm not talking about anything with like God or any other topic, right? Although there are many other that you can also involve. Truly, there is an infinite amount of things that go on a psychological level as well as other things when it comes to the flat Earth model, or flat Earth itself, I should say.
Thank you so much. And right now I need to leave, but I will definitely think about this and we'll come back.
All right. Awesome. Well, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by, and see you again another time.
Yeah, have a great day all. Bye bye.
Awesome. Catch you later. Bye.
I love her energy. She truly is like, you can see that she just wants to understand. It's not about being right or proving something. Curiosity, right? And I just love that.
Yeah, definitely. She also said that she will start advertising our events and things like that randomly in the section of the server that's announcement section. So that's cool.
Oh,
as well.
That's really cool. I
Considering that notification, it goes to almost 400,000 people. So
wow. Okay. Wow. Respect for that. Gotta appreciate that. DJ, may I ask you, if I remember correctly, you're in the US, right? You're situated in the US.
I'm in Poland, in Europe.
Oh, in Poland. So you're my time zone then. Awesome.
Yeah. It's 5:30 p.m. right now.
Could you tell me like what time frame, for example, tonight or tomorrow night, would you have like maybe half an hour of time to talk like privately?
Yeah, man. Just if you see me on here, just send me a DM, and almost any time that I'm available will be fine.
Okay, because I really want to have a conversation about some other topics with you and get your input, as well as talk about more serious things.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Perfect.
Hello, hi.
Hello.
I have a question.
Go ahead. Shoot.
If the earth is flat, why are people trying to hide this truth?
Can I answer this question? Am I allowed to go off the leash for a bit?
Yeah, try to keep it as empirical as possible, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, first and foremost, it's a way to control you, right? In the sense of what you believe, what is happening and what isn't happening, right? If people can control your perception, they can control your perspective, right? Now, you can go like quickly and dabble into things like God, right? An example. Maybe they're trying to hide that, right? And going with the whole science thing. It could be a thing about just having that innate oneness that we're all living on the same plane of existence, right? We all share it, and we shouldn't like be divided, right? It could be now on a speculation scale, right? And I'm not going to go too deep, just name some things. And maybe it has something to do with like Nikola Tesla and his research, right? Or what he supposedly was researching and doing. It might have something to do with extra territories, right? Within our own plane of existence, right? Quite recently, if I remember correctly, 3 or 4 years ago, Japan discovered like 2,000 new islands, right? Isn't that weird, right? I thought we already discovered everything. There's nothing more to discover, Truman, right? You're already too late. So if they found like 2,000 new islands, who is to say there's not even more land that we don't know about or aren't aware about, right? That isn't just mapped out. So those are some things, right?
I see.
Yeah. Also, most people are just repeating information that they got taught at university and school growing up. Okay, most people are not lying about it, and you can't hide it because the Earth is outside. It's flat. We experience it as flat. Water is flat on the surface, and people can give you misinformation about it and twist your mind in such a way that you are denying your own common sense, right? And they can convince people that what they experience as reality is the opposite. Okay, that's power. That's powerful to be able to control someone, that they can convince them that what seems like real isn't real. It's actually the opposite. Okay, so they've replaced people's common sense with their own narrative, with nonsense, and people just believe it. So
It makes sense.
yeah, and I think like most people are not lying about it. Your physics teacher at school, or some scientist, or
Textbooks in schools, they say Earth is a globe. That's what.
exactly, yeah. And the teacher, right? They're not lying. They're just very good at memorizing and saying what it says in the textbooks back to the students. They're not lying to the students, even though they're giving them incorrect information. It's not lying.
Because they're oblivious, right?
Yeah, it's just memorization and regurgitation of information.
And if I may quickly, because you mentioned like the textbooks, right? So Lemony, right? In the textbooks, it says that we've known that the Earth is a globe for like thousands of years, right? Well, just going off of my country, right, which is a small little country in the Balkans called Bosnia and Herzegovina. Back in my grandma's time, right, may she rest in peace, which is not that long ago. That was like 70, 60 years ago, right? She was taught that the Earth is flat. In Bosnia, right? You have in the United States of America newspapers that talk about not just newspapers, but individuals who are still alive, right? From the mid and early 1900s. That say that, yeah, we were taught that the Earth is flat. And then they went to both, and then they removed the flat Earth and just left the heliocentric model, right? So even there, you can see that the history or textbooks aren't being honest to you, and as well as the teachers, right, and other individuals. Because history shows us, right, if you do a bit of research, that this was taught way earlier, right, than what they're saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I think Jedi made a good point. Sorry, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Lemony. Go ahead and respond to what Mer said.
No, yeah, I was just saying I will have to do more research. It's interesting.
That's all we want. We don't want to, like, it's not our goal to convince you or make you believe anything, right? We just want you to use your own mind, your own God-given common sense, and do your own research and observations, and then come to your own conclusion. And hopefully you can be as non-biased as possible when you're doing that.
Yeah.
DJ, did you want to say something?
Well, no, I noticed Jedi. I remember Jedi said something earlier that was interesting. I don't know if he's still there and wants to repeat what he said.
Kind of forgotten now, dude. But thank you, I appreciate that.
Like some time ago, I read in a book that let's suppose there is a ship that in the water and it's far away from us. And the first thing we will see about the ship will be the top part of the ship. So let's say if it has a flag, a tall flag, so we will see the top part of the flag first and then the whole ship. And that is like one point that tells that it's like a curvature.
Right. That's what people get taught happens. But if you have a look into it, you'll find out that that's actually more of a myth than anything. Okay, so what happens most of the time is when a ship goes out, it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. Okay, so you can still see the horizon, but it looks like the ship's gone. Now, we have amazing technology now, right? Amazing zoom cameras and things like that. Okay, and we can see the ship looks like it's gone, and then we can zoom in on the ship and we can see the whole ship again, proving that it wasn't actually gone behind any curvature. Okay, it was actually just disappearing due to the angular size becoming too small for the human eye to resolve. Okay, if you have a look in the side chart, there's an example of what I'm talking about, right? This is a giant ship. Okay, and if he didn't have this camera, he wouldn't be able to see that ship. Okay, and if that ship was close to him, and then the ship sailed away, and he didn't have this camera, he would just see the ship sail away and get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then disappear. Okay, but because we have this amazing technology now, we can zoom in and we can say, oh, wow, the ship, it's still there. Okay, it's not gone behind any curvature at all.
I see.
Yeah, so a lot of these arguments that we get taught about how we know the Earth's a globe have been debunked. Now that we have more knowledge about optics and more knowledge about technology, we have access to technology now that they didn't have access to back when they assumed that the reason you can't see the ship is because it's gone over the curvature of the Earth. Okay, that's not the case. We've got hundreds of tests now, actually, where we can zoom in and we can see things that are really, really long distances away that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but they're not. We can see it. So maybe back in the past, they thought that because they can't see something, it must be behind the curvature of the Earth, but actually, there are other factors that they didn't take into account that we now know, right? And we can show that it's not because of the curvature of the Earth at all, right? Sometimes it's because of optical effects in the atmosphere, okay, miraging effects or waves, simply waves out in the ocean swells, okay? Like that video I just showed you a moment ago, if there were waves on that day, it would look like the bottom of the ship's missing, okay? But it's not because of the curvature of the Earth, it's because of the waves are blocking the bottom of the ship. Something to think about anyway.
Yeah, it is. Like, this is my first time wondering about this thing. This is the first time I have joined this room. And it's interesting. Like, I'm gonna do more research, and if I find evidence and like if I start if things make sense, then it's going to be mind-blowing.
Yeah, it seems like a silly topic when you first hear about it, and then I guarantee you the more you look into it, the more sense it starts to make. Once you start looking at the long-distance observations and hearing the explanations for all of the questions you have, it slowly starts to come together like a jigsaw puzzle, and it becomes obvious. And then after for myself personally, okay, after years of researching this, I can't believe that I was so passionate about defending that the Earth was a globe. Back when I thought it was a globe and I heard about flat Earth, I thought flat Earth was the dumbest thing ever. And of course it's a globe. And then after the more and more research I started to do, I started realizing that the globe is more just a belief, right? It's something that we just get taught growing up, kind of like tradition. And then the more I start looking into the actual evidence, I'm like, damn, all of the flat Earth arguments make way more sense. Okay, and the globe arguments require faith, kind of like a religion in a way, where they'll tell you things about like up in space and things like that, right? Things that you can't ever check. Whereas the flat earthers are showing you real world tests, right? Like laser tests across the surface of the water and zoom footage and things like that, where you can go and check it, right? We've got it all filmed on video, whereas the globe side will be telling you about exoplanets millions of light years away and things like that you can never check any of that kind of thing. So yeah, I encourage you to look into it if you want to, and we're always here to answer questions if you have any questions that come up.
Yeah, sure. I'll hop onto this room and I'll ask.
Cool.
I used to think like it was just a meme, flat earthers, but this is the first time I'm hearing about it, that people are serious about this, and it's interesting.
Okay, sir. Just tell me. I believe on your point on that behalf, but I have a question related to that point, right, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sir, tell me that why are we still stuck to the ground? Do you have any kind of a theory related to that kind of a point, or any kind of a knowledge about that tells us that why we are still stuck on the ground? What is the force that makes us stick to the ground?
Okay, well, yeah, go ahead, Jedi. Yeah, please.
Scientifically, the best description we can give anybody about what is happening is termed as relative density. We obviously have the phenomena of solid or liquid objects falling at a rate of approximately 9.8 meters per second squared. Not all states of matter behave like that. Obviously, gas has the power of indefinite expansion. But primarily, if we're talking about why things seem to rise or go down, it's due to the object and the medium relationship. Say, for example, you've got an egg and it's in water, and the egg is at the bottom of the tank that the water is in. Now, if you were to change the density of the water, say add salt to it, you'd watch the egg rise and then it would become buoyant upon the surface. Outside of that type of scientific experiment and hypotheses, I don't think we can give you a true mechanism as to why things appear, not all things, but appear to work on a vertical axis we call up and down.
Okay, sir. Point.
You're aware of Archimedes' principle, right?
So, accordingly to you, if we somehow could change our density, then can we fly beyond the Earth's ground? Like,
If we change our density, can we fly? We're not changing our density, we're not flying. But we can have less dense things act in certain ways, like rise or set in gaseous mediums. I don't think the question about us flying and us changing our density is. I understand what you're trying to say.
if we joined, I have heard that there was a plane that could fly, which fills inside more gases inside, and from that the gas, like hot air balloon, like for example, if we take an example of that.
Yeah, we understand that hot air wants to expand faster than colder air. If we contain that and stop that expansion and pour that gas into a balloon, we can make the balloon with the people in the carriage rights. Yeah.
So this research came from the scientific papers, or did you have done your own research, like doing going personally by checking theoretically and practically and experimenting from
Yeah,
your
you asked for theories. I can only give you hypotheses with experiments. Those are the best thing that I can give you. And other than experimenting with objects and mediums, relative density, we can't vary and manipulate any theoretical force like gravity or anything like that in an experiment.
Sir, from my perspective, if you say that Earth is flat or Earth is globally circular, from my perspective, I haven't gone beyond the Earth. So, from my perspective, both the theories are flop. From my side, it's my
Okay,
perspective.
I understand that.
I even appreciate your perspective as well as
I
because I
understand that.
haven't I
Understand that.
have
Sorry, I
gone.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You don't need to go to space to prove this.
Okay.
Yeah, but the reason why we say the Earth is flat is not because we made it up in our head and for all intents and purposes the Earth looks flat and it appears stationary. It's because it's measured to be flat and stationary. The reason why we say the Earth is flat is because over any distance of the Earth that we can measure, we measure the surface of the Earth, primarily water, to be horizontal on the surface, which is a contradiction for a surface of a sphere which needs to curve. If the Earth was a sphere, we would measure curvature of the Earth over distance. We don't, however. Like I said, what we measure is the Earth to be horizontal, so cannot be a sphere. That's why we say the Earth's a sphere. It's empirical, measured, observed reality.
Okay. Okay, I believe on that point, sir. But tell me, sir, that if that is true, then why the water is constantly moving? If the Earth is means flat, as you say that Earth is flat,
Why
gravity
is the
is stable.
water? Sorry, why is the water constantly moving?
Yeah, on
Because
beaches
of
or
wind.
wind.
Yeah,
But
wind causes waves.
Here and there.
Yeah, it's kind of. I'll explain it like this: a body of water that is contained and at rest will be horizontal on the surface unless acted upon by an exterior force, for example, such as wind. Wind causes waves. Dude.
Okay, I'm listening.
That's it. You asked what caused waves. It's wind.
As you have heard that anything that moves constantly, have you ever tried that perpetual motion, like anything like that moves constantly? Have you ever tried anything experimenting like that kind of thing, that energy that constantly moves, a thing that with that constantly moves, like for example, if a proper example right now, like a visual example, but as you can say in the chat, people would give an example of that kind of a thing, that perpetual motion related to that kind of a thing.
Why do you need to be speaking about and explaining perpetual motion? What relevance does it have to the Earth?
Yes, like for example, if a container, for example, as you can say, if there is a flat thing over here, and there is no external body touching anything towards that kind of thing, like if we take two magnets and we make it fly over a surface, like levitating it through magnet, like for example, and we do it in a container, like closed container, like airtight container, and we fill that container with the water, then
Why?
there is still a thing which is going from one side to another, which is still supplying energy from magnet. We cannot see it, but we have something for something called force that is coming from the external body, like beyond the earth there is some kind of a power or force or
What? Whoa. Beyond the Earth, there is an external power or force. What's that?
Space magic.
Yeah, true.
What external force are you talking about?
Do you have any kind of explanation, or do you have any it's serious thing coming on that topic, means about the external force which is coming from beyond the earth?
No.
Or like gravity, like space magic gravity from Star Wars.
Not like movie, as you said that they are influencing people's thoughts, right? Not about I am not talking
What?
about that kind of a thing, but if we
Wait, what? There's an external force from space influencing people's thoughts. Are you really saying that right now?
It's the best way to allude to a tinfoil hat, if that's what he's trying to do.
Is that what you think, or do you think we think this?
just showing my perspective about on your thoughts and other thoughts. Not, it's not my thoughts that I am pushing over to everyone. If they want to believe on that, then they can believe. But it's about this channel is about like it's not pushing the thoughts, right? It is not influencing the people that believe on this, or else something will happen, that kind of thing. We are
People
just
come here to make wild claims and speculations, then we hold them accountable.
Okay.
This isn't a safe space for speculative claims. This is a safe space for rational empiricism, evidence, and logic.
Okay, sir.
Sorry to hit the fun breaks, but people think flat earthers are crazy enough as it is. There's no need to go off the deep end with wild ass speculations. Speculations that go unmitigated, unchecked.
No, here we go. You okay, sir?
Hello, Dr. Giggles. Welcome to the Flat Earth Chat.
Oh, why you deleted my gift, bro? Free speech, innit?
Wait, what? Is someone being oppressed?
Oh, yeah, I'm being oppressed.
Okay, well, you can speak freely now.
Okay.
What do you want? Have you got a question? Something you want to discuss?
No.
Oh, okay. You can mute yourself then.
No.
Oh, okay. You're one of those. No problem.
Not one of those, mate.
What brings you to the chat?
Oh, follow, bro. I'm.
And he's gone.
Wow.
Has anyone talked to Mr. Null?
I'm guessing that's Sasha. I'm not sure actually no, maybe I'm completely wrong about that. All right, forget I said that, but he does have the flat tag.
I think Lubuntu needs to have a chat.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. What's up, Lubuntu? You appear to be unmuted, but maybe you're on push to talk, but you are welcome to speak.
Say hello, Lubuntu.
Hey, hello. So all guys are thinking about like Earth is flat. No one is thinking like, but it's not possible.
It's not possible for water to be measured horizontal on the.
So if Earth is flat, then why day and night is going like so?
Because
Like
the sun moves.
Yes.
Because the
Like
sun moves.
The sun rise. So after night, where is sun gone?
Somewhere else where it's day. You'll notice it's always daytime somewhere, right?
Oh. See, like in India there is a night, but in USA you can see there is a day. So like sun is go to that side. So
Yeah,
if
the sun is
Earth is
closer to that location. Yeah.
so if Earth is flat, then every time like same timing is there, no? Like if in India there is a day, then America also there is a day. Should be day. So why this is different?
Because
If
the
Earth
sun
is
is
flat,
over. Because the sun is only overhead, one location of the Earth at any one time. It moves. Say, for example, you observe the sun at solar noon, high in the sky. For those in America, far to the west of your position, if you're looking south, they won't see the sun high in the sky. Maybe they'll see it low on the horizon, if just the light of the sun before the sun on the horizon. This is because
okay.
the
So
sun
what?
isn't there.
So
Over the
what do you
course of
think
the
about
day,
moon?
the sun will move to there, and then somebody in America can say, hey, look, it's solar noon because the sun is at 90 degrees south of my position.
So what do you think about moon? Moon is also flat, yeah.
Why would the moon be flat?
If you see Earth from moon, the Earth is
Sorry,
look like.
hold on. I want to take you seriously, but now you're talking about the moon. I told you that we say the Earth is flat because we measure it to be so. I haven't been to the moon to measure it to make a claim about its surface description, have I?
So okay or not? So like when we like scientists send their like any like Elon Musk, they send their Starlink in the space. So they are rotating around the Earth. If Earth is flat, then how do they rotate?
I don't know.
Do you know about a Starlink?
I've heard of these things, yeah. You're asking me about a mechanism of a device that I have no access to. You're asking me how it works. I don't know.
No, I'm not. Like they told us, like the Starlink is moving around the Earth. So moving around, like the Earth is rounded. That's why it's moving around.
Yeah,
But
but the
if it's
Earth
flat,
isn't round. Because we would measure the curvature of the Earth if it was round. We don't. We measure it to be horizontal. That's the primary focus. You're talking about secondary and tertiary things, right? Well, what about the moon? What about the sun? What about satellites? I don't know. I'm not on the moon. I'm not on the sun. And I'm not on a satellite to tell you how these things actually work.
Okay, so I asked today to Chat GPT. So he also told not Earth is not a flat. Earth
Oh,
is
okay then.
rounded.
That's only because it's been given the information that we feed it. So don't be
So
surprised that you get out the information that we feed it. It's not an autonomous, self-understanding and knowing sentient being. What the God? What's wrong with these people? Okay. Why did ChatGPT say that the Earth was a sphere?
because it's proved by the scientist.
Well, okay, because it's true because of the
No,
scientists.
brother. You are going
Scientists
wrong.
do science. What science did they do?
ChatGPT only reads on the data. The ChatGPT only reads on the paper, which we
Okay,
have,
I need an answer to the question that I asked, not you jumping in.
and they
Oh, you're still going to keep doing it.
it is not proven.
No,
Okay,
no.
I am sending one YouTube video. We can see how Earth look like from a space.
Indian brother.
Okay, so one at a time. Because of how the Earth looks from space.
Yes, I'm showing you 1
Okay.
minute.
So the Earth looks like a sphere from space, and the surface is curved. We should measure that. We don't. We measure the surface to be horizontal.
Yes, I think. JD bro, you are right. By the way, Earth is not flat. Who is saying? Oh, sorry.
By the way, the Earth is not flat. Who said that? All right, my friends, you've got some background music. Would you mind not having the music on whilst you speak?
JD brother, we appreciate your perspective as well, and the others' perspective as well. We believe on both the side.
You believe in contradictory things, okay?
We haven't moved beyond the earth. We haven't gone beyond the earth, or we haven't tried any kind of experiments ourselves. So from our perspective, it is like we are dumb peoples. Like we haven't
Why are we
tried
dumb?
from our perspective, and we haven't seen from our eyes. So how we can believe on your point of view and even a scientific perspective as well as
Because you measure the surface. Let me help you. Let me help.
So
let me help.
Like
When
we are
you let me help. When you type into ChatGPT the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, or the equivalent in kilometers, you'll understand that it's a sphere. That means that that has a curved surface. When they show you pictures from space of the Earth, it has a curved surface. So that means that we should measure over the distances that they say would have curvature to have curvature at a rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Now that's a rate of change of slope over miles that we measure every single day. When we measure over the miles, we don't measure the surface of water to be curved. We measure it to be horizontal. That's why we say the Earth is flat and we're not too small to measure it or see it. If it was there, there would be consequences. It would obstruct our view of things at the distance and it would be measurable over the surface. It isn't and it doesn't. So that was a good 45 seconds to 60 seconds of silence without any response to anything that's been said. Does anybody want to respond to anything that's been said over the last 5 to 10 minutes? Or does anybody else want to bring up a new subject of conversation with a new leading question potentially? Welcome to the Flat Earth 24 channel here on the English Hub. We welcome all of you. We understand that English is not your first language, the majority of you. This is a good place to expand, and maybe it's an advanced conversation that we can have. If English is you're not an advanced category, then please feel free to listen. If you've got any questions, please feel free to use the side chat. But again, we don't want you to be shy. So if you do have any questions about the subject at hand, which is the Earth and what it is, like I said, please feel free to do so. You can unmute your mic, tell us who you are, tell us what your name is, and bring forth your point for discussion. If you've got a question, like I said, you can ask it. I've noticed since we've been in this channel, we come from our own channel, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You can find it relatively easily. We've noticed in our time on this server and other servers as well, that people have a hubris and a confidence with their belief that the Earth is a sphere. They think that anybody that thinks anything to the contrary, like us, flat earthers, are ridiculous and potentially stupid. I've come to realise in these conversations over the 8 to 9 years that I've been partaking in them, that it is actually in the other direction. Although you have lots of confidence, you don't have any actual proof for your assertions, which is a problem within a debate forum. We like to debate whether the Earth is flat, and that usually comes with some kind of proof that can be validated by an individual, by yourself, by me, by anybody. If nobody has any proof that can be validated by anybody, then you don't have a standard of evidence. You have no proof. You just have stories. And I appreciate, because I haven't always been a flat earther. For up to maybe 40 years of my life, I believed exactly the same thing you did. The Earth was a planet, a sphere, and the moon orbited around us. We orbited around the sun, and there goes Jupiter and Mars doing the same thing that we are. We're all orbiting around the sun in this ever-expanding universe. Awesome stuff. It's not true, though, because if it was true, the surface of the Earth would measure over distance to have curvature, a rate of change of slope. We're understanding that this is purely geometry we're talking about, a shape. So if the surface of this shape was curved like a sphere, we would measure it. We don't measure it. And when I say we don't measure it, we don't measure it with surveying tools. So things that give you a direct line of sight. Now, you can use binoculars, you can use a theodolite, you can use lasers, you can use other electromagnetic signal propagation. Radars and all of these fanciful equipment. But ultimately, we can measure over the surface of the Earth. We do every single day when we build upon it. And when we survey the surface of the Earth, we survey it to be flat. It's not curving, it is horizontal over distances. So yeah, lots and lots of stories. But when the evidences need to be given, then we have a plethora, that's a good word, a plethora of observations, of laser tests and measurements, and other things that we can use anecdotally through everyday use of the Earth, including things like, as I said, construction, navigation, aviation. Some of the things that are used in like the military are fantastic, like early warning systems, and like I mentioned, radar earlier. These require a direct line of sight, and the distances that they can propagate our signals and then receive a ping is phenomenal, well in extent of any curvature of the Earth, I might add. But anyway, I've waffled far too long. I appreciate that maybe, like I said, this is your first time in the room. If you've got any questions about the flat Earth, then please feel free to do so. I'm going to go and make myself a cup of coffee.
ChatGPT. That's ChatGPT. You see this image? Okay. Do you see this image? Okay.
Oh, what's this? Ubuntu. Ubuntu in font size 80 asks or says, if Earth were flat, the sun's angle and size would change drastically between cities, but they don't. Different shadow angles at the same time in different places only make sense on a curved surface. No, these are both false for two main reasons. Number one depends on what the sun actually is. If you assume that it's an object of some known size, some comprehensible size, then perhaps it would change its angular size with perspective, with distance. But we don't know what it is. In fact, you don't know what it is either. And you recognize this as a problem within your own heliocentric cosmological worldview, and I'll tell you why. It's because you have to explain it as the sun being of immense size and immense distance. And then you put Earth in orbit around it at a relatively fixed distance away, although it fluctuates by about 3% over the course of a year. You have all these explanations, and you don't have any verifiable evidence to back any of this up. To your second point, different shadow angles at different times and places only make sense on a curved surface. That's patently false, right? It's patently false. You got a street light and stand directly underneath it. The shadow's directly below your feet. Somebody 30 feet away is going to have a long shadow, obviously on a flat surface. Obviously, no curving surface required. The very fact that you measure diverging rays to a point indicates to me that that the ray angles are going to be diverging. But because you can't triangulate the height of the sun, you say they come in parallel, which is required for you to reify your curving surface of a globe that you can't measure or actually see anywhere. So, yeah, Lubuntu, I would disagree on both points wholeheartedly, and I think your reasoning is flawed. But the question is, will you have the courage to mic up? Do you want to talk about this?
I think he did mic up earlier. Lubuntu, say hello again.
Let's talk about your globe problems. Let's talk about your magical space rays from the sun. Let's talk about the fact that you geometrically move the flat surface that we can measure and actually stand on to a flat surface in the sky, in outer space, in deep space, 93 million miles away. So that you could have parallel light to a curving surface that you can't see, that you don't know you're even standing on. You can't get away from the flat surface. Oh, so now he appeals to scientists. Then why scientists assuming Earth has a curved surface? Are they not assuming it's flat? So now you're appealing to scientists. You're asking me why they make a certain evaluation or interpretation of the data a certain way. I'll tell you why. It's because they believe the same thing you do without evidence. Do you think by virtue of being a scientist, it makes you more reasonable, more of a rational person, more logical, more evidence-based, more empirical? That's not necessarily true. If you want to appeal to scientists, how do you assume that we aren't scientists? How do you assume that I am not a scientist myself, or DJ's not a scientist, or Overfences, or Jedi, that they're not scientists? You know nothing about us. Alex says, mic up. I want to listen to debate. Why don't you mic up, Alex?
What ways can we test the moonlight and see if it's phosphorescent instead of incandescent?
What ways can we test the moonlight to see if it's phosphorescent versus incandescent?
Cold light as opposed to warm light.
I don't know that you can.
Is moon shade, moonlight viable?
No, I don't think any of the tests that I've seen conducted by people on the internet regarding like the moonlight being cold and colder than it is in direct moonlight than it is in the shade. I don't buy any of that. I haven't seen anything rigorous enough. I've seen a lot of mistakes.
Can we demonstrate that the moon produces its own light in any way?
I don't know. You know, and what would be the definition of producing its own? You know, if it's phosphorescent and it gets charged up by the sun and then just slowly releases and emits that energy back over time, is that really its own source? It's not really reflecting, I guess. But, you know, I tend to think it is reflecting. That's just me.
Yeah, I don't see why the craters, or so-called craters, whatever they are, why they would have shadows
Exactly.
inside them. You know, that if it was self-illuminating, I mean, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Absolutely right.
And when people say it's evenly lit as well, from a distance, it kind of looks like it's evenly lit. But if you zoom right in on it, yeah, I got some footage that I took myself here. When I'm zooming in on the top left from my perspective of the moon, and then I zoom, I pan down to the bottom right where the light, you know, appears like it would be coming from if it was. And it's way brighter when I zoom in. I got some footage here. Somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Okay. All right, so when I pan up to the left, it's this bright, and then when I pan down to the right, it's this bright.
Oh, that reminds me of something about the moon. Sorry to interject, DJ, if you want to finish what you were saying.
No, that's it.
Just remind. Yeah, okay. We've probably all seen like maybe documentaries about the moon and why it shouldn't be here and it's too big and all of this type of stuff, and it rings like a bell and all of this bollocks. One of the fascinating things that I've found is the crater depth. Doesn't matter the size of the crater, whether it's a small one or whether it's a large one, it doesn't go below a certain depth. So they say that when they measure the craters on the big one, it goes down to about 14 feet, let's say, or 14 meters. That's probably about better. About 14 meters. A small one will do the same thing if it does get to there. But ultimately, they're saying that the size of the rock that would have probably caused these craters would have buried much, much, much deeper into the moon's surface than this presumed or this apparent like layer that nothing appears to go beyond. So they don't even act in the way that NASA describes the moon to us. It's one of the anomalies. Act like a body that's been hit by an object because the craters aren't deep enough. And if you look at them, right, they all seem to share a same depth.
It is weird.
Would that be evidence that they're more of an eruption than an impact?
No idea. I mean, the other phenomena I remember is the peak within the middle. Quite a few, I don't think it's all, but quite a few of a certain type of crater have a peak within the middle, which is, you wouldn't necessarily find this with an impact crater, let alone that they're all majority hit at 90 degrees. But yeah, I don't know what caused them, dude, whether it's an explosion or some kind of implosion from below or something. No. It's possible. I just found
the
the depth really
speculation that it's
fascinating.
due. Yeah, it is fascinating. And what if it was due to some kind of like electrical pitting?
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
If you're talking about the phenomena within the middle, like peaking structure.
Well, not just that, but the depth too. I mean, if you have like one source of energy that's at a relatively stable, I don't know, call it power level, then it's going to peel off or pit at a consistent rate. That might explain the uniformity to the depth.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah,
Does anybody know Does anybody know the basis for the claim in the 50s by that one scientist that the moon was plasma? Did he put any information out on that?
No, in fact, nobody can trace him. Like his name doesn't appear in any on any rosters for any universities at that time or any databases of published papers. I mean, people have been searching for this guy for years, and I think it's a hoax. I don't think the guy really exists.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There was like a guy in the States who had the same name around the same time, but it definitely wasn't him.
Yeah, that's good to know.
What I found over the years, my friend, is there's been a lot of bad flat earth information being regurgitated and recycled by flat earthers. And some of it seems to be intentional to undermine our credibility.
Sure. Makes sense.
Yeah, NASA says that outer space is 99% plasma. Some of their own scientific research teams are consisting of electric universe proponents. it would almost stand to reason that what we're viewing on the moon is a consequence of some kind of interaction involving that.
Well, if that was true, it would sure lend to the strength of the idea of ion propulsion.
Check that out in the chat.
So that looks like, just to me, with my keen Jedi eye and experience, like a test site for some Death Star, maybe not full power. Looks like some kind of electrical impulse, plasma discharge or something. I don't know. Either that or a Death Star.
Yeah, I have a comparison of moon craters and what you're talking about. I need to find it, and it looks identical, almost identical.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, I thought I was just lagging. 24/7 flat Earth. What's going on?
The Earth being flat 24/7.
Is that Vivek? What's up, Vivek?
Yeah.
Good to see you, man.
All good. Everything is good.
We had a bunch of your server
Hey,
moderators in here
this stage is
earlier
wild right now.
asking
Why
questions about Flat Earth.
Flat Earth? Oh,
Auntie
that's good. Good to know.
Yeah, we had Auntie Nur in here for about an hour or two asking lots of questions. Had a great conversation. She's very nice.
Lovely. Good to know.
Yeah, I was saying your debate stage is pretty wild right now, man.
Oh yeah, I see a lot there. Christianity versus Islam.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like it would be wild.
That's funny, man. We're crushing it.
Oh, yeah. Yep. And that's with us also spending time in politics server as well. So still crushing it. Yeah, they don't have a chance of catching up anymore. These other channels.
Well, I
Doesn't
think the
look like-
timer, having the timer. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it doesn't look like Ubuntu is interested in participating with us in voice, which is a shame.
I had a little chat with Ubuntu earlier. That might be the reason why they're not looking anymore.
Yeah. What were you saying, Sheepdog?
I was just saying the timer being attached to each of the rooms kind of helps out a lot as well. Like it just helps you to understand what's going on.
Yeah. Yep.
But shout out to Vivek for giving us a foothold in here and allowing the conversation to continue.
Hi.
Hi.
How are
Hello.
you?
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Hi.
How are you?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, we're good, man. Nice to have you. How can we help you?
How are you, my friend?
Yeah, really well. How can we help you?
This room, what's this room? This for help.
This room is for conversation about the Earth. It's an advanced conversation, but we're speaking about the Earth being a sphere or whether it's flat. So that's the
Okay.
discussion.
Be first, the God, he changed the earth and the mountain, and there he go for second one.
Hmm.
Yeah, the world we live in is amazingly beautiful.
There.
everyone just real quiet?
Yeah, man. Just for the moment. Was there something that you wanted to talk about, or are you just inquiring?
Inquiring about the silence in the room. Sure. Say that.
I think most people are waiting, like yourself, for something to happen. It won't be long before somebody comes in and says something stupid, mate. Don't worry. Okay, so whilst it's quiet, I'm gonna read what's being said in the side chat. Some interesting information. We're claiming that the surface of water is observed and measured to be flat. Midnight Illusion has responded with, "I respect your view, but there's strong scientific evidence, satellite images, time zones, eclipses, and physics that Earth." I mean, I appreciate every single one of those points, and I would have maybe suggested that those would have been good evidence about 10 years ago. But everything that you've listed there is not strong evidence that the Earth is a sphere. And I'll go through them very quickly. Strong scientific evidence. Strong scientific evidence would mean a hypothesis with an experiment, an observation of a natural phenomena that you assume or predict the cause of, and then you test that hypothesis in an experiment. In science, natural science, we elucidate causes of phenomena. When we're trying to figure out the shape of an object, let's say the Earth is a sphere, we're not going to employ scientific methods. We're going to employ geometry, we're going to observe, and we're going to measure. Satellite images. Satellite images show the Earth to be a sphere. Consequently, they give us the dimensions of the Earth, the radius, diameter, and circumference, the rate of change of slope from point A to point B. So the satellite images, like I said, show the Earth to be a sphere. That means that we should measure over the distance on the surface of the Earth that curvature to the Earth. We do not measure that curvature to the Earth that is portrayed within the satellite images. What we do measure over the distances that we can measure is the water lays horizontal upon the surface, where it should show curvature like the pictures suggest. So the satellite images have been unvalidated. Time zones, that's just the sun moving. Eclipses, it's got nothing to do, doesn't change the dynamic of the Earth underneath it. And physics, you're going to have to explain that physics because I assume you're going to mean gravity. Hello?
I want to speak to DJ, please.
Yeah, man. What is it today? Have you been to Jupiter or something?
No, I've been to a different galaxy.
Right, dude. Right, you've got a really good opportunity every time that you come in to have a really good conversation, maybe learn one or two, but you seem to be wasting your time. And ours, but primarily yours.
Just want to have a good conversation.
Yeah, but when you start off with I've been to these places like Mars or Jupiter or now to other galaxies, no one's going to take you seriously, my friend.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, do you want to be taken seriously, though?
I do.
Well, then you might need to act in a way that shows that you want to be taken seriously, i.e. don't act foolish. So, new opportunity, brand new day. The Earth's measured to be flat and stationary, contrary to your idea that the Earth is a sphere. What do you have to say to that?
No, I think the Earth's flat.
Okay, why do you think Earth is flat?
It's like, because I just believe it's flat. You know, like it's
You
a
just
religion. Like, it's just like a
okay.
religion, isn't it? It's like not like...
No. So don't start believing in things. Believing means acceptance without evidence. You did that for the sphere. Don't then swap that idea for something else to believe in. When we say the Earth is flat, that's because of the empirical evidence. That mainly comes in the form of measurements of the surface of the Earth. So when we measure the surface of the Earth over distances that should show curvature, we measure it to be horizontal, which is a problem for a curved surface because it's not there. So the Earth can't be a sphere. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I do.
Cool. So that's empirical. You can demonstrate this for yourself. You can know this to be true, right? Like I do, like DJ does, like other people in this Flat Earth channel and across the world do. We know this is true because when we measure the Earth, it measures to be horizontal over distances.
So you're basically saying that you guarantee the Earth's flat?
Yeah, 100%. That's how it's measured. How tall are you?
Like feet or meters?
Doesn't matter.
5'10".
How do you know?
Because I measured myself.
There you go. No belief required, right? You now have an empirical standard that will be put on medical forms, might even be put on your driver's license and other of identity to identify you as being 5'10". In time, you might grow to be on 6 foot. Remeasure yourself, appropriate documents, identify yourself again. We now know that you're above 6 foot. When we measure the surface of the Earth, it's that same empirical standard, dude.
Yeah.
Like I said, you've got an opportunity to ask questions. Go away with learning something. Now you understand why we say the Earth is flat. Because of an empirical standard, right?
I'm going to listen to what we're saying. I'm just going to mute.
No problem. Sometimes it's best just to listen. Right, so our friend wants something to listen to. I guess it's at this point in the show that I introduce new people to the channel. Lots of names that I don't recognise and many. Where shall I start today? Top to bottom or bottom to top? Choices. Right, well, starting at the bottom. Doesn't always speak, but it's always good to see him. Car is in the house. Followed by Yoda. Good to see you, Yoda, man. Heard you speaking earlier, mate. It's good to hear from you. Jagger is in the house. Winter has joined us. Snowflake is here. Hello, my friends. Good to see you. Shisi or Tidor, I'm not quite sure, but hi, good to see you. Sam, Rady Carterian, and Karakesh. Good to see you, my friend. Plain and Truth, Over Fences, keeping the side chat down. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. We've got Nuri in the house. Somebody called Neptune. That's awesome. Mr. Noel has joined us. Midnight Illusion. Maggie has come back. I think that's Joker who's just jumped in. Jeremy, myself. Hello, Jedi. Good to see you. It's probably poignant to remind everybody, being as I've just come across the YouTube bot, that we are live streaming on YouTube. So please remember that. Flat Hulu is in the house. Effie Batman, Effie Alaska Malmute, Broken Globe, and Ancient Traveller. So it's good to see every one of you. Lots of flat earthers, like I said. Lots of names that I don't recognise. So you might be interested as to why there's a channel saying that the earth is flat 24/7. We're saying that because it's measured that front. Hello.
I'm just curious. I'm curious. I don't think the Earth is flat or rounded. I just want to learn.
You don't think the Earth is flat or round?
Yeah. I don't have. Look, I'm not sure about anything. Yeah.
Okay,
So
no,
I
that's
came here so
fine.
I can see what you're talking about. Maybe I can make up my mind.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's a choice between two things, right? We're going to be talking in geometry terms, shapes, lines, curvature, horizontal, those types of things.
Okay.
When they say, sorry?
Okay, I'm interested. Go ahead.
Cool. When they say the Earth is a planet, that's a claim to a geometric shape, a sphere or an oblate spheroid. The consequence of this claim is that over the surface of the Earth, that surface would be curved. Now, we should be able to observe and measure that curvature to the Earth, being as they've given us the radius and other dimensions of that geometric shape. When we go out and measure the surface of the Earth, primarily water that should display the curvature of the Earth if everything is being pulled to the centre of mass, when we measure over the surface of that water using tools that are good enough for surveying like theodolites and lasers and other things, we measure the surface of water to be horizontal over the distances that we can measure, and that should show curvature if the Earth was a sphere. So we say the Earth is flat because it quite simply measures that way. That's about it. Okay, so again, that was probably about 30 to 45 seconds of silence. I'll let that sink in, but if anybody's got any comments or questions about what was just said, then please feel free to ask or make comment.
I have a question.
What is your question, my friend?
I want to know, why would they lie to us? Like, what
I don't know.
Yeah, I find it weird. Like, it takes a lot of money to make these photos that we see in TV, in the news. Right?
That's a different question. That's a different question, though, isn't it? That's
it is.
how they lie, not why they lie. How and why are different.
Why would they pay that amount of money to lie to us?
It's fun. It's fun to pay that.
Reason.
It's fun to pay that amount.
What?
It's fun to lie, don't you think? You can get away with things if you lie to people. You can say, "Look over here," while you're doing something over here. That happens every day. Are you people blind?
Yeah, we saw that with the files. We're not gonna mention what files, but we saw that.
Yeah, I whatever. That's something you guys are interested in. I could care less.
It is interesting.
It's a deep question, my friend, and we don't know the answer. Why would they take all of these time and resources to perpetuate this idea that the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah.
My friend, I can't answer that with full knowledge. I can't even point at these people who would be lying, know who they are, to gather some kind of intention and motive to why they, whoever they are, would act or do this. No idea. The majority of this comes second and third hand, right? From your family, your parents, your friends, your teachers at school, university. You turn on the TV, open a magazine, it's there. That I wouldn't suggest that your family or teacher are lying with some kind of intent to deceive you about the reality of the world.
Well, I think they are
they're just repeating the same story. Now, I would suggest that's for the vast majority of people on this earth, which makes it really difficult to elucidate who they are. I don't know.
I think what is hard for me to understand is, okay, I don't believe the earth is round. The earth is round. Yeah, but they have to have a reason.
Okay. Let me
Even if
help.
it's a silhouette of a reason, you know.
Yeah, let me help.
Small reason, maybe because that.
Yeah.
But we have nothing.
Well, let's look around, okay? Information is power, truth, knowledge, those types of things. If they're kept, and they always have been, by hierarchies like priesthoods, religions, kings and queens, authorities throughout the world have always gathered and hoarded information. Now, it's not like these governing bodies over us have always had our best intentions at heart. I don't think we can hand on heart say that at all. There is obviously a structure of power within the world. Those who know truth and those like us who just believe what we are told to believe. Now, if we look deeper into this idea, let's ask the question, why have they lied about the Earth specifically being a sphere? We just have to scratch a little bit deeper into the narrative. It has a creation story. It came from the Big Bang. We have our own creation narrative. We came from evolution over time. So they get to tell us how we got here, how here got here, what our reality is, and our place within that reality, if we have any place at all. Because the current narrative, right?
Yeah, speculations.
Yeah.
Jedi, do you think they say that just to think, just so we think they know more than they do? They make themselves look smarter by trying to come up with a conclusion?
I sometimes think that is the case. Yeah. And I think maybe you yourself would.
The more they say they know stuff, the more people are going to trust them.
Just look at human nature, dude. We do this all the time, right? The story that we tell in the playground is a little bit exaggerated because we want to, be cooler than our friends. What we've got is better than what they've got. It's human nature at this point, mate.
Yeah, I understand. I agree.
But yeah, it's a deep question. It's hard to point out, but if we look at the story that we're told, the Earth being a sphere, and it's not a sphere, then we probably have to ask the questions about who we are, where we are, and our place in the universe, whatever that is. Maybe we'll ask a deeper question. How was this place even created? Was it created, and was it created with intent because the laws that govern it appear to be so? But those are deep theological questions, my friend.
Yeah. How long have you been a flat earther, Jedi?
Since September the 23rd, 2015.
15?
Yep.
Yeah, what happened then? What made you go on this journey? This is an interesting belief to have.
Yeah, like most people, you kind of fall into these things now, especially the internet and social media and so on. I've always been into alternative subjects, even since I was a teenager. I'm 50 years this year. So for 40 years, I was always looking into things like science, history, religion, and other subjects. I'd never really come across the flat earth before, but I was looking around in those type of circles. One day, I found myself watching a video that got me intrigued, and I didn't realize they were talking about the flat earth until well into the video. It's kind of from that moment onwards I was intrigued, because most people, myself included, might have some kind of skepticism about the world around us, governments and this, that and the other. But the Earth being a sphere, a planet orbiting around the sun, that was a foregone conclusion. That was an absolute fact that didn't even need to be questioned until you question it and you find out it's not actually a fact. the Earth isn't a sphere. But it's until you start questioning it, because we all have this mindset that this is the fundamental of our reality. We live on a planet. It's called Earth. We orbit around the sun. It's not the case, though. But yeah, it is just that first step. I came across it accidentally 10 years ago, 11 years ago now. I just got a curious mind that I just carried on looking into it. Sorry, mate, carry on.
I said, do you remember that exciting video that you're talking about?
Yeah, the title of the video was called "They Are Hiding God with the Biggest Lie Ever Told."
Oh, interesting title.
Guys, what's the best dating app?
This is. I found the video, Jedi. It's 2 hours long, like. Interesting.
It's a good video. If you like that one, you can friend request me, and I'll send you some other ones. There's a lot of how do I put this? Shit around on the internet these days, more and more so over the last few years. Some of the videos that I watched were like 10, 15 years old, and some of them are of good quality and still relevant today. I could probably pass you another 4 or 5 that I would recommend, but please watch that video first. If you like it, then I'll send you the other ones.
So I got a question about the video.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Is he implying that there is a God and they are hiding in with the evolution theory?
That's a lot deeper down the track. I think what he's doing is pointing out one of the mechanisms by which they take away the idea of God. And this is one of them, the Earth being a sphere.
Are you a religious person?
Religious? I don't necessarily like the term religious.
Like that?
I respect completely why you say it. I have theological beliefs, I'll say that. But I wouldn't say that I'm religious. I don't go to church. I don't have a doctrine. I may have used to, but I've slowly let those things go. So I think I know less than I did before, to be honest with you, especially on that theological front.
Yeah, interesting. Look, like I've been born in a Muslim country, but I'm 25 years old now. I'm an atheist for 5 years now. So I don't believe there is a God. Or I believe there is a God, but I don't believe in religion. I think there is a creator.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I think when we look at the world structures around us, like religion, we understand that that's very divisive, and it's also used as a control mechanism, right? Getting groups of people to fight amongst themselves. It's a distraction tactic. I think, personally, there is a spirituality or a creative influence. We can call that God if you want, but I don't know the absolute truth or doctrine about that God. I think the waters have been very, very muddied the centuries, and I think that information, along with other information, is being withheld from us with intent to keep it from us. The truth about where we are and who we are is very important, and I would suggest that that's being hidden, my friend. Religion is a tool. I wouldn't say I'm religious, but I understand that we live within a very, very magical environment world, and it needs to have a creator. There's obvious intent within the world in which we inhabit. We inhabit it, right? It works for us to live in it. It's a crazy environment. When we look at the habitat in which we live, it can only come from intent, in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks for talking to me, Jedi.
No problem at all. If you got any other questions, mate, or anything else you want to
No, I'm just curious about the subject. Like I said, I don't believe in anything right now. Like I don't believe the Earth is flat. Maybe it is. I don't think the Earth is round. Maybe it is. I'll have to read more. I'll have to watch more. But I find it
yeah.
as an interesting topic.
It is a very interesting topic. Within a short conversation with one person on the internet, nothing miraculous is going to happen. Your life is going to be changed in any way. That's going to come down to you. I could only strongly suggest that you're more curious about the world in which you live and have more critical thought. Don't accept just because people tell you things that the things that they tell you are true without validating them to be true. I'm not talking about your friends or your family. I'm talking about the wider world. When we're told things by authorities on the news, for example, be wary of these things, my friend. Apply your critical thought.
Yeah, I always do that. I don't blame people. I don't blame my country. I don't blame the people around me for believing in religion. Let's say I know why they believe in it. I know they were raised upon it, so I understand these things. I'm just too curious about a lot of things, and I don't like to believe in things that don't make sense. Is that does that make sense?
Yes, totally.
Yeah,
I appreciate that as well.
Where do you live, Jedi? You said
I'm. Excuse me. I'm from England.
Yeah, beautiful country.
It is. I do love my country. Yeah, it is a beautiful country.
Yeah, with a great history too. I live in Jordan. Do you know Jordan?
Yes, I do know Jordan. The closest I've been to Jordan is Israel, but I've never been to the country myself. I hear it's a beautiful country, though.
It is beautiful. It's peaceful, like considering the things that happen around us.
Yeah, considering everything that happens.
Yeah, it's a shit show around us.
Yeah.
Well, nice talking to you, Jedi.
Yeah, and yourself, my friend. Yeah, welcome back anytime. Nice to have met you. I see. Tenza is letting themselves down in the chat. Well done, mate.
So, Jedi, you were saying that pictures from space are fake?
Well, I would say that they have to. I'm not saying I know how. I'm saying they don't show a true depiction of the Earth in which we measure. So, yeah.
Well, they do explain how they do it. If you notice the focal lengths of the lenses they use, they're always very short focal lengths, like 14, 15 millimeter. And then they angle the camera in a specific way to make the edges appear to be more curved than they are. And that
sounds really simple, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very simple parlor trick. And the blackness that you see in the photographs, that's not space.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's not space. That's just the light that never when light never reaches the camera, everything that in that area will be black. So that distance to that area of the Earth is just too far. The light is not reflecting anywhere near the camera strong enough to be seen, and that's how they do it.
Yeah, I can completely see that. Yeah.
But everyone's convinced, oh yeah, that's space out there. No, it's not. It's the same thing when you go into the high altitudes and, oh, I'm seeing the blackest space. No, you're not. You're just not seeing the reflections of the light off the atmosphere anymore.
It's that simple.
Yeah, it's very simple. But most people cannot comprehend black. Black is something that the human brain has to imagine because the eyes cannot see it. Eyes are meant to see photons, and we don't see black.
Yeah, I've actually never thought of it like that, but you're right.
Yeah, I have a great demonstration. Great demonstration of that here. Let me find my little video. It was a watch that was painted in Vanta black, and Vanta black is the darkest black and absorbs the most light. And it's up against another Vanta black background, and the watch practically becomes invisible right in front of a background, even though it's right in front of your face.
Who was that?
That's actually trippy. That's really cool.
It was off.
So when you have good contrast, you can see that black. But when there's no contrast, it disappears.
Yeah, that's really trippy.
Who's that talking?
Gregory?
Yeah, who's the other guy talking? It's not
Riley.
showing up on my screen.
Riley, Gregory.
Oh, Riley? Oh, okay. When you speak, for some reason, your PFP doesn't have the green circle light up around it. Stupid.
That's crazy. Showing up on my end.
Yeah, showing
I'm
up
looking on my Xbox, though. I don't know why it's being inconsistent. Whatever.
Have you grown your beard back yet?
No.
All right. Well, fuck off until you have. It's good to see you, man. I hope you're keeping well.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I like what you posted, though, Riley. That is actually really interesting. Shit, a few times talking, and yeah, that is actually quite trippy.
Yeah,
just appears and then disappears.
Yeah, that's why I want to express to people don't understand that when something is black, your brain starts making things up because it has no idea what it's really looking at. The eyes are providing no information to the brain.
Sorry, I missed the first bit of that. Is there any chance you can explain how that relates to what we see when we look up into the sky and see black again?
Yeah, it's the same thing. There's insufficient amounts of light reaching the retina when we're looking at that watch band up against it. There's insufficient contrast, and those two items make it all merge into one. And it's the same thing when you go up higher, because the air gets thinner and it reflects less light. It will then appear black. Because in order to see something, it has to have light reflected off it. When there's no light reflecting off an object, it appears black to us.
Interesting.
Because that's the only way the human brain can interpret it. So when they're showing pictures from space and you see this blackness over there, that's just an area of Earth where the light is not reaching the camera. So it has to be interpreted as black because that's exactly what it is.
Oh, that's interesting. I never even thought about it like that.
No, neither did I.
Yeah.
So if I get some black paint and I just slap some black paint on a white piece of paper or something like that. How's that different than me slapping some blue paint on the paper?
Well, yeah, the black paint is far more absorbing of all light rays.
Yeah.
Versus, say, a blue.
They use different grades of absolute black, like the blackest black they use for like some military components, and apparently it's quite sensory deprivating because of how black it is. It's crazy. I can understand what you're saying.
It's crazy. Yeah.
The only way to make something blacker than, say, Vanta Black is to make a box, paint the inside of the box the black, and then cut a small little hole so you can look into the box. And because no light will be escaping that box, that will be the blackest black you've ever seen.
Oh. Okay.
And then that sort of ties into why people say, oh, that cargo ship in the distance, the hull disappeared first. Yes, most cargo ships have dark blue or dark red hulls and stuff like that. So those colors are not very reflective at a distance. So they will technically disappear. But because the seas are the brighter than the hull, you see more sea and you see no hull of it.
Yeah, that's something we don't bring up a lot. I think that's actually quite a good point. The color of the object that we're looking at, if it's very reflective compared to, say, a laser light or a lighthouse, to, like you said, the hull of a boat, which is primarily dark colors.
That's why I always tell people, I said, okay, let's do this. Let's put a retro reflector on the hull of the ship. We'll let the boat go over the horizon, and then we'll shoot a laser at the hull and see if we get a reflection back. But no Glober wants to challenge me on that one. I get silence after I say that one.
So space is not what you think you see when you look up into the night sky and see black.
Exactly.
That's just your eyes' inability to perceive the light, because it's not a reflection of anything that you perceive if it was there. It's just non-existent. Your eyes and your mind just kind of make it up from that point.
Yep, that's correct. And because someone said, well, it was space, who are you to question it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was taken from a high altitude. It's supposed to be space.
Yeah, interesting.
I said they're nice parlor tricks, but once you understand the parlor trick, then the magic disappears.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. I like that one. If you know how the trick's done, magician's no longer doing magic. Yep.
Yep.
I've got a question, Jedi.
Okay, what's that?
If you were adamant like the Earth's flat, which you are, would you say the sun's flat, or like another thing's flat, like all the other planets and stuff? What would you say about them? Because they're basically the same shape as Earth, aren't they?
Okay. Why do I say the Earth is flat? Can you remember?
Because of measurements.
Yeah, so I'm on the Earth and I measure the Earth. Say, because of the measurements, it's measured to be flat. Have I been to the sun to make a claim about how it's measured?
No, but you would assume
No.
that it's the same as the Earth, would you?
Why?
Because of the shape.
Why would you
It looks
assume?
similar. It looks the same as Earth when you look at it. It looks the same
Sorry,
shape.
excuse me. How does the sun, the great big circle of light in the sky that gives us light and heat, in any way like the Earth that reflects light? Why have you got them in the same category? What identities do they share?
They just look similar.
How?
They both look round.
No, the Earth, because you asked me, right, about the Earth being flat and if the sun's flat, the Earth's measurably flat, so it doesn't look like the assumed curved surface in the sky. They don't share that similar quality, do they?
No.
Right, cool. Sun moves across the sky. Are we moving?
No.
No, okay, so not sharing that quality either. Good lad, though. Well done for answering, like, honestly. Yeah, we're not sharing qualities with the sun, dude. So why would we assume that it's similar?
No. You just proved like answered the question really.
Mm-hmm. Well done, though. Good question. I might have jumped all over it, right? But you're asking questions, and the answer's kind of logical, right? And you accept that.
Yeah.
Not pulling crap out my ass, it follows. Why would you assume if it doesn't have similar qualities? Cool, I'll let that sink in. If you've got any other questions, mate, please feel free to ask.
Yeah.
These questions get brought up every day by new people. All right. If the Earth is flat, then what about the sun? Is that flat too? Well, if Jupiter's round, why isn't the Earth round then? We can assume that it's the same, right? These things, although they sound great, don't logically follow. We bring this up a few times, right? When people say, well, Mars is a planet, so we must be a planet too. Well, then let's go to the woods or the forest and we'll observe, let's say, a monkey and it's eating a banana in a tree. Does that mean that you are a banana or a monkey eating a banana? Or are you the fucking tree? No, you don't share the same identities, and you understand this because you can look at your identity. You can see the other identities of the people around you that share the same qualities that you do. You're obviously not the banana, you're not the fucking monkey, and you're definitely not the tree. So why would something in the sky have to be like the thing that you are standing on? Doesn't logically follow. But it gets brought up all the time. I don't know why. I think it's because we've all been told this, that we exist within this solar system. Mars, Jupiter, the Earth, Saturn, planets, right? This is the category that we all reside in. And these planets, they do the same thing. They orbit around the big thing in the sky. The Earth doesn't share the identity of planet. A planet is a spherical shape with a curved surface that moves actually around an actual point, rotation, and orbitally around a star. The Earth doesn't measure to have any of those qualities, doesn't measure to have a curved surface, and most definitely doesn't measure to have any motion. What we do observe is a flat, stationary Earth underneath the sky above. We're not within the sky. We're not a flat planet or flat disk with other flat disk planets or spherical planets, and that cosmology doesn't exist. We're underneath the sky. You point up, there's the sun. You point up, there's the moon. So that's the easiest logical standpoint from our position, because it's what we observe, and it is indeed what we measure, the Earth beneath the sky.
What's happening?
Not too much, buddy. I think I'm talking to myself most of the time, but that's fine.
Yeah, it happens here. I know it's only tangentially related, but I am not entirely sold on the idea that a justified true belief is a definition, a valid one, for knowledge, that they're the same thing. And I happen to find a great paper that helps support my skepticism towards this.
Okay, I'm just reading what you posted in the side chat, talking about justification.
Yeah. Can you have knowledge beyond a justified belief? I guess is a good question.
What do you mean by justification?
Exactly, and that's what this author attacks. I bring this up because we hear all the time with these armchair philosophers that come in here, especially the debate bros, that want us to agree with them off the bat in many cases that knowledge is the same as a justified true belief. And the weak word in here is justified, which can be subjective, subject to conditions. Like, how do you know that you've justified something? You know, is it possible for you to confuse causation with coincidence? Is it possible that you are justified in believing that you have all the knowledge of a situation when you really don't, or that you've been deceived? And this is how it pertains to the globe. So the author's name is Edmund Gettier. And he argued that these two are not the same thing.
Sorry, I remember having conversations with these people before. I say these people, these justified true believers, and I always find the conversations quite frustrating. And I think it's because of that word justification, because it seems very subjective.
Agreed. But, you know, here's the weird thing. If you go against this definition of knowledge, you're also going against what's mainstream and acceptable with regards to this definition. Okay. So, yeah, just that's fine, though. I mean, we're flat earthers. We're used to this. So we're used to threading that needle. Here's a great example from one of his publications. All right. The coins in the pocket case. So Smith and Jones are both applying for the same job. The company president tells Smith that Jones will be hired. Just prior, Smith had counted the coins in Jones's pocket and found there were 10. Based on this evidence, Smith forms a logical, justified belief. The man who will get the job has 10 coins in his pocket. Unbeknownst to Smith, he's actually the one that will get the job. Furthermore, Smith happens to have exactly 10 coins in his own pocket, a fact he was unaware of. Smith's belief that the man who will get the job has 10 coins in his pocket is true. His belief was also justified, the president's word in his own counting. Despite fulfilling all criteria for justified true belief, Smith clearly does not have knowledge. He arrived at a true conclusion through a false premise that Jones was getting the job, making his correctness purely accidental. And I can relate with this because when I was early on in this whole thing, this flat earth, awakening, I went through a thought process that what if the earth is a globe, but humanity's arrival at this conclusion, though seemingly justified, was not. It got freaking lucky. They got lucky with rocket launches and satellite orbits and all kinds of other things because some other mechanism might have been at work. Eratosthenes got lucky, even though he didn't actually measure the circumference of the globe. And even if this golden sea data was used in all of modern geodesy, and what if they just got freaking lucky? I mean, I know now that that's no longer the case, but
that's an interesting point, though. It's actually quite a good analogy using Eratosthenes.
another example is a man who has every reason to believe that his wife is faithful. She has given him no evidence to think otherwise. She is extremely into him. They have a very fulfilling marriage and so on. And so he is justified, truly justified in believing she's faithful, even though the whole time she's having an affair. So he's got no knowledge of the affair. So his justified true belief is actually not true. It's a justified belief that's not true. But he doesn't know that. He's got no information. So there's an element to justification that relies on there being perfect information. Information that is perfectly conveyable. And, it's that sticky word justification, like we were just talking about. There's a big attack vector for that.
Yeah, I'm going to remember that next time one of these people come in. Hello. Sorry, mate, didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, you said it's a good example, Yoder. Sadly enough, that exact thing happens all the time to people.
Yes, it does. So I think I could, in a Steelman way, I could convince you that people who believe in a globe are justified in this belief. And they are justified in thinking it's a true belief, even though it isn't. It's because they have no knowledge of the world that actually is around them. And what's preventing them from acquiring that knowledge is their brain, their thoughts, their perceptions overriding their direct senses. It's kind of like that. I don't know, there's a phrase that goes something like, if you're not ready to see it, you will be blind to it. How things that appear first as lies are actually the truth. If you're unaware of your own cognitive biases or even emotional biases getting in the way of your cognition, then you could probably argue that you are justified truly in believing a certain thing that is in reality false. And I think the way to, I think one of the reasons why that you can separate them is because you believe, or you not really believe, that you know that there is a world that exists apart from yourself, that reality is objective despite your own perceptions of it. And these notions also fly in the face of postmodernism.
Even within the phrase justified true belief. So belief, as defined, is acceptance without evidence, right? So to say it's justified is essentially just saying my individual position determines, right? It's subjective. I determine that it is justified, even though I have no evidence. It's a true belief of mine. So it's a subjective point of view saying that my true belief without any evidence is how I'm going to justify it from my point of view, and that's just the way it is. And people are calling that knowledge, which is so strange. Because knowledge would essentially be the evidence, right? Knowledge would be the thing that you have, the thing that you know. Evidence.
Or you could believe that you have all the evidence, and you could be justified in believing you do.
And this is something that's pretty well taught across the board within philosophical circles, especially in colleges, right? This idea of justified true belief.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that
of course.
That it's the same as knowledge. Yeah, they teach that. But you can have knowledge beyond a justified belief. It's true. There's a way to relate this to affirming the consequent. I think, in a way, the justified true belief argument for it being the same as knowledge is affirming the consequent.
I think you're correct. Because the piece of evidence that you have, let's say boats over the horizon, right? The evidence that I have is only what I see with my eyes, that it appears that a boat is disappearing bottom up. Therefore, my justification for believing that the earth is a ball is of that limited piece of, you could call it evidence or knowledge that I have. My knowledge is that the boat disappears bottom up, but that's it.
Oh, so you know what? I think this makes sense. So your knowledge of it would guarantee the justified true belief, not the other way around. Your justified true belief does not guarantee your knowledge.
Right.
So knowledge is the antecedent in this case, and your justified true belief would be a consequent. And then they invert it.
Yep, it's circular. The real boss is here. We got Sam.
And I have VC.
We got a lot of folks.
If anyone wants, say if it can be civil.
Oh, well, okay. Civility is relative, but all right.
Yeah, so is justification.
Yeah,
I'll be civil if you guys will. So
terrific. So if you think that you live on a ball, the first thing we would need from you is some kind of drop over distance measurement that you could show us that we could verify. Do you have that?
can you clarify by that? Like, what exactly are you looking for?
Vertical drop from where you stand to another point that is consistent with a sphere radius of 3,959 miles. Between 2 points, there must be a certain amount of vertical drop, depending on the distance. So do you have that?
Yes, I have that, and I've gone through this debate many times. And
can you post it, please? Sorry, friend. It's not a debate. If you have it, can you just post it in the side chat, please?
There's plenty of you guys send them all the time. There's plenty of curvature calculators, and
no, sorry, not calculators. I need the measurement between points with a drop over distance consistent with the sphere radius I gave you. Can you please post it in the side chat? You said you have it.
What do you mean by that? Like, what I gave you? I
actual measurements. I don't. The calculator. I don't know why you're not answering my question. A calculator is not a measurement. I need the measurement in physical reality of drop over distance between points consistent with a sphere radius of 3959. Very simple.
Well, isn't that a convenient argument for you? Because the average person doesn't go out and do that, like get a big long measuring stick.
Well,
quite convenient.
No worries. Who has it? If you didn't do it, tell me who did. Give me their data and how they did it, and I'll verify it. Can you post that in the side chat?
Tell me who came up with the flat Earth, and because I don't believe in.
I thought we were supposed to be civil here, so now you're not being civil. I'm asking you questions to provide me the evidence for your belief or the way that you think, and now you've ignored my question and have gone off to some other red herring, which is now an ad hominem.
Evidence.
Okay, so where is it? Post it for me, please. A drop over distance consistent with the sphere that you believe that you live on. Okay, thank you. So you have no evidence at all of drop over distance between points on the Earth that's consistent with a sphere. Thank you. That's all I needed.
No, if we're going to debate, I wanted to have.
This is not a debate. This is not a debate. You don't understand, Friend, I don't want to hear about your woes. I'm asking, we started this off as a civil conversation, right? And now you have diverted away from the conversation and you want to talk about history. I'm asking for the evidence of the claim that you are making. You are not providing it. Instead, you are giving me a red herring. This is not a debate. This is a measurement.
You keep over talking me. Can you let me finish what I'm saying?
No, because I want you to answer the questions that I'm asking you. You said civil. And now you don't want to talk about the things that the root of the topic is about.
You said, give me the measurement of 2 points, the curvature. And I'm saying you can get 2 points. It doesn't matter what point it is. Get a curvature calculator and put it in. It's quite simple.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man. That's not what I asked you to do. I asked you to give me.
You guys can calculate globe curvature, right? No, we get it. We can calculate globe curvature all day long.
You guys can't debate without saying straw man or red.
This is not a debate.
Yeah.
No, I'm just pointing out within the conversation, I'm pointing out that you, yes, are committing logical fallacies. Number two, that's not what I asked for. I asked for drop over distance measurement between 2 points in physical reality, not on your Earth curve calculator. Give me the measurements in physical reality of the drop over distance consistent with a sphere. That's what I'm asking you for. Why is that so hard?
Why is it so hard? From whatever I give you is just not okay, and you're looking for something.
Because you haven't given me the thing that I'm asking for.
I already gave it to you. I said find 2 points. You can.
Where is it?
You're a big boy. You can get your 2 points.
Wait a minute. Sorry, this is your claim, my friend. This is your claim. We've already been looking for this. This is your claim. So for your claim to be supported, you live on a sphere, there must be a distance between 2 points that has a certain amount of curvature, drop over distance in reality to support the claim that you are making. And I'm asking you to support your claim, and you won't do it. Why is that?
Okay, give me 2 points.
I'm allowing you to do it. You pick 2 points.
All right.
On Earth, and give me how much distance or how much drop between those 2 points there is that is consistent with a sphere.
Sorry to
give me a moment. I'll do the calculations for you and get these little numbers you need, because apparently this is.
Yeah, we don't want
I didn't ask you to calculate.
Just something.
Didn't ask for calculations, did I?
A measurement, not a calculation.
Let me help you out a little bit.
Do you guys not know how to do math?
Yeah, let me
Sorry,
give you an
yes.
example.
Sorry, hold on. Yes, we do. We do know how to do math. At the moment, you keep bringing up an Earth curve calculator, which is an assumption of a spherical surface that I will give you, will give the dimensions and the rate of change of slope over distance if the Earth was a sphere. Now, we're saying that when we go out and measure that, it's measured to be flat. You said that we measured this Earth curvature, and you keep bringing up the Earth curve calculator. So we want the measurements that show that the Earth curve calculator is true. Do you have them?
Here's the thing. I could take Chicago to New York, get the measurement in between that, then measure the curvature. It's that simple. Why do you guys act like this is some big damning evidence that you've found that disproves the round Earth?
No, I want to know how. What was the 2 cities again?
You could take Chicago or New York. Okay. You could take any 2 cities. Doesn't matter.
Okay. It could be how would you measure? Excuse me. Just a really clear question. How do you measure between 2 cities?
Well, it's quite simple, actually. You just take the measurement of 2 different areas actually, a lot of times what they do is use space to measure. But you can actually get in your car. It's quite simple. And drive down road, see how long that is. A lot of devices and different vehicles will have the measurement after you drive.
Okay, I think you're confused.
Dude. Played a bunch
of so basically, because you don't understand,
my friend, I think you're confused. Do you know what a tangent is?
Yes, I know what that is.
Cool. So you understand that a tangent and a curved surface meet at one point. You understand that over distance of that tangent, there's a separation between the tangent and the curved surface, commonly known as drop over distance. Over distance, the curved surface will drop from the tangent. Let's say that tangent is a straight edge caused by a laser, a surveying tool. The surface of the Earth should drop from that surveying tool, like he was acting like a tangent. That's what we're talking about, dude. Not getting in a car between 2 cities. Forgive me, but I'm hoping you just misunderstood.
Can you give me a moment to talk? Because whenever I say this, I always get interrupted. It seems like people don't want me to say this. When I take a camera, and it can be a really good camera, a few $1,000 camera, I can take it to the beach, and then I can zoom in on a boat, and the boat will disappear bottom first. Now, if you take the same exact thing with the right conditions, you can get refraction. But flat earthers love to claim that because you can see the whole boat, that refraction isn't real, and that it's just your camera equipment that allows you not to see that boat in some cases other than others. I don't see why your camera equipment would matter, like what brand of camera you have or something.
It's not brand of camera, it's just understanding change the optic and the limitation of the optic. Right, it's perception of angles at distance. You can see more when you get your technology out as compared to when you didn't have the technology and just using your eyes. How high was the camera off the beach?
In what case? There's many different observations. And I've seen
when you said that you take your camera to the beach and you see the boat disappear from the bottom up.
I've taken my camera to the beach, and it's my dad's camera. I don't know which one it is. It's a Sony camera, very nice camera. It has a really 100 times
lovely camera.
lens.
I'm interested in how high it is above the surface.
I put it at my height, which would be about maybe 4 or 5 feet. Not my total height, but I held it about where my chest would be, and I didn't go down to the bottom because the waves were quite high. But I wasn't. It wasn't a professional experiment. I wasn't
that's fine.
trying to
That's fine.
set that up. I just decided to do it since it's there.
It's right. I don't need you to talk anymore. So about 5 foot off the surface.
Okay.
About that. Okay, cool. You remember you brought up the Earth curve calculator before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I would like to mention that a lot of those calculations are incorrect.
Yeah. So how far should the horizon have been from your 5 foot observer height?
I don't quite know because the boat was just a boat out at sea. I don't know how far that boat was. I will admit my experiment was not very professional. I was
that's fine.
Casually doing.
That's fine. All right. So you don't have to get defensive about it. We know it's not an experiment. We understand this. I'm just trying to point out to you that there are going to be certain factors that are going to be involved, right? Because that Earth curve calculator makes a prediction, doesn't it, about how far you should be able to see the boat, right?
My experiment is, I wouldn't include that in.
I'm not asking about your experiment. I'm just asking you to agree with what I said.
Well, I'm saying there are many experiments online where you see it one way.
I'm not talking about many experiments online. I'm talking about this specific instance. Dude, I'm giving you my time. Why the hell? I'm talking about you in this specific instance and why the Earth curve calculator is going to be based upon your observer height, which is going to make a prediction to the horizon and how far you should be able to see the boat or not. Right? You brought it up.
I don't think my experiment
calculator.
I don't think my experiment is very valid. I'm saying anyone.
Why is it not valid?
Quite simple.
Why is the boat not going over the curve?
I don't know. I don't know how. Because there's better experiments out there. I could set up.
Because it's not an experiment. That's why it's not an experiment. That's why it's not valid. That's why he doesn't like it. Finally, it's not an experiment.
No, I'm saying there's much better people that have done this online.
Okay.
Seen exactly what I've seen and seen exactly what you've seen.
Seen exactly what we've seen.
What? Because there's such a thing as refraction, but if the setting is not right, if the temperature is not right,
that's a problem for you,
exact
though.
Things you're looking for isn't right.
Hello?
Then you won't get refraction.
Dude, that's a problem for you. That means that when you claim refraction, that means that you have to backwards engineer every single observation that you make to this preconceived idea that's born within the Earth curve calculator, i.e. every single observation you make, it's going to be backwards engineered to your idea that the Earth's a sphere. Not directly measuring the curvature of the Earth, assuming it's there and bending the light around it. That's a problem for you, not for us.
Well, I'm pointing out
not Earth curve calculator then. That's not good enough.
I'm saying that your little black swan photo and all these things you love to show, which
shows you a horizon that doesn't fit with the Earth curve calculator. Bend the light.
No, I'm showing you that it goes both ways. You guys have your little experiments, and because you don't understand refraction, you like to say it's false.
Dude, stop. What don't I understand about refraction? Specifically, what have I said that alludes to I don't understand refraction in this conversation that I've had with you right now?
Because if you believe in refraction, the whole entire
believe in refraction, except without evidence.
If refraction exists, in my opinion,
refraction?
The whole flat Earth argument just
what's refraction? What's refraction?
There's different types of refraction. One you can observe very easily is if you get a glass of water, you can stick a pencil.
Stick a straw in it, it bends the other way. Okay, yep, there's that refraction, but that's not looking across the surface of the Earth. Keep it on point. You waffle, dude. Come on, you can do this faster. Choose your words carefully. What do you mean pertaining to the Earth? Just want you to move along faster, dude.
Sorry, say again?
You're making I'll lay it out to you. You're making accusations that, one, we don't understand refraction. Because we don't understand refraction, it means the Earth's a sphere. I've already pointed out to you with your little Earth curve calculator that you're going to have to backwards engineer all of your observations to it. Now, you're not going to address that, understanding refraction.
No, I'm saying refraction. You're getting confused.
What type of refraction are you talking about?
There's refraction, there's atmospheric refraction. I'm talking about atmospheric refraction.
Okay. What type of atmospheric refraction?
What do you mean, what type of atmospheric refraction?
Subcategories. Miraging effects. Inferior, superior, looming, stooping, sinking. Which one?
I'm guessing it would depend on your situation. I'll admit.
Well, what do you observe
about refraction either?
What do you observe?
What do you mean?
When you observe the boat, what does it look like?
Well, it looks like sorry, in what instance?
When we're saying the boat is going away and I can't see the bottom of it, are you saying that I can't see the bottom of the boat? It appears to be sinking over the horizon.
It appears to be sinking bottom first, and that's how the people a long time ago, one of the reasons why they believed the Earth was round.
Cool, got you. But that fits into a definition of atmospheric refraction sinking, where in the definition you have a direct line of sight to the object. There's nothing in the way, but because of the atmospheric conditions of the day, it's making the boat look like it's sinking. You can't see the bottom of it because of the meteorological conditions. That's not Earth curve, that's atmospheric refraction, subheading sinking. Now, what don't I know about refraction?
Well, that's up to you, isn't it? I don't know who you are. I don't know
Google it.
What you are.
Google it.
Or don't.
Let's Google the definition of atmospheric refraction. Sinking. Do that.
That's what I love about our modern world.
No, you don't want to clarify the terms that you brought up. You brought it up.
I do want to say I have to go in 2 minutes, but I'll keep the conversation. I'm just letting you know in advance.
Oh, well, if you have to go, I need to get a word in really quickly, right? So you accuse Jedi of not knowing about refraction, okay? Kind of trying to mock him, but it turns out that you're the one that doesn't know what they're talking about when it comes to atmospheric refraction and technical definitions, right? Such as upward refraction, which would also be known as sinking.
Because
he does. You clearly don't know what you're talking about.
No, because
and you've
really
weaseled. And just look, last thing. Don't interrupt me, please. I'll be done in a second. Okay, and what you've done is somehow weaseled your way out of providing what you claimed that you had in relationship to drop over distance. Okay, so you've weaseled your way out of that. Right, then you're trying to say that we don't know things, and then you've admitted that you don't even know what you're talking about when it comes to atmospheric refraction. If you haven't weaseled out of it, present it. We already know you don't have it. So be honest. Intellectual dishonesty will mean that you don't come back here again after.
All right. I have 1 minute, but I will say
what causes refraction in your opinion?
Sorry, I want to say this in response to the guy. Jedi, he asked me what type of atmospheric refraction. What type? The atmospheric refraction is the type. So he doesn't know, and he's asking for a type for the type, which is just
is it sub-refraction or super refraction, terrestrial refraction, astronomical refraction?
You're so dumb, you don't know what he's talking
about. Yeah, listen, I know what I'm talking about. I'd like you to define refraction for us so we know what you're talking about.
Define refraction. What do you want me to do? Look it up and tell you?
No, tell us how you understand it.
Wikipedia will tell you.
Yeah, just give the audience what you know about refraction right now in your own words.
Well, he just butchered
refraction is what makes. No, because we have this thing called an atmosphere.
No. Okay, so atmospheric refraction is
whenever I try to make a point, I always get.
Okay, but you're already fucked up, bro. Yeah. So this guy already fucked up and butchered what he was saying. So he doesn't get to continue. I thought you had to go, right? I'm going to give a summary.
I will continue this debate later, but
Yeah,
have fun
you'd
talking
be
all
lucky
about
if we let you to come back.
how
But
I
you're
ran away.
intellectually dishonest.
I can
But you
never
had to
leave.
go.
I can never leave. And have a life.
I thought you were run out of time. Okay, so atmospheric refraction is a broad term used for different types of refraction within the Earth's atmosphere. Oh, we'll go then, right? I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to the audience.
We heard
Just
you.
head off.
We heard you. You keep
you have
making
to
these
go.
announcements like where you're going to get a kiss from us.
Yes. Kiss of death.
He has no idea what refraction is, and he's making it the crux of his argument.
Right, so just to summarize quickly, Seysshood got straight to the point, right? Asked him if he has a direct observation confirming that the Earth is curving. He said yes, he does have that. There's tons of examples. When asked to provide a single example, he started turning into a weasel, right? And he wouldn't present anything. Okay, he started talking about how we could just go on an Earth curvature calculator, as if that's some kind of confirmation. Okay, that's absolutely ridiculous. Then he threw out a bunch of fallacies and feelings. Then he butchered refraction and accused Jedi of not knowing what refraction was, and then admitted that he doesn't know what refraction is. Then all of a sudden pretended all of a sudden he did know what refraction was again, and then he ran away.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
To clarify an earlier point, too, he was ready to use map coordinate calculated distances and try to offer them in place of measurements. And when he saw that wasn't going to go well, he said, well, you could get in a car and you can drive the distance and get the distance that way, as if roads are perfectly straight as a crow flies, and as if even if they were, your car would be able to measure it accurately. Yeah, total clown show. Yeah, I mean, he came in here hot and bothered with the claim that flat earthers don't understand refraction. Off the rip, that's what he was saying. Sometimes you can just let them start yakking. Just keep talking, kid. Keep talking. Tell me more. Tell me more about this. Tell me more. Oh, you love refraction so much? Great. Why don't you educate us? Tell me much more about that.
He's another stalker.
Another stalker, is that what you said? Or he's not a stalker?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's followed us from somewhere else to the English hub.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy? He just straight up lied to Seysshood and said that he had an observation that proves Earth curve, and that he couldn't provide anything.
Yeah. Why do flat earthers lie?
That's yeah. Mm-hmm. No.
Okay then. I mean, I didn't hear anything I disagree with.
I was hoping I'd finish.
Yeah, it's a pretty sound argument.
It was more logical than boats going over the horizon.
All right, what I miss?
Just an overconfident Glober getting wrecked. That's about it. Same old, same old. Fallacies and feelings were missed. That's all.
Sounds great.
That was funny what he said, actually, to Says Who. He's like, you guys can't have a single conversation with a Globertha without pointing out fallacies, without saying straw man and red herring, as if that's our fault.
Yeah, exactly.
How dare you point out my fallacious logic?
Yeah,
Can't
it's crazy.
Can't be a Glober without straw man fallacies.
To be fair, you can tell them all the fallacies that they're making without telling them they're doing them or naming them. You know, if they're scared of the names of the fallacies, maybe we should stop using them. It's like, oh, you're mischaracterizing my position, so you can attack it easier than you would otherwise. They'll be like, oh, right. And then you say, but you're strong man, and they're like, no, you said straw man, I'm out of here.
Oh man, unfortunately, I'm
But
gonna
if
have
you
to use
tell
that
them,
tactic.
well, if you use that tactic, they'll just call you a liar and say, you know, you're being disingenuous or you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's a Scott Mackey.
Well, to be fair, have you ever met anybody who's genuine?
Genuine.
Yeah, think about it. Next time I want you to compliment someone, I want you to say, hey, man, you know what? You're so great. You've been very genuine.
I'll do it. I'm gonna do it.
It'll be like, what the heck did you just say?
I need to look that word up.
We got to think about it. Disingenuous must mean ingenuous means something, and that must mean genuine, right?
Gotta be. Checks out. It was so funny. Last evening, my son was talking to his friend. They were texting, and I guess my son was telling him how he thinks the moon landing's fake. And the guy's like, "Why do you think that?" The kid's like, "Why do you think that?" And so my son shows him a couple reasons and brings up the radiation from the Van Allen radiation belt. And the kid replies with a Google screenshot from where he Googled, and it just said, they use magnetic fields. They create a magnetic field that disrupts the radiation. So I told my son, because he's like, what do I reply? First, you could make fun of the Google thing that he did just to get his own answer. But I was just like, well, ask him how they derived a mechanism to do that. And the kid crashed out after that.
And how did they account for the weight of such a device on the rocket ship there?
Yep, House of Cards comes crumbling down. So, like, the whole crux of the Glover's position where, there'd have to be too many people involved, way too many people involved in this global conspiracy for it to be true, for them to be lying about the shape of the Earth. Well, what's going on with Epstein right now kind of shows that there can be a fucking global conspiracy with a lot of people in it. And yeah, they just can't understand compartmentalization, and not everyone that works in the space agency or the space industry actually knows what the fuck is going on. They're just getting tricked just like us. All the teachers are getting tricked to teach the kids. They fucking just they have it in their mind that anyone that has anything to do with the space industry or cosmology or anything has to be in on the lie. It's just such a joke. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but I was just, my whole overarching point was that what's going on with Epstein is like they can't really claim that anymore. They can't say that the lie would be too big. I mean, it's all coming out.
Dude, that's not even a drop in the bucket to what's really going on. It's a ruse. It's a charade. It's a look over here. Don't look at the real thing.
Yeah, totally agree.
Okay, I don't want to diminish. I don't want to diminish what happened there, but the amount of victims that are supposedly from that event pale in comparison to the amount of victims that are in the general population of what's going on. So it's like people all focus on that, like, oh my goodness, we achieved something by putting an end to this. It's like, no, what you did is you played into the hands of, we'll let you have a small victory, so you think you've won, but the real machine keeps going.
Definitely agree. But my point was that, a global conspiracy is true and can be true. So their argument of there have to be too many people in on it is just blowing up in their face. Did you guys catch one of the latest Joe Rogan podcasts with that filmmaker, hitting them with some flat Earth facts? Did you guys watch that?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we reviewed that yesterday in here. It was pretty good, I thought. Some people thought it was terrible, but I think it was good enough to get a bunch more people looking into the topic. And considering the guy seemed like he had he was a smart guy, but he seemed like he had like limited technical knowledge. But taking that into account, he did really good, I thought.
Yeah, I agree. Just the official, I can't even talk. The reaction by Joe and Jamie, like, you could tell they were triggered. I mean, just anyone.
I think it's hilarious.
Watching.
It's hilarious how much Jamie hates Flat Earth, but he brought up the live stream that had the stitched Earth. That was kind of funny. The timing of that was freaking hilarious.
Yeah, then he got all butthurt about it.
Yeah,
Jamie's the worst, man. He'd be a terrible person.
Typical soy boy. Yep.
Oh, so typical. Such a poster boy for the soy. But yeah, it was unfortunate. Yeah, like
totally.
I was a little disappointed at the end when he was like, "Yo, I'm not a flat earther." Kind of agreeing with him. He kind of gave in to their argumentation, and I wish he would have called out their fallacious arguments a lot more.
Yeah, he didn't have a good answer for the how come things fall in a vacuum at at the same rate, and a few things at the end. I didn't mind him saying that he doesn't know like what this place is, because that's the correct answer, right? No one knows
for sure
the shape of the Earth or the whatever this place is, but
dude, it's flat. I know
it's definitely not a globe or anything that has curvature. That's for sure.
Yeah, it all falls apart.
Yeah, but he did all right.
Sure about that?
At least he got.
Hold on.
Whoa,
hold on. You just said it's definitely not a globe, right? Definitely not.
Well,
definitely not the required globe that is required.
Would a globe with an infinite radius be flat, or would it still be a globe? I'm confused about that.
Well, it only has to be. Look, it doesn't have to be infinite. It only has to be impossible for the accuracy of the measurement methodology that we have to detect at our local scale. That's all it has to be. Because if it's beyond your measurement capabilities for the local territory that you have access to, and by the way, that includes the 180 to 190 million square miles that we have access to. If your measurement methodology can't detect it within that, then you couldn't be 100% certain to say definitely, because unless you went to everywhere, right?
Yeah, but the point is, the mathematics need to add up for the cosmology model to work out.
Yeah,
that's only if you synthesize. That's only, hold on real quick. That's only if you synthesize the Earth and the cosmos into one model. If you're not doing that, then you don't need to do that.
Well, the whole thing with flat Earth is we're just trying to prove the mainstream is lying to us, right? We don't know the fucking shape, so we just say it's not the fucking oblate spheroid that we're told it is.
It's more than that. It's functionally flat in the known territory. So it could be described as flat in the known territory. But to make the claim beyond the boundaries which we've ever encountered, like the Globers wouldn't know that, and we wouldn't know that either.
Yeah, but I took what he said was it's definitely not the sphere that we are taught. I'm pretty sure that's what he meant. I don't want to put
that is right, but the way I said it was like it can't be a shape of any kind that's spherical. So AI Overlord's correct. I should refine the way I say that just to be technically correct. Yeah, completely.
Well, I mean, that's how the Glovers got into their dogma in the first place, right? They started making universal claims about nature of which they don't have access to and never been to, right?
Right. I still want an answer to my question, though. Does anyone think an infinite-sized sphere would be just flat? Or would it still be a sphere?
I mean, that's purely conceptual.
True.
So you have to qualify it at least into something that's concrete. But yeah, a sphere with an infinite radius is functionally flat. Yet they tell you that the celestial sphere is a sphere with an infinite radius. So they're telling you the sky is flat, basically.
That's interesting. Yeah, wow. What? Who we got? All right. You got hot miking. Welcome to the channel. I can't read your name. Inog. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is
Oh, you're
Nanda
doing it again.
Kasata. What do you want?
I think are you native?
Yeah, so I want you to stop hot miking. Like, we can hear whatever you're playing in the background. That's my only request. Or if you have any Earth curvature claims, right? That would be cool. Or if you know the Earth's flat, then just stay on mute. It's fine. There we go. Another flat
Yep,
Earth.
he knows the Earth's flat. Yep.
Now listen,
Good to
DJ,
see
some
of
people... Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, good to see a bunch of these server heads, right? The head moderators and the admins have been in here today asking a bunch of questions, which has been cool. Good to see you, Siju, in here.
Speaking of heads that need to ask questions, some people like out there will hear me say that without having access to the entirety, you can't make certain claims beyond the scope of your measurement capabilities. And they'll get upset about it and be like, well, oh my goodness, he's saying the Earth is a globe. Oh my goodness, he's not a flat earther. And you know who we're talking about here. So I'm more than welcome to, if they want to challenge my logic on it, I'm more than welcome to try. All we have available to us is the known territory, right? And what can we empirically measure and determine, right? And everything beyond that is philosophy, okay? For all those listening, everything beyond that is philosophy at best. What else could it be? So, for example, you might say, okay, the Earth is locally flat, over 190 million square miles, and therefore it must continue to be flat ad infinitum until the end of the Earth or the end of reality. But how could you possibly know that? That's like the same kind of dumb assertion that a glober would make about the universe, wouldn't it be?
But when you say that, they don't have access to it, you're just hurting their feelings by saying that the human race doesn't have the capability of space travel. I know you mean personally they don't have access to it, but they kind of, take pride in being a human and then knowing that humanity, can space travel and send satellites,
Never going to happen. It's never going to happen, bro.
Yeah,
at best you could go within the solar system, but you're never leaving the solar system, never.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you take that away from them, they get emotional. Because they're like, how dare you say we don't have the capability that my worldview, is built on? We're a space.
Why is it
exploring?
Yeah, exactly. But why is it that you can't? Why is it that you can't do that? Well, it's because you need to accelerate the vehicle. You need to get the vehicle there at a reasonable amount of time. You need to have the entities, being the humans, stay alive during that time. You need to have radiation shielding. You need to have impact shielding. That takes weight. That takes fuel. Fuel costs weight. That takes more fuel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Some physicists have done the math, and they said that you need more energy than the energy of the universe to travel solar or extrasolar or extragalactic. Like, you need magic. You literally need magic.
But we have the Voyager. Magic. We have the Voyager that sends us photos. You don't believe in the Voyager?
It doesn't matter. Voyager isn't getting anywhere anytime this century. All this stuff in their worldview is a pipe dream. Like, Star Trek: The Next Generation with their warp drive. Like, that's all pipe dream. The only way it would happen is if they come up with some magic technology that literally can transport you, like, interdimensionally. That's the only way. Other than that, it's never going to happen.
Yep. And that's where aliens come from.
Well, look, there's already a race of interdimensional entities that can transcend space and time already here. They're called demons.
Yep, I believe that. I think there's other entities too. I've seen one of them. It was in 2019. Me and my normie friend at night. All of a sudden, like, everything gets quiet, and in the sky there was just a silhouette almost, but it had shape to it, so it wasn't like 2D, but it had no visible detail. But it moved, and it basically looked like a whale. It was different color than the sky, but it was all one color, and it moved like it was swimming, and it was humongous. And looking at it, I could just tell it was an entity that had, like, intelligence of some sort. And it lasted for about 10 seconds. We were just like, what the fuck is that? And then it slowly became transparent, just slowly disappeared with the color of the sky. And yeah, never been the same since. Like, if he wasn't with me, I'd be like, I'm fucking crazy. It was that insane.
Dude, I've seen a star that we were looking at all of a sudden started to jiggle, and then it started to move to the right, then do like a loop, then move to the right, do a loop, move to the right, do a loop. I've heard a lot of people report similar stuff. Also, if you look up at night with night vision, you see all kinds of crazy stuff. And it's not satellites.
Yeah, I was in the Navy and do small boat operations, and I had NVGs on. And first off, when you look at the night sky out there in the open ocean with NVGs on, there's lights everywhere. It's like hard to find a patch of blackness. And I saw some wild shit of lights moving and shit, but nothing to the effect of what I saw in 2019. It was like a fucking interdimensional whale. I swear to God, it was fucking crazy.
Have you ever heard the report of, I think it was in the 1800s or something, but there was like these ships that appeared in the sky. That's the way they were described. Then these other ships appeared. It seemed that they had a battle, and then they left.
No, when was this?
It was in like it was in ancient history, man. Like before technology. Can't remember it. It's not Tuskegee.
You talking about Mahaprabhupagita?
Maybe
you're talking about some. Yeah, it sounds like that. Sounds like Hindu or Vedic, as we would call India today. Reports of battles in the sky and stuff, chariots and all of this type of shit.
The one that I saw the account is that they did drawings and they described them more. Like the way they were being described, they sounded like zeppelins. Like that's a form of them.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's Yeah, maybe it's not what I said then.
You're talking about Enoch?
No, it's like in the 1800s or 1700s or something.
Okay, definitely not what I'm talking about then. I've heard recently stories of this type of thing. Just in research into things like Satan's little season and the idea of time being a whatever. But yeah, I think I've heard stories of this about 200 years ago, like your potential battles in the sky that are over very quickly or relatively quickly, but caused a lot of damage and so on.
What's interesting is in the scripture, in the biblical scripture, there's accounts of where things are supposed to be happening, and the people are like, "Hey, why isn't this happening yet?" And then the angel arrives to them. He said, "Hey, yo, bro, I was trying to get here, but all these demons were trying to stop me, and so I had to have a battle, and that's why it took me so long." But yeah, you look up in the sky, you see all kinds of crazy stuff, man. Go ahead.
So that might be the one that you're talking about that I put in the side chat there. I just looked it up. This one says it happened in 1561 in Nuremberg, and apparently they reported seeing cylinders in the sky, spheres coming out of them, crosses and rod-shaped objects that seem to fight. Then a large black spear-like object. The account describes the objects moving erratically, clashing, and some falling towards Earth in smoke.
I've seen that.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's insane. Wow.
It's weird. Is some of these encounters, they describe the crafts moving in a manner that's like straight lines. Like they go straight, then they turn 90 degrees, go straight, then they turn 90 degrees, again, go straight. Like they don't move in curves. And they move at a speed that, any biological organism would be liquefied inside. Now, interestingly enough, there is books that describe creatures that move that way. They're religious books, so they're described as angels and demons, or spiritual entities.
I think the throne of God moves in that way that you described, in like 90-degree angle. And there are other thrones in heaven.
Right, I think the throne doesn't have to move that way. It's described that it moves that way because the reason why it moves is the creatures that are buried. And those creatures move in that manner.
Oh, okay. I get you.
Did you guys hear what the one of the House of Oversight Committee members said about alien bases off the coast of the U.S., like underwater alien bases?
No, Obama did an interview for a podcast where he said that he had, based off his time as president and looking at evidence and whatnot that he had access to, he could say definitively that there are aliens.
He said that on a podcast?
Yeah. And then people started talking about what are you on about? Let's see this shit, Like where's the evidence? Then he dialed it back and said, well, based off what he knows about the universe and whatnot, and like, what does that have to do with you being president? Why'd you throw that in there? And then he just stopped responding to people. You could be like, that's two different answers.
The interviewer fucked up because he didn't even follow up on the questions. Obama said that, and then he just moved on to some other question and didn't even ask any questions regarding it.
Oh,
yeah, that'd be like pause. I know, like totally pause. What do you mean by like your time as president you had access to information that definitively proves extraterrestrial life. Like, what about that? And then he says, well, no, just as a private citizen, and my understanding of, how vast space is. It's like, oh, you little weasel. Like, just straight up politician speak. It's like Obama Hussein.
Yeah. So, how many years before it's mainstream that there are literal demons amongst us? I give it 5 years. 5 years, by the way, things are moving.
Well, you know the persistent programming idea, where it's like Hollywood shows you what's coming down the pike. If you ever seen that movie Signs, or you ever seen Indiana Jones, Crystal Skull, they basically posit the idea that what we think are aliens are actually interdimensional creatures or demons.
Wow. You ever see the movie?
Skull.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, in the movie Crystal Skull, it said that these creatures are they're already here, and they've been here for a long time.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe they do programming. It's a form of revelation of the method in movies. But there's an old movie, is like a '90s, maybe late '80s, early '90s movie called Denzel Washington. It was called The Fallen.
Oh yeah,
and
where they can occupy people's bodies.
Really, yeah, that was crazy. I was like,
Yeah,
dude,
time is on my side.
that rings true. Just by people like doing heinous acts, totally completely evil acts, and then their families like, I would have never thought they would ever be capable of something like this. And I'm like, I bet there's a good probability that a demon inhabited them. It's fucking wild.
I remember that movie came out and people were talking about, like, what if that's the case and you are possessed by a demon and you do something wrong? I mean, I think the person should still be held to account because they saw the demon could only occupy people who were like basically like something was wrong with them. They were
really
they were
that was a
kind of like, I think so. Like if you were strong mentally or physically, they couldn't do anything to you. You'd get goofy. Like you would be like would get like a migraine or feel sick and stuff.
I didn't remember that premise in that movie, but if that's the case, then they should be held accountable, kind of like negligence, right? Almost
not
like,
maintaining strong mind, body, and soul.
Yeah, like the same kind of punishment if you like leave a gun out or something. Yeah.
Yeah, the saying, like some of the people, like the demon can't fully control you; it can just like push you in the direction, and if you're not strong enough to resist, you'll just go there.
Yeah, it's kind of like dereliction of human duty, right? That's how I would punish them. That's their category. They were derelict of...
Yeah, but you just can't let them go. You just can't, like, someone does something horrible and just like let them walk free. I mean, like...
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. I would hold them accountable, and their punishment would be for being dereliction of duty of human.
Yeah, let me ask you this question. Check this out. Who's more noble? Someone who's never tempted to do evil, or someone who's extremely tempted to do evil and resists.
Yeah, I think the tempted person, I can fight it.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's counterintuitive,
Yeah, so
but yeah.
Correct. So, for example, a lot of people think they're noble because they haven't done certain heinous crimes, whether it be murders, rapes, et cetera, right? But they've never been tempted to do it, right? So they're not doing it because they're resisting. They're not doing it because they're not interested in doing it. So it's like it's not a virtue.
Yeah, I can understand that.
That's like saying I've never eaten broccoli. I'm so good of a person. Well, no, it's because you don't like broccoli and you're not interested in eating it, too. That's why you don't eat it. Yeah, so like acts of heroism are considered where you're doing something to help people or on behalf of others that's at great risk to yourself, right? So there's skin in the game.
Yeah, if you stop something bad from happening at no risk to yourself, it's kind of like a charitable act. It's not like a sacrificial act or a virtuous. I mean, it could still be virtuous, but yeah, if you don't have anything to lose and you just interject in something and stop something from happening, and there's no risk to you being, negatively affected in any way, then yeah, it's just a charitable act, right? If you guys don't mind changing the subjects a little bit, what do you guys think about the Ether Cause group, the Ether Cause boys, and Celestial Theodolite, and what they're doing? What do you guys think about that?
I think they need to do a simultaneous observation on the ground and the mountain peak, and not just rely on the observation from the mountain peak and then a model projection from the software. That's what I think.
Yeah,
unless they do the simultaneous. Yeah, unless they do the simultaneous observation, they're really shooting themselves in the foot.
Have you been a part of the presentation on Earth Awakenings?
No, but I've seen their premise, and their premise is fundamentally flawed unless there's a simultaneous observation at both points, and you're not relying on the software. Unless their whole point is to say there's discrepancies in a piece of software, which is fine, but that doesn't prove anything about reality.
Amphibious, they came to me before they went public with this and asked for my opinion. I stated simply such as AI Overlord put it, along with a few other objections, and they decided to proceed anyway.
I'd be interested to see how they respond if you were to say that, because they take questions, during their live weekly presentation. I'd be interested to see how they respond.
I wrote them a paper, and they handwave dismissed many points and moved the goalposts on others.
That's a little disappointing.
I think what AI Overlord said really encapsulates so much. They need to do real observations.
Because they're depending on Stellarium as their mountain observer.
Now, if you do a worldwide cooperation of mountaintop observers that match the angles while you're doing it, sure, maybe that'd be something, but they haven't done that yet, as far as I know. Now, is there certain conversations you can have with Globers that will cause them to concede points, whether they realize it or not, that are catastrophic to their worldview? Sure. But just to say, because Stellarium says so, I have a triangle that matches flat Earth, therefore this is the way the Earth is laid out in between these things. It's like, no, dude, that's just on paper. That's in a piece of software. Until you actually get an observer at that point and validate that angle, that's all you got. Now, it may be the case that they coincide, but until you do it physically yourself, simultaneously, then you got nothing.
Excuse my ignorance.
Nothing definitive.
Yeah, I understand that for like undisputed proof, but excuse my ignorance, but doesn't that still, even using Stellarium, wouldn't that still wreck the globe model?
It depends on what you mean by globe model.
Wouldn't it still wreck the required curvature that is not there, right? The required missing curvature still wrecks the model.
No, because you have to make claims. You have to make claims.
Not according to Nathan Oakley.
Relationship to the Earth. You have to make claims about the sky in relationship to the Earth, and no one's ever been to a star that validates its location in free space. So, no, you can't reverse engineer geometry from looking at the sky and be definitive.
No, I get that, but all the Globers think that you can, and their model depends on Stellarium being correct, right?
In some ways, yes.
So if you take a tool that the Globers depend on and you show them that refraction doesn't work like they say it does according to their tools, regardless if it's overall true, it shows them that their model is not true.
Stellarium doesn't model a globe.
No, it shows the position of stars, supposedly.
From an observer-centric viewpoint, right?
Yeah, well,
yeah,
not a globe.
That's
not a globe-centric viewpoint.
Even call Stellarium a flat Earth model.
Hello, people.
So Stellarium's actually coded with a unit sphere. Think like unit circle, but a sphere, with the radius value of 1 for the observer to the stars. So it's angles, not distances, as you'd suspect.
Yeah, I'm just still lost on how it doesn't wreck the globe model from what they're doing.
Maybe because they attempting to replace the globe model with another type of model. That might validate what they're doing, because they're missing a bunch of variables and just adding their own variables into it, possibly. I don't know.
What do you mean they're adding variables into it? They're just showing the angle of the star during the occlusion, and it doesn't add up to what is required for the mainstream globe model.
Their conclusion is ray parallelism to a flat Earth when all's said and done, which is interesting because the globe requires ray parallelism for it to be true.
Well, aren't they doing this with stars that are below 5 degrees anyway?
Yep.
Right, so that's all in the fudge factor zone. So the Glober can just dismiss it as optical phenomenon, as they rightly should if they're trying to argue against it. Because most of what's happening in what's it called? Celestial navigation and other such things, they don't use stars that are that low for a reason, because they don't match.
Yeah, but I don't know the exact angle in the sky, but the mountaintop makes it to where they are occluded, and it's not like they're terribly low in the sky, to my knowledge. And it's not, they're eliminating the optical or the atmospheric phenomenon, because once the star is occluded, you don't have to take the phenomenon into account again.
Right, but you
Dr.
have to take
Heffron's
into
initial
account
observation is 2 degrees 31 minutes.
Yeah, you have to take into account the fact that the only reason you saw the star in the first place is because the light was arriving at your location to be seen by your optic. So if the path isn't a straight line right before the occlusion, then it's not necessarily a straight line right after the occlusion. So to say, oh, I'm counting this out or this out, now Heffron or whoever the guy was did say, well, I tried to apply certain globe refraction calculations that were in the literature and it didn't work out correctly. Okay, that's fair. But that still isn't conclusive. Like they're trying to draw a triangle, right? And they're saying that one point of the triangle is the observer, the other point of the triangle is the top of the mountain, and then that line continues to the star. And then you get a base leg, and then that would be a right triangle. And that matches the assumption of a flat Earth geometry versus a globe Earth geometry. Okay, that's great, but you're assuming things about the path of the light from the star to you. It's impossible not to, right?
Yeah, but that's what the globe model depends on. Correct?
Look, dude, the globe model does not depend on stars below 5 degrees being in a certain degree from the observer. Like I said, there's a reason why they don't use those stars to do a lot of stuff, because there's all kinds of discrepancies with their model. So look, I'm not saying it could be, but I'm just saying if the Glober was arguing against it, they should just argue this is too low of a degree. So it's really not destroying our model, because all of these other things that happen above that degrees that match.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of assumptions that those guys have to make in there, and they're the similar assumptions that the Globers have to make.
Yeah, that checks out. I do recall someone making a presentation maybe 3 months back or so, and they were basically doing the same method, but with a solar eclipse. So they were taking the angles of, the occlusion of the sun from the moon, and they were saying that showed. I forget how they did that, right? But they said they were making the argument that it disproved the globe as well. It was like the celestial theodolite solar eclipse version. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
That's fair, but nothing disproves the globe except the measurements of the object. So if you disprove assumptions about what's going on relative to the sky, all you've done is destroyed a synergy with an assumption that there's a certain type of mapping with the sky and the surface. It doesn't defeat that the Earth is a globe. So if anyone says, hey, I've disproven your assumption about sky phenomenon, therefore the Earth can't be a globe, that doesn't work.
I agree.
So a rainbow's in an observer dependent location. And you can't prove that Earth is flat or a globe by taking elevation and azimuthal angles to a rainbow.
Yeah, makes sense. So Dyslow, I don't know if you guys know him. Yeah, makes sense. So Dyslow had an idea. Yeah, have you heard his idea of basically taking a trough? However long. You ever hear his trough
Let's hear his idea. Let's hear it.
Freezing water in 2 troughs right? So you have these floating troughs that are what, half a mile, maybe a mile long each, and then somehow freeze the water that is inside the trough, and then you flip them on top of each other, and if they, are kind of like two bananas, peel to end.
How in the heck are you gonna flip? How in the heck are you gonna flip a piece of 1 mile long water, bro?
Yeah,
you got $1 trillion. You got $1 trillion to make an apparatus.
It's a good point, but if you keep it in the trough, and then the trough just takes the shape of the water inside. I don't know.
Hello, people.
How do you confirm the accuracy of the shape of the trough?
Well, it just matches what the shape of the water is on the ocean, right?
Yeah, you don't need the trough to be accurate at all. You just need it to be greater than the amount of water you can put in. And the water will take the shape that it takes. So let's say you have a 10-inch deep trough. Well, you need more than that because you need 8-inch variance. So let's say you have a 2-foot deep trough and you fill it up with 20 inches of water, right? So the trough itself doesn't need to be accurate because it's only the top surface that you care about. The bottom could be inaccurate as crap, wouldn't matter. So the top surface is going to be level, right? And then when it freezes, it's going to be frozen in level. And then if that level's curved, then it's curved. And if that level's not curved, then it's not curved. So he's saying you take these two levels, right, and you put them together, and they should be separated. So you'd have to do it with the tops, which means you wouldn't get like a banana touching at the tips. You'd get a banana touching at the center.
This really does sound like a Demlock idea.
Oh, I'm Bill. There's a guy in the comments telling me to open my mic.
Well, you passed the mission. Well done. Congratulations.
Because he's not answering me on the mic. Please ask me any questions, Mr. Disgracer.
Can someone else ask this guy questions? I'm at the tail end of a chess game.
Whoever called him out to open his mic better get on the questions.
Yeah, sweet. I can do that. Sweet. Hey Bill, do you not want to talk about how Earth's measured flat? Bill? Hello? Hello, Bill? Hey Bill, did you open your mic and run away, or what?
Yes, I'm back.
Right, let's discuss how Earth's measured flat, mate. You don't want to seem to discuss it in the chat.
Yes,
Did you not know that Earth's measured flat?
You just preach, I will listen. I don't want to ask anything.
We don't need to preach, we're having a conversation, mate. You were there
I'm not
insulting,
in
trying to be
mood of
insulting.
conversation
You
right
hold
now.
on. You were there trying to be insulting, and then you just want to shut
No,
up when the time's
I
here to
was not
talk.
insulting. I was just telling a simple point that we are not living in Stone Age. That we are discussing flat Earth in 21st century.
Yeah, because Earth's measured flat, and you don't want to engage with this.
What do you mean by measured flat?
One time when we went to
When we measure Earth, we measure it flat. We use a horizontal baseline to measure elevation above and below. This baseline is, we use the ocean, medium sea level, mean sea level, I should say.
How do you measure a sphere?
Sorry?
How do you measure a sphere?
That's your problem to worry about, mate. When we measure Earth, we measure it flat.
Okay, let's.
How do
So
you measure a
sphere in your
sphere?
hand.
Can you show us your sphere measurements, please?
Yeah, you should tell me that.
Sorry?
He said, flat earther, you should prove the earth is a sphere for me.
Yeah, it's not up to me to teach you how to measure your claim that you can't substantiate. So you think Earth's a globe. Why? Why do you think Earth's a globe, mate? Did they tell you and you believed? Is that your evidence? You saw some images on a screen? Are you done, Bill? Billy.
Here, how about this? How about just, since he's being uncooperative in answering, how about you just go through a whole bunch of proofs, one right after the other, hitting on a whole bunch of topics, and eventually one of those will trigger some response.
He ran away.
My one time to have a discussion and he runs. That's been happening to me quite a lot, to be honest.
Your voice is too intimidating. Dude, your voice is too intimidating and masculine, okay? Scares people.
The measurements seem to be like the kryptonite for them. Even Dave McKagan's blowing out on it. Bacon and all those guys are spinning their weaves about it. They're getting a bit cooked because their whole arguments rely on the straw man arguments and where's your map and eye level this and dip of the horizon and all this shit that we've sort of been over 10 million times. But they can't, they need to update, but they can't because they can't actually address.
Well, their main claim is that, of course, the Earth measures locally flat, but it's within a tolerance that allows for curvature. That's the crux of their cope session, right? So, yes, it measures functionally flat, but within that tolerance, there's curvature present. Trust me, bro. The problem is there's plenty of instances well within disproving that tolerance that demonstrate that it's not curved within that tolerance. So at best, they have to abandon their core geometry claim, right? They could still retreat into, well, it's a bigger globe, and you could take them there to battle them there, but within what we can observe, their core claim is destroyed.
funny thing though is a lot of them want to appeal to a bigger globe over the years, but they don't realize that the bigger globe destroys their cosmology. And you have to like walk them through the steps that, dude, if you concede to a massive globe, you've destroyed your entire heliocentric model. And then they're like, oh crap. I'd rather have my beliefs about space than the Earth is a globe, so I'll fight harder. I've had plenty of them say that they'd be willing to give up the Earth as a globe as long as space and all of the, drama and romance about space is still true.
Okay, but then you have a planar surface, which is essentially the bottom of the universe, right? And then above that, you've got these spherical objects that you can go and land on and walk around where gravity works just the way they previously claimed it worked on Earth. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, let's say it doesn't make sense, but let's say it's true. How would you disprove it?
I couldn't disprove it.
Right. Neither could they prove it. Correct, and neither could they prove it. So it's just back to the realm of mankind having thoughts, designs, fantasies, romances, fictional stories, heroes' journeys, all set in a setting that we'll never go to and we'll never experience firsthand. So in other words, fiction, right?
That's all it ever was.
But like here's the thing too. It's like let's say for instance that on this Earth is a certain way. Does that mean that other worlds don't exist? That could be a different way. The answer is no. You couldn't possibly know that. You'd be making a philosophical assertion or a religious assertion. So you say, oh, this is the way the Earth is, therefore nothing else can be different. And anywhere in available free space or alternate areas where we can't get to from our available free space, especially if you believe in an omnipotent creator who created everything from spiritual realm and went down dimensions into the physical realm. If that type of entity exists, he could create different worlds if he wanted to, couldn't he? Much like a video game designer, you could have one level that's one way and then level 2 is a different way. But just because I said that's possible doesn't give me license to start making claims that all of those types of things do exist, right? Because I have no evidence for them. And likewise, somebody telling me, no, it's not possible for those types of things to exist, they also don't have any evidence for that either.
Right. I still feel justified in saying that the lights in the sky are not worlds. Prove me wrong. Because it's a negative claim.
No, it ain't.
Why?
Because you're affirming that they're not something that you can't possibly know, true or false. So you're making a claim.
Yeah, someone says they are worlds,
you phrase it,
and I say, I deny it.
Right? Right, so there's the correct answer. I don't know. I know a lot of people have been confused over this idea that you don't have to prove a negative, but saying Sally is not a hairdresser, because you use the word not doesn't make it a negative claim.
You claim people that work as astronomers and surveyors are doing their work wrong. So you're claiming a negative, yeah?
No.
What you mean no?
A negative claim.
You're saying
You're doing something wrong is listen, if I tell you you are doing something wrong, that's a positive claim.
Yeah, and you're saying tens of thousands of astronomers look at satellite data and they're looking at bullshit. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm saying they're interpreting it wrong.
Yeah, what do you even believe? You do know what even like space telescopes look at when they look at space?
Yeah, light.
Light.
Correct. Yeah, that's how you look. Light.
Why does light move the way it moves in sky?
What? Well, I'll tell you what. When any of those people go to one of those locations and validate what the thing they're
Yeah, they gotta touch it, right? They gotta touch it.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's obvious.
We touched the moon, didn't
Not
we?
even.
It was
Well, I mean,
round.
they claim they touched. Yeah, they claim they touched the moon, dude.
What do you think? Is the moon round or not?
No, the moon is clearly round. You can look up and see that it's round.
Why wouldn't we be round? We ain't nothing different than the moon.
Oh, because nobody's ever turned around and looked at the whole Earth. That's why.
Who told you that? How many thousands of photos and videos we have that looking at the Earth back from the space? You think all fake? That's what you think.
Doesn't matter. How many of them are actually of the? Listen, how many of them are actually of the entire Earth?
You got probably right now hundreds of hours worth of fucking Apollo footage looking back at Earth video.
There isn't.
What you mean there isn't? Apollo 1 was recorded. You know what Apollo 1 did? Not Apollo 1. I'm sorry. Artemis 1.
Yeah, go ahead. Post some shots from it.
Man, I don't want to YouTube for you Artemis 1 footage, man. They circle around the moon. They got the fucking video of moon and Earth. Gunsling. And they got the fucking video of moon and Earth in the same goddamn frame. Hell you talking about, man?
So does Call of Duty 4. I mean Call of Duty 5.
Yeah.
They got a video.
More saying cuss words, guys. It's
Man,
inappropriate and violent.
who's playing that shit, man? Anyways, what you're doing here, you understand, surveyors. Okay, you're saying space footage is fake. We agree to disagree. Even if I think you're done for that, there I said it. But surveyors, what they do spherical access just for fun and shit, right?
Well, that depends. What's spherical excess mean?
Come on, boy. I don't want to explain to you basic terms, me and you know the answer to, boy. Now, they in their calculations put up calculations.
Yeah, and I agree with you. You can do anything you want in calculations. I'd agree.
Yeah.
So you answered your own question. Why do they do spherical excess? It's because they're calculating. There's your answer.
Yeah, and you're saying they're just doing that because someone told them, and
No, I'm saying no. They have to synergize. They have to synergize the preserved angles from the celestial sphere to the ellipsoid model that they already have preconceived that they're outlaying this mapping transform system onto. Yeah,
I get what you're saying. So they're doing it. They're doing it because somebody put this globe model in place, so they got to do it every time, and just for the sake of because somebody put it in place to be able to globe. So you understand how crazy that sounds?
No, dude. I mean, that's literally what it says in Helmert's Mathematical Theories and Higher Geodesy, the literal grand poobah father of the discipline.
Grandfather of discipline. There's a lot of grandfather.
The discipline of geodetics, dude. Helmert, he wrote two books on it.
Mm-hmm. And do we follow every single thing he wrote in those books?
Well, you follow the law of formation, which is the assumption that the Earth has a certain gravity and a center and a spinning. So they already assume the Earth is a certain size, and they apply a mathematical law of transformation based on that to all their measurements. And in fact, they have four different measurements that they have to synergize together. And if you go into the book and you look, the way they do it is they curve the plumb line because the preserved angles to the celestial objects don't match their angles that they shoot from their locale. And so what do? They fudge the numbers to make it work.
That's the dumbest shit I gotta hear. They curve the plumb lines. Who told you that?
Oh, yeah. So, no, you know who told me that, dude? Helmert.
Who told you that? Let me hear it.
I'll do you one better, dude. I'll post it right here. I'll post a page right from the book.
What book?
There you go. Helmert's mathematical theories on higher geodesy. There you go. What's that look like? What's that picture look like?
I can't even fucking make the fucking letters in this image. What is this? 2040p, man? Hell wrong with you? I can't even see what it says.
No, dude. Listen, friend. The blurrier it is, the more true it is, just like moon footage.
Man, shut your mouth. You got moon footage in 2K from Artemis 1.
Sure. How would you possibly know it is? Yeah, how would you possibly know it is?
What?
Yeah, how would you be able to validate or match it to anything to verify that it's actually the moon?
That is actually the moon, because
that what they took is actually the moon.
Yeah, because all of the countries were competing one time for the moon. Yeah, am I correct?
Wow.
Am I correct? So you would think the Russians and the fucking Chinese would confirm America's landing on the moon if they didn't see with their own
no, dude. The Russian, the head of the Russian space agency came out and said that America did not land on the moon.
So I thought you were smart. AI overlord.
Well, listen. Listen? You said that the Russians would call the Americans out. So one of the heads of the space agency of Russia said, no, America did not land on the moon. That's a bunch of
let's talk about this. Can we please stick to this subject now? I got proof for this subject as well. So what that guy said, he said
hey, Gunslinger, I think you got to pump the brakes there, because I went to the moon
because
too.
I have proof for this. Is that right, Chris?
You know I went to the moon because Russia didn't tell on me.
Yeah. You need me to pump the brakes because I'm going to destroy this guy right now. That's why I need to pump the brakes. Isn't that right, Crit?
Yeah, pump the brakes, dude.
Yeah, I know you guys don't like what I'm about to say. So now,
okay, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Yeah, so what I gotta say is, the guy that said the Americans didn't go to the moon. Why do you guys think, before I give you the proof, why do you guys think he said it in a single sentence and never brought it up again? AI overlord?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter to you that somebody claims that the greatest achievement of America's space program didn't happen. He just mentioned it once in a sentence, and then nothing else did he mention about it ever again. Is that right, AI Overlord? You think he go around busting up America with one sentence and that's it? Is that your opinion?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Because it doesn't suit your pseudo-scientific bullshit. That's why it don't matter.
Because personal motives are it's because personal motives are irrelevant to the facts.
Yeah, and you know what are the facts? The guy worked in Russian space program where they confirmed it, and he didn't say shit but that one sentence to suit your narrative. Yeah, and with that one sentence, you think he's on your side, boy? You crazy? He was joking around. You know why he say it ever again? Because it was a joke. You understand what a joke is? Same with...
Well, or maybe it's because... let's see, here's the problem, dude. I could postulate that the reason he never said it again is because one of the guys from the Kremlin said, you need to stop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There you go. Guys, so how can you prove I'm wrong and how can I prove you're wrong? It doesn't matter, dude.
Because he said it in a joking way. Have you looked at that whole interview? I did. Did you look at it? Huh? Did you look at it?
Yeah, sometimes people, listen, psychology, it's well known in psychology that sometimes people say things in a joking way to mask liability for themselves.
Of course they do. And do you think him as a head of, what was he? He was a chief of something in the Russian space program. Do you think he would spend his whole life claiming the Russian successes they had in space without them being correct, and then just shit on Americans just with one sentence, and that's it?
Why not? People do it all the time.
Man, if he wanted to bust America's ass, he would do it in a whole interview and talk about it in detail. You're saying to me that some Russian guy, chief of Russian space program, said one sentence and that's it? Is that your real opinion?
Gunslinger, what was the question he was answering?
I don't know. I forgot.
The reporter asked him what question?
Did you hear me? I forgot. I watched it like a month ago.
The question was, what do you want all the little boys and girls at home to know about what's the biggest takeaway?
God, man. Oh my.
What's the biggest thing as you as a head of American a Russian space program for like a decade? He was like the longest running chief of space of Russian space. What's the biggest thing? What's the biggest thing you want people to know? What was your biggest takeaway? He said, "There's zero proof that America ever went to the moon."
Great. I'm gonna look at this shit again. You better not be wrong about this, even if you were.
Yeah, go look at it.
Yeah.
That's the best part. It said, "Hey, what if there's one thing you could tell people about your time as the Russian space boss? What's the one thing you want people at home to know?" My expertise as a Russian space boss for almost a decade has demonstrated to me that there's no proof that America went to the moon.
Okay. Now, now what? I believe I'm doing this with you, man. You guys.
Yeah, we're doing it.
We're doing it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I like this. I don't like it, but we got to do it. So after that, did he hold his stance on it? After that, he said the America didn't go to the moon. Did he hold that stance and explain in any other way?
No, that was the end of the interview. The interview ends after that. They say good night, have fun.
He's still alive. He's still alive. Has anybody asked him about it ever again?
He's still alive. Yeah, they didn't snuff him out or anything.
Yeah, and what did he claim after that? Did he keep claiming that America didn't go to the moon?
There wasn't anything after that. That's the end of the story.
Why are you lying right now?
He then retires.
Why are you lying right now?
I'm not lying, dude. He retires after that.
Yeah, but he's still speaking about it. You agree?
No, he's not, dude. He retired. No one hears from him again.
Right. So the logic is unless somebody keeps talking about the same thing ad infinitum all the time, everywhere, it can't possibly be true. Wow, that makes sense.
July 5th, 2024, 2 years after he said that, head of Russian Space Corporation Roscosmos, Yuri, accepted the truth of U.S. putting a man on the moon in an address to the State Duma. IntelliNews has reported.
Oh, he
2 years
accepted
later?
the truth. Oh, yeah. It sounds like he got politically sandwashed.
Oh, he got sandwashed. He got sandwashed now, huh? Did he? Did he? Huh? Yeah, you guys are coping about this. Anyway, now that we cleared that bullshit up, I want to talk about how some guy in here told me that Buzz Aldrin said that we didn't see moon landing, we saw an animation of moon landing. That's the exact same. Yeah, he did say it.
He said
but that's the exact same type of misleading bullshit, just like you said about this Russian guy. You know why? You know why Buzz Aldrin said that? Because when moon landing was televised, the first moon landing, there was an animation played of a astronaut coming down the ladders because they didn't have cameras on the moon to get a frame of the guy climbing down the stairs. You know, proper frame. They had it on the side, but they didn't have it on a land on the moon to get a clear shot of, guy coming out the fucking lander. That's why he said it. Do you understand it, Crit? Do you understand it? That's why he said it. He didn't say the whole moon landing footage was an animation. You guys said it like he did say it. That whole moon landing was an animation. You understand what are you trying to get?
When did he clarify his statement? Or are you just making shit up?
If you watch the interview, If you watch,
when did he clarify that that's what he meant?
He clarified when he didn't say the whole footage was animation in the first part, but that's what Crit was, or anybody else who said it.
No one said that. We just told you what he said.
Yeah, but
okay, so he said like what he said. No. He said what he said, and now you're making up something that he didn't say and stating as if it's a fact.
Yeah, okay. So you're trying to tell me that whoever said that to me, like,
you're making up bullshit. You're making up bullshit to suit your religious globe earth.
Oh my God,
fantasy that you have in your brain that you're obsessed with. That's what you're doing, bro. And about the curved plumb lines, right? That's out of the mainstream, right? Geodesy books about surveying that they all reference, right? It's like the gold standard book that they all reference. Okay, so the plumb lines are curved because the celestial sphere doesn't match up or something like that with the globe model. I don't know. Ask Yoda or AI more about that, but it's in the book. It's in the book in the side chat, right? So you said that that's the dumbest thing you've ever heard. Okay, yeah, probably is. It's pretty dumb, but that's your globe, right? The globe's pretty dumb. It's crazy. It's a crazy, outlandish claim that requires exceptional faith.
And I keep talking.
Yeah.
Oh. You're trying to tell me that when somebody in here says, you know what Buzz Aldrin said? He said, you've seen an animation, not a real footage. You're trying to tell me that he doesn't mean to like say that even the NASA astronaut says the moon landing.
Well, he didn't clarify. He didn't clarify.
What do you mean he didn't clarify? You think he said that?
No, we don't know. He just said what he said. Okay, so he just said what he said, and he didn't clarify anything.
But do you understand?
So for you to make up, for you to put words in his mouth and just to make shit up, right? That's just straight up lying.
Do you know there was an animation, right?
I don't care. All of it's probably an animation. Okay. It all looks like an animation.
Animation.
Okay, so if something looks like an animation, it's probably an animation.
I thought it was like done in a fucking hangar somewhere. You was guys saying there was.
Did you? Is that what you thought? Right? Is that what you think? Is it? Maybe some of it was. There's testimony, actually. There's testimony that they did a bunch of it in a hangar, right? They don't have to have animated all of it. Okay, obviously, when the astronauts are playing golf and that kind of thing, right? That's not an animation. Okay, maybe when the little paper mache looking lunar thing is like floating around all unnatural looking. Yeah, that looks like an animation. That's probably an animation just because it looks like it. No one could be dumb enough to think that that's real footage, surely. Okay, but apparently some people are.
And the Artemis 1 footage is also fake. The ISS.
No. You can't validate any of it. Right, it's all just fake. It's all just faith.
Yeah,
it's all just faith from you, bro, because you're a man of faith, right? You got Stockholm syndrome, and you're a man of faith.
You guys understand that?
It's true.
Yeah, but you guys understand
what? We understand that we have empirical evidence, and all you have is cope, fallacies, feelings, and copium.
You know why you don't have empirical evidence?
No, we have empirical evidence, right? You don't have any. Yeah, we do, actually.
First of all, that drop over distance, you guys keep yapping about. That shit. That shit is when the observation level is at the sea level. Yeah, your eyes would need to be in the fucking on the fucking surface of water for that drop to be accepted.
Oh my god. Yeah. Just when you couldn't see me any dumb, you say something dumb. Like
you understand? That. Because 8 inches per square mile isn't when you look from like
square mile
6 feet up.
Square mile. What the hell's wrong with me? Gunslinger, I don't know if at this point you gotta be pulling the gag. This is a gag, dude. Just admit it. You can't
square mile.
Yeah,
surely you're trolling the globe side, right? And helping us. Secretly you're like some flat earther. Okay, go ahead.
He's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing the Russian guy did. He's acting silly. That way he can't be held liable for what he says.
Sure. Just like you said, the Russian guy said the Americans didn't land on the moon, huh? You just yapped it out and you were held liable for it, were you? AI overlord, boy.
So that's your response to being held accountable for your fallacious argumentations?
What are my fallacious argumentations?
By bringing up Artemis 2, something you cannot verify. If you bring up something you cannot verify, that is a fallacy, sir.
You guys really gonna tell me you saw everything you believe in? Is that right? You only believe what you see?
Yes. Is Artemis empirical evidence?
Well, but can I answer that real quick? No, but we won't argue. We won't freaking go on servers and argue stuff that we cannot verify, like you are doing right now.
You know what's your problem? You can verify flat Earth. You know why? Because for a flat Earth, there needs to be edges. Why didn't you verify?
What's your problem?
It's not my problem. You claim it's flat. I claim you can fly around it like a ball.
No, our claim is that it's not. That's not my claim. I never claimed it's flat.
Again.
The trip.
A burden of proof. A burden of proof falls upon you, sir. The burden of proof falls upon you. You have an extraordinary claim.
No, we don't.
Don't be fallacious. How you like that, boy?
I like you very much.
Gumslango was talking edges on day one. It sounds like all of our conversations were for naught at this point. He effectively NPC reset.
Cool.
That's awesome.
Cool talk, Yoder. Cool talk.
Oh, it's great. I love him talking about edges. So he said, yeah, we agree. He needs butt cream for different reasons. But anyway, the point is, you said that an edge is a problem because there needs to be a certain edge in order to prove the proposition true. And you are correct. The globe needs a certain edge because it has a defined boundary, right? And so the definition of an edge is the furthest extent of an object from its center. That means every part of the globe is the edge. And you have given dimensions for your edge, and that edge can be tested, and it doesn't show up in reality. So you think the edge is a problem for flat Earth, but it's actually a problem for the globe, my friend.
You know why it's not a problem for flat Earth? Because we have shots of it. We can prove it. And you guys cannot prove your edges. Where are your edges? I've been waiting for somebody to explain to me in what shape you guys cannot even tell me in which shapes your continents are arranged on your supposed
He
flat
keeps
Earth.
getting more and more fallacious. You're crashing out, bro. Just accept the fact.
Are
you
you
just
gonna
keep
talk or are you
doubling
gonna
down? The NPC reset fucking had me dead.
Yeah, we already answered this.
Yeah, but you cannot answer it. That's why I'm bringing it up. You guys cannot answer in which ways are continents arranged on flat Earth and where are the supposed unseen continents or land masses. Yeah, you can even say if Antarctica wraps around the Earth. You can't even say that because you don't know how can it work. How can things we see that happen?
And why is that sequitur? Why does that follow? Why is that relevant in any case?
Flat Earth, you need to arrange continents somehow for us to live. You understand?
Yeah, so what? Why does that matter?
You cannot arrange for a sun to work.
Why can't you answer why it matters?
It matters because your proposition that Earth is flat and you claim you have empirical evidence. When you have clear empirical evidence that you don't have the flat Earth model, that makes you guys.
What does it have to do with anything you said prior to this?
Huh?
You seem lost.
What did you say?
Like, you just keep gish galloping from one thing to the next.
It's copium. That's the copium kicking in.
I see you guys.
Edges, orientations, all of that is ancillary to the topic at hand.
Yeah. My ass ancillary, boy. Listen, we can talk about a curve and we come to one bottom line. We say it's refraction. You guys say, it don't work like that, refraction. And that's where we agree to disagree. You understand?
No.
Yes.
You can't even define refraction. You're an idiot.
Yeah. I cannot.
Go ahead then. Do it. All right, do it. Do it. Define it. Define it. Go ahead. One sentence. One sentence. Go ahead. Or just say you can't.
I'm not gonna do it because I respect myself. I told you.
Yeah, you can't do it because you don't know.
Stupid bending of light.
Idiot.
From one medium to another. I told you 10 times that shit. What's wrong with you, DJ? Huh? We've been over this conversation.
You're not looking from one medium to another when you look through the air, dumbass. So you already butchered it. See? You guys butcher it every single time.
There's no temperature difference. There's no pressure difference.
Well, you just said one medium to another, where you're just looking through one medium, right? So you already butchered it.
Okay.
Got the wrong type of refraction.
You ain't serious today, fellas. I thought I was going to debate with you like always, but you ain't serious.
There's no debate, dude. Right? You already proved that you come in here and make a fool of yourself every single time. Like yesterday when you came into the politics server and you're like, DJ, I got this observation. I said, did they account for refraction? You're like, yeah, they put 21 temperature gauges. And then I look through the footage and there's no mention of that at all. Right? You're just completely full of shit, dude. It's getting tiresome. You are already bannervating from this.
I'm not banned.
I banned you permanently, bro. I did it myself.
I don't work like that, man.
Here you are. You're back again. That's called ban evasion.
Hell no. Anyway, I thought you guys were serious, but today you seem depressed a little bit. We'll continue this conversation when you're back on your feet. Anyway, what we conclude from today, stop bringing up fake news about astronauts claiming they were
run away. Off you go.
Oh, man. That was rough.
I'll agree. Listen, I'll agree that the opinions of astronauts is fake news when it comes to the shape of the Earth. Yeah, we agree. Good job.
You agree that opinions of astronauts are fake news because of the shape of the Earth. What the fuck did you just say, man?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this question: How many astronauts have supposedly seen the Earth with their own eyes? In totality, how many?
Probably right now, hundreds.
Wrong. Nice try, though.
What?
There's actually a specific number in case you didn't know.
Yeah, and
I'll give you a hint. It's nobody that's only been to the ISS has been in a sufficient location to see the whole Earth with their eyes. So that excludes everybody that's been to low Earth orbit. Yeah, the whole. You need to see the whole Earth, dude.
Okay,
yeah, the whole Earth, brother.
I thought you said just the Earth, just parts of the Earth. That's why I say hundreds, because of the ISS.
Well, dude, no, everybody's seen the Earth, dude. I'm looking at it right now.
Man, I'm talking from space, yeah? From outer space. The fucking space line.
Okay, I don't care about that. What I care is if what they see with their eyes is able to make a discernment.
Okay, of the there's probably been 20.
How many people? Yeah, less than 30. It's like 28 maybe, but it's less than 30.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, how many are left alive? How many are alive today?
I think 3 guys who walked on the moon are alive. I don't know about the other.
2. The last I checked, it was 2, and somebody told me the other guy died. So it's either 2 or 1.
I think.
Hello.
It's Buzz Aldrin and one other. I think.
Right. So listen, friend. There's more people. Yeah, we'll talk to your friend in a second. There's more people alive today who have seen Bigfoot with their own eyes than have seen the Earth with their own eyes. So you got a problem there.
I got a problem, yeah. And you can make a comparison to a made up character and to a fucking.
It's not made up, dude. Dude, hundreds upon hundreds of people have seen them with their own eyes.
Okay. Anyway.
Dude, in recorded history, more people have seen Jesus Christ than have seen the Earth in their own eyes from space.
I'm just trying to figure out.
I think a few thousand people saw Jesus. So what? You don't think Jesus was real as well?
Oh, of course.
Not like a god. I'm saying like a historical person. You don't think he existed?
No, of course he existed.
doing sarcasm Tuesday or whatever day it is today. Thursday. Goddamn boy, I'm flying by. We speeding around the sun hella fast.
All right, listen, dude.
You are fake
Okay,
news.
you listen. Yeah, you won this round by reaching an impasse, which is an agreement that we both agree that astronauts are full of crap. And so now we can go on to the next guest.
You can concede like that. I like it. You make a fake conclusion and you surrendered.
Well, dude, you said the guy from the space agency wasn't telling the truth when he said something, so I'm just applying the same standard on all of them.
So when you joke about something sarcastically, like you just did about Jesus, are you lying or are you telling a joke?
Dude, that's for me to know and you never to know. That's called internal affairs in my mind. You would never know the truth of that, would you? And that's why it's irrelevant.
How can you claim that I think he's lying when I think he's joking? I don't think he's lying. You agree?
I'm just saying he's not telling the truth. He's not telling the truth. He's saying something that's not true.
The same as lying. Joking about something and lying about it is not the same.
Correct. You're right. It's not the same as lying. But the only way to know is to know the intention of a person's heart, which is near impossible, dude.
Yeah. So why did you say I said he lied?
Whatever.
Why did you say
we moved on? Dude, we moved on from that. We made an agreement now.
Move on, don't we? Because he was.
Yeah, there's no way to know. There's no way to know whether he was being sincere or actually truly joking.
Somebody say, yeah, it was too high level for me in the chat, but I whooped on him right now. He considered that his ass was lying.
It doesn't matter. See, you pointed something out and I corrected myself.
Yeah,
so what do you do?
He was in the wrong.
Yeah, okay. Let's agree. Let's just agree that I was wrong and I corrected myself, and now we're both on agreeable terms. So now that that's the case, where's the proof that the Earth is curved?
Oh boy, fucking Jimmy Wheel. The Earth is curved because you gotta be, man. You gotta be. I tell you.
It's gotta be. It's just gotta be.
It's gotta be, man.
Right, we'd agree with you that you think the Earth is curved because it just has to be, but maybe somebody else actually has a real question or a real claim rather than just hopes and dreams.
You guys talk with somebody else. I'm down for tonight. I'll see you guys in.
Yeah, peace. Take it easy.
Peace. You too, man. Have a good one,
dude. I'll make sure to drink orange juice before I meet you next.
Go lick your wounds, dude. I don't know how you're ever gonna come back here. That was a beating. That was brutal.
Are you a new person here? What are you? You're a rookie here, boy. You don't know me.
I just don't know how you're ever going to show your face here again after that. That was fucking brutal.
Yeah. Why?
Neil, have you got any questions about the topic?
Mm-hmm.
Lay it on me.
I just
I need Stephen Hawking's translator for this.
No, I just
Timu Han Solo.
I just destroyed my liver.
Do you feel the Earth moving right now?
I just
I don't have cotton balls in your nose.
No, I just destroyed my liver.
You just destroyed your liver? So you're plastic. Okay.
I think the Earth is spinning for him right now, then.
You guys will never hear from me again. I want to die.
Don't do that.
All right. Well, you got to get
Yeah,
banned.
we don't wish that upon anybody that comes in there.
Yeah. Good luck to you, dude. But you can't be here anymore.
Amphibious J. While sailing the seventh sea, have you ever seen the Earth as a sphere?
What's up, brother? No, I can't say that I have.
Was the Earth always flat and level out at sea?
Yeah, from my perspective, that's all I saw. Except for when there were like 7-foot waves and we were going 42 knots and or trying to at least. Fucking rough on a 35-foot craft. Cat diesel dual jet propulsion engines, and my back and knees still hurt. But yeah, the horizon was flat.
Nice. What was the farthest that you've ever seen at sea?
That would be a guess. It'd be an estimate if I said anything. So I don't know for sure.
Do you think the Earth is a sphere?
I don't know what the Earth is. Well, I know it's not what we were taught in the school system. And I know it's not what the mainstream says it is.
Okay.
I'll
Now,
just say yeah.
is this
I don't know that to be true, but I'm pretty certain, almost certain that we're being lied to.
all right. So, based on your senses, what would you say it is?
Yeah, based on my senses, I think it's a topographical plane.
All right. Cool. Let's see. Other new
And then,
faces are.
what'd you say?
I was just talking out loud. What other new faces are there? Ming, you're a new face. Have you got any questions about the topic? Well, snow. Snowflake. Have you got any questions about the topic?
Mr. Null, you have any questions about the topic? Zygomatic, what's up, bud?
What is going on?
What's up, dude? Glad you could be here.
Where are you from?
You got any questions on the topic? You know what the topic is?
What the topic is? What's the topic?
Well, according to my senses, the Earth is not a sphere. What about yours?
No, I just use Google.
Okay. What does Google say? Since you don't have an opinion. Nothing.
Hey, you should try that when your girlfriend asks where do you want to go to eat. You should be like, "Where do I want to go to eat, Google?"
I'll ask my wife. I should ask Google that actually. Where do I want to go eat? And see if it actually tells me anything. I wonder if it's going to give me like a directive or if it's just going to list options.
Dude, I noticed that one day when I was talking to my dudes at the job site, and I was talking I think I might get Taco Bell for lunch. And then as soon as I opened up whatever app I was going to use next, there was a Taco Bell ad. And I was like, dang, they listening to me.
I remember watching this video of this guy sitting on his computer. He was like, man, I've heard people talking about this. I'm going to check and see what's going on. And he was like, now, I'm not going to say what it is that I'm going to look for, but I'm going to, and he holds up the piece of paper that has his topic, and he was like, I'm going to talk about this, right? And then I'm going to check and see if the ads change. So he opened up Google, opened up like 5 or 6 different windows, looked at the advertisements. They were, mostly random. And then he started talking about, he closed Google, closed all the applications except for the camera, which was recording him for his video. And he was like just rambling on about dog toys and, how he loves his friends' dogs and he would like to get toys for his friends' dogs. And he did that for like 2 minutes or whatever. And then he opens up Google again, opens up or tries to open up similar windows or the same windows. And the advertisements were about animals and pets. And he was like, stop video. And that was it. He was like, bro. And then was like, I'm done. And then stopped video. That was like, that was a handful of years ago.
And what did he say?
I did tell you what he said. He was flabbergasted, and then he stopped the video feed because he was done with the computer.
And what did you do?
I watched another video. What did you do?
I don't remember. I couldn't tell.
Are you one of those guys that thinks the Earth is a sphere?
Sorry, what did you say?
Are you one of those guys that thinks the Earth is a sphere?
It's kind of a sphere. Not really. It's like a in between. Like when you take a pair of socks and the other one has a hole and the one doesn't. So kind of same logic, you know.
What? Are you drunk?
Okay, I can use another analogy. Maybe like if you have a controller and one joystick it doesn't work, you say have to kind of repair it and use it another way. You know, like a PlayStation controller.
This has nothing to do with shapes.
No, I know, but it's the same logic, you know.
No, that is not the same logic.
Well, it's the same analogy, just another theme. It kind of makes sense if you think about it. Like, if it's a sphere, it has to be kind of a weird one, you know? Which it
Why?
is. Why?
You can tell it makes sense by how nonsensical it is.
Exactly. But yeah, why? Why is it, a sphere but not a sphere? It's a weird sphere. This is new for me.
Yeah, because it feels like it, you know? You could feel this atmosphere. It's called a sphere, you know?
Well, I don't feel atmosphere. I feel air, right?
Yeah,
Whether it's hot or cold.
Now the atmosphere.
Yeah.
You know about the
Yeah.
atmosphere, right?
Well, yeah, I know that people call the air that I breathe atmosphere, but since gases, whenever you've got them contained and you open the container, the gas expands in all directions, especially if it's like my tire. So the air comes out, moves in all kinds of directions, and it tries to fill the available volume. So, gases take the shape of the container that they're in, but they don't actually hold any real shape. So,
Yeah,
atmosphere, how does that work?
Yeah, you know gravity, you know, when air is closer to the ground, it actually warms and it goes up. And that's why in different parts of the atmosphere, like the stratosphere and so on, I don't know the English terminology, but the different regions of the atmosphere has different warmth and that is actually the result of the greenhouse effect.
Okay, cool. Is your weird sphere in a vacuum?
It is a mixture.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's like the controller. If you one joystick doesn't work, and the other one you kind of have to use it anyway, even though it's not probably working. So you have to kind of make adjustments according to the development of the game.
Well, usually if my controller's broken and I want to play a game, I go and get one that's not broken. So I need you to fix your logic so I can have a conversation.
Yeah, but think like you have a controller, right? And the controller is working, but one joystick is not working properly, so you use the other one instead. So you maybe switch your keybinds to the controller or the joystick doesn't
Yeah.
work.
So what he's basically his analogy is just moving the goalpost to make it work. When things don't make sense, you just move stuff around until it does, and then it's just patchwork, basically.
Oh, so you are a globe believer. Well, why didn't you just say that from the beginning, dude? Because I said, hey, you're one of those guys that believes the Earth's a sphere, and then you like told me about controllers and shit. Now it makes sense.
No, it made sense all along. You just had to like think of it on another perspective, because I think what's a problem in the world is people not able to, view things in another perspective. And another, controller analogy might provide you with a different views. So I'm sorry if I made it weird, but I think it's the best for humanity if people try to use different perspectives.
So, like, what's the radius of your weird sphere? Do you know?
That is an estimation I cannot make.
Oh, so you've never measured your sphere?
No, I can't.
So you just believe it is a sphere?
I say I would have reasonable doubts to think it's not a sphere.
All right. Well, other weirdos who thinks the Earth's a sphere and they claim they're experts, they say that your weird sphere has a radius value of 3,959 miles. What do you think?
I don't use miles. I got the metric system. What?
Convert it. Change it into whatever broken controller you're wanting to use. Anyways, since the sphere that they're claiming,
I don't know what
3,959 miles, the distance to that horizon can be calculated. Did you know that?
Yeah. That is
Okay.
what the mathematicians like all along have been trying to prove with different formulas, and so they're able to calculate such things, as you might know.
Well, I think in this position, their controller's broken also, and they're just really wanting to use the broken controller, so they keep asserting that the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That gives you the distance to the horizon in miles. And this is supposed to prove that the Earth has that radius value of 3,959 miles. But I tried to do it, and I couldn't. I got larger radius values because, I saw, like...
That is actually very weird. I mean, have you tried multiple times? Because if you use the calculator, it might be wrong,
Of course. People have been doing it all the time. Yeah. Pretty much all of the flat earthers here have went out and tried to measure the Earth to be a sphere, and they couldn't do it. And that's why they're flat earthers. Because they're making observation that shows the Earth's flat.
That is actually strange.
Yeah.
So if I were to try
it is a weird sphere, and I wanted to use math because you can actually use math. So if you're at 1 foot observation height and you see the horizon at 10 miles, that means the radius value, according to trigonometry, is actually 264,000 miles. And people have seen the horizon 10 miles from 1 foot observation height. So multiple people have seen the radius value as 264,000 miles, which is more than 3,959, like the experts claim.
Yeah, and they so-called experts, they have to adjust their results to, in math there's a technique to estimate probability, and they use a chart in which they mark different spots, and you can see that there's a pattern emerging after some thousand attempts. And I think it's the same logic applies to this, that in some cases it might work, and they use those cases in order to prove to us that it's real, but they don't actually have the evidence to support that claim. And what you're saying is that they can't do that, and that's not cool, man.
No, what I'm saying is that the horizon's changing distance. So now either I can conclude that the Earth is changing size because some guys are seeing the radius as 264,000, others are at like 3.5 feet, looking at the horizon being beyond 11.2 miles. And then, like, there's a boat in the distance, so that's 13 miles distance away from him. So that radius value is like 127,000 miles. So I got different sizes to the Earth's radius, right? 264,000, 127,000, 3,959,000. Now, like, is the Earth expanding and contracting? I don't feel that. So, no. So then, like, it's more logical for me to conclude that the distance that I can see changes, and it's not due to the shape of the ground.
Yeah, it actually makes sense, that argument, because it would be very weird for the Earth to like change. It would. I don't know why we call it the Earth. Like, it should be like another name, because it's kind of misleading, you know. They call it like the Great Blue Globe, or
if your name
the
is
Blue Planet,
actually
like.
Gary, right? If your name was actually Gary because your mama called you Gary and your daddy called you Gary when you was
My
born,
name is not
right?
Gary.
If anybody called you Gary, how would that be misleading? Because we just call the ground underneath our feet Earth, and people have accepted it. Like, I'm not the only one that calls the ground Earth, right? You call it Earth too, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Oh,
it would.
Well, what do you want to call
It would not be good to. Like I said, it's better with different views and different perspectives, and allow, you know, that.
All right. So then, how would you make up your own word and then expect everybody to know what you're saying whenever you start saying it?
Yeah, see, like the concept of the words is actually this describe. Yeah, it's not good. It's it doesn't work in order to understand things, because we limit ourselves to our vocabulary and language, which would then lead to unreasonable conclusions. And yeah.
Yeah, well, the words have to have meanings. Otherwise, you don't have a conversation happening. You just have two entities making noise at each other.
Yes,
so
but, you know,
actually
in
no
order.
conversation, and you know we're having a conversation. So I think you're only saying that because you want to have like a discussion about how you don't know anything.
No, because if the concept of like communication is ordered to limit ourselves to a definition in which one might not believe in, and then using those definitions to make conclusions and be in understanding, like, of each other.
Yeah.
But that in itself is, not.
Okay, well, when I say Earth, I mean the land and the dirt that's underneath my feet. I don't mean some disk in outer space. I don't mean the weird sphere that you believe in, right? I'm only talking about reality and the ground underneath my feet, right? And so whenever I say sky, that's actually the air that's above me that has all the stuff above me, like clouds and stars, the sun, the moon. All of that is in the sky. And, you know, some people have made things that fly in the sky, like balloons and airplanes and, you know, other stuff, right? So when I say sky, I mean what's above the earth. Okay. I don't mean like this never expanding vacuum that can't be proven or measured, right? I just mean what's above me in the sky. outside, not my phone, not on the TV or like the computer or whatever.
Yeah, I hear you. And that's why we like need words, you know, so we can communicate and be a society.
Yeah. Well, I've told you how I measured the Earth, and I've shown you how you can go and measure the Earth. Are you going to go measure the Earth?
No, I can't. I don't know. I don't know how to do that.
Okay. Well, you can go to a specific location you choose, right? I prefer doing it over water because there's no dirt or land or topography that can get in the way. And, you know, water rests flat and level on its surface. You know, there's waves, but, you know, over the
Exactly.
length.
The problem is waves.
Yeah. So you go to that spot, right? And you go there however often you want, and you can stay there for however long you want. And then you look at the horizon, which is where the earth and sky appear to meet in the distance, right?
Yeah.
And you want to check for the distance to the horizon, because if the earth's a sphere, the horizon is going to be where objects disappear bottom up because they're going down the ball, right? They're going down the sphere. So the sphere is now getting in the way, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So pick an object that's out in the distance that you know the distance to, right? If, let's say, there's a peninsula in the distance and you know that there's a gap between you and that peninsula, and the, you know, that peninsula is 5 miles, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking at the horizon and you compare the horizon to the peninsula, right? If the horizon is between you and the peninsula, that means the horizon is less than 5 miles because you know the peninsula is 5 miles away. If the horizon is farther or behind the peninsula, then you know that the horizon is greater than 5 miles, right?
Yeah.
So then you would just, you know, get your height above the water, right? Let's say you're at 1 foot observation height and the horizon is beyond the peninsula, right? So now you've recognized that at 1 foot, the horizon is greater than 5 miles. You wait a couple hours and you look at the horizon again. Where is it at? Is it before or behind the peninsula? Let's say there's now water towers out on the water, right? Because you're at a different location because you got tired of looking at the peninsula, right? These, say, windmills, they're 11 miles away, and the horizon is beyond 11 miles, right? Let's say you don't want to actually lay on the ground, so you like crouch down, so now you're 3.5 feet. Where's the horizon? Is it between you and the 11 miles, or is it beyond? If it's beyond, then you can calculate the distance between you and that because you know it's greater than 11, right?
Yeah.
And you just because you would take your height to the horizon, that makes a right angle triangle, and now you can make another angle away from that triangle to make an obtuse triangle. And since you know math is rigid, right? You'd have the 90 degrees, you'd have that distance to the horizon being the peak of the triangle to that obtuse triangle. And now you can calculate the angle for that, what would be the radius, right? And then you can use that to help you determine the sides of the triangle that you can't experience, right? So you're experiencing one half of that triangle, which is now a right angle triangle. So you know that that right angle triangle is like 1 foot on one side and it's like 10 miles on the other. And so now you get the rest of that triangle and you can use math to get 264,000 miles, because you've created the angle from the rest of that obtuse triangle that you made. And then you prove the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 264,000 miles.
But it's different every time.
Yeah.
Like if you do it over and over, it's different every time.
Yeah, the horizon's changing all the time. You can go to the beach and you can watch the horizon. You can watch the peninsula on the other side of the body of water, and you can watch the horizon, rise up like a hill, and you'll watch the peninsula shrink or grow taller. You'll watch the peninsula disappear.
Yeah.
It's always changing.
Because it would be different every time, because it's always different. It cannot be perfect.
Yeah, because the air is making the image that's away from you look different, because the light has to travel through the air. So that now the air is moving because it's, air.
Yeah.
And it's hot, and cold spots. The hot flows to cold, and so now you get the little wavy going, and so you get what's called refraction happening, and then there's miraging, right, where the whatever it is that you're looking at looks wavy.
Yeah.
You got that refraction that causes, let's say there's a water tower on the peninsula, right? If the horizon, comes closer to you, the tower could look like it's really big, and that's called towering refraction, right? Sometimes the tower is like squished and really wide, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So air's affecting light all the time. Shit at the horizon looks different. You can watch that change. But the way they describe how things look with refraction, they always reference how it appears with the horizon. So that's why you want to look at the horizon and try to get a measurement of the horizon's distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. That way you can measure how big that ball is.
Let's.
Yo, somebody call me.
24/7 fly. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
In the beginning, the universe
السلام
was
عليكم
created.
يا عيال. لا ما تتركوني كذا لحالي.
Welcome.
Oh shit. Hello. Hello.
How's it going?
Hi.
What brings you here?
I don't know, by mistake. By mistake. Sorry.
All right. Well,
How do I?
feel free to come back on purpose.
Okay. Goodbye.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Okay. No problem. Don't be scared.
Never.
I got your back.
Yeah, man. And welcome to whoever just joined in. Feel free to ask any questions if you have any. Try and get a conversation started. Welcome, Super XD.
Welcome.
How's it going, man?
Everything good. Everything good. Why no one talking?
I don't know. Everybody's doing their own thing, man.
Bounced off the ground.
I think no one believe of flat Earth here.
It's not about belief. You observe the horizon to be horizontal.
What do you believe?
And I don't have a belief about it.
What do you...
I observe the horizon to be horizontal. You do too. And when you go outside in the morning, you don't treat the earth like it's a ball. You already treat it like it's flat and stationary. Peace out then.
I don't even think they understand.
I don't think so either.
Like their ability to comprehend English. I don't know if they understand the words. That's what I mean.
Some of them, but others, they just think that we're trolling or LARPing or whatever. Like it's just a meme. So when you start saying things that indicate that it's not just a meme, they get really uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. They didn't sound prepared for any of it.
Yeah, jumped in a bit over one's head. Be back in a few.
Hey guys. Yeah, the flat is square.
think so. I think so. Yeah, it was. It's been a while since. Yeah, yeah. I know the album, but it's been a long time. So I don't know. Okay. Let me check it out.
Iguana, we can hear your conversation.
Who can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're hot micing or are you talking to us?
I'm so sorry. Is it the English server?
Yeah, in the English server, you just need to put yourself on mute. That's all.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was just looking for it, and I'm sorry. Bye.
Yeah, no problem.
Hello. Hello. Tell me some cool flat earth shit. What? Tell me some cool flat earth shit. I don't understand what are you saying now. You got any cool flat earth shit?
Bro.
That's it, English, bro.
What do you class as cool flat Earth shit?
I want some of the really compelling stuff. Some of the stuff that like an anti-flat earther would say, I can't deny this, but I still think it's a globe.
Well, that's pretty silly logic, yeah, because anti-flat earthers not going to agree with anything because they're dishonest. They have an agenda.
Oh, what do they say about the oil rigs?
Like, you already know this stuff, man. Why are you asking these questions? You already know.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, do you have any other stuff like the oil rigs?
Yeah, we had a discussion, you and I, the other night about everybody's experience, everybody in every industry measuring the Earth as flat and treating it that way and referencing it that way. And now you're back pretending like you didn't hear any of that. And I'm wondering if you're trying to treat us like some kind of singing, dancing monkey that you can just ask to tell you things. Kind of disrespectful.
Well, I was just coming to a group of people that know more about it than I do and asking for the good stuff.
In the words
like,
of Jimmy,
I don't want to hear
in the
like,
words
the oil
of Jimmy,
stuff
it sounds
again,
like he
I
had
already
a
heard
full
that.
NPC reset.
Who cares? We got an audience. Do some exposition. Who cares about this guy? Talk to him about flat Earth.
So we can have a full NPC reset again?
So? You don't know what a foil is?
Wait, what's
He's here to serve the purpose of
an NPC reset? Is that a crash out?
Doesn't matter. It's a distraction from the topic. That's what it is.
All right,
Anybody want to talk more about him, or do you want to talk about flat Earth to the people that are listening?
All right, you wanted a good observation, Wake. All right, check the side chat out. All right, this is 21 miles across the Great Salt Lake in Utah. All right, 1.5 meter observation height. All right, so if the Earth were a globe, there should be just under 300 foot of curvature over this distance. Now,
is that coast that it's looking at? I'm seeing like it looks like lights. Is that a city?
It's like a little mining thing, right? I'll show you some top view pictures. So this is where it's at. It's just uploading. Just a second. All right, so this is, you see the yellow line? That's the distance markation tool. Okay, so he's standing up at that little peninsula at the top of that yellow line, and he's going to be zooming across to the shoreline on the other side. All right, so this is the shoreline on the other side that you can see in the zoom footage there. It's just uploading. All right, this is the shoreline. Okay, we can see the big white tower and the shoreline. So the shoreline's the target essentially. All right, so if we take the observer's height into account, which is in the next picture. All right, so we got the eye height, 5 foot, camera height basically. We got the target distance, 21 miles across the water. So the horizon, the geometric horizon should be at 2.7 miles. And the shoreline on the other side should be hidden by 223 foot. That's the hidden height.
Yeah.
Okay, now, here's some screenshots from the zoom footage. Right, so he did it during the daytime. Okay, so have a look at the picture above the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, that's a close-up. And then this is the same tower, the same shoreline from 21 miles away during the daytime. And then he stayed there and he did it again during the nighttime as well. Because some globe earthers like to say, oh, you got these magical, perfectly lucky refractive conditions, right? So he stayed there. He did it again at nighttime. And it's even clearer at nighttime. So you can see the comparison of the three images there, right? The close-up, and then the shot at nighttime, the shot at daytime. And we can see the whole of the tower. Okay, we can see the shoreline. We can see the lights reflecting off the water. And we don't see any sign of that geometric horizon that should be there. We don't see any sign of any curvature. And then after they did this, they set up lasers, same height, 5 foot, and then they shot the laser across as well. And here's a picture of the laser. And then here's a picture of the laser signal being seen from the other side. It's just kind of like an icing on the cake. All right, so there's 3 different observations there within the same day, over 21 miles, showing that there's zero curvature.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
And I don't want to interrupt anybody, so it's just a quick question. What would people gain from not letting us know if the Earth is flat? What would they gain? What do you guys know? What's behind it?
Hold that question. Hold that question for a second, because I just did a little presentation.
I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Yeah,
So
that's
go
all
ahead.
right. Yeah, we'll just be a second, right? So, just if Wake wanted to reply to that that little presentation of the observation.
Nah, this seems like a good one.
It's a really good one, man. Yeah, it's there's a full video that goes along with it as well, which I'll just drop a link to it in the side chat if anyone wants to check out the full video. There we go. All right, so yeah, this is a
are of
really
the
good
position
one.
that like commercial space travel will never be a thing.
Yeah, like going to the vacuum of space and that kind of thing. Yeah, that's not going to be a thing. I mean, they've been promising commercial space travel since the freaking 70s, and yeah, it just doesn't ever happen. But this is the thing, right? If the Earth's a globe, right, you might be able to go up high, really high up into the sky or something like that. Okay, but when it comes to what's happening on the ground, right? Whatever you're going up above a flat surface into the air. Because when we go and check the surface, there's no curvature, right? If gravity was real, okay, you need gravity to have a globe, right? So gravity would have to be real if the Earth's a globe. Gravity meaning what most people think of as mass attracting mass, everything being pulled towards the center of the globe. Okay, that's what most of the globe earthers claim gravity is. Okay, so the water would have to be curving. Even if you go for Einstein's gravity, it still dictates that the water would have to be curving at a calculatable rate. Okay, so that would be 8 inches per mile squared over this distance. That formula would be accurate, and there would have to be that curvature there. It would have to be there. If it's not there, it would debunk gravity, it would debunk the globe, it would debunk anything that requires, right, that the Earth be a globe.
What if the globe is like 10 times larger than they say it is? Because I'm seeing, I think it was with the oil rig one too, that it's like you're seeing like 10 times farther than you should be seeing.
Well, their whole model is kind of based off that 39, 59 mile radius value being correct, right? Space travel, everything, the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, gravity, everything, right? So if that's wrong, then everything's wrong. And if it were bigger, right, it would have to be so much bigger that, according to them, all the continents would have to be in this tiny little section of this giant globe, including the North and the South Pole, right? So it just doesn't.
At this point, I could kind of see it.
Yeah, you could imagine it. You could imagine whatever you want at this point. But if you don't have any evidence for this giant globe that debunks the globe model, the current globe model, right, then it would just be a story or an imagination. And we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, we're just saying that when we test for the curvature, it's not there. It's never there. And
what is sorry.
From a flat Earth perspective, what's the speculated like limit on how high you can go?
Well, it's not speculated, right? We have a height that we can send up a camera, right? So the highest we can go is like 40,000, 50,000 feet in a plane, and then the highest we can send up a camera is weather balloon height. Okay, once you start getting above that height,
balloon You got any weather balloon perspectives?
Yeah, I got plenty of weather balloon perspectives. But look, this is the thing. Okay, even according to the globe, right? Even according to, say, the globe scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says that you wouldn't even see curvature from that height, even if the Earth was a globe. So it's no surprise that when we send up a camera to that height, we just see a flat horizon. Okay, so even higher than that, he says you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth, even more than double that height. Okay, because the Richard Branson had the Virgin Galactic that went up to apparently 300,000 feet. Right, more than double the height of a weather balloon maximum height. And Neil deGrasse Tyson did multiple interviews saying, look, this is dishonest. They're not going to space. You wouldn't see curvature from that height. I did the calculations. So as high as we can get to, we just experience a flat Earth. Okay, there's also something called the Outer Space Treaty, which prevents people sending up their own satellites or their own rockets above a certain height, or sending a camera up above a certain height. It's not permitted, and that's why no one's ever done it. So yeah, there's restrictions, and there's also
interesting.
Yeah, there's also just these ground tests that we can do, right? So
yeah, you can see the curvature in space about like 50,000 feet up, I believe. You can start seeing curvature.
That's not space, right? That wouldn't be where space would be, right? That would just be the height of a plane, right? A bit above the height of a plane. And according to 50,000 feet, that's a bit higher than a plane.
Have you guys considered doing like a ride share with like SpaceX? Looks like you could send up like a kilo for like less than 5K.
No, I don't. We don't need to do that because we can check the surface of the Earth and we can't find any curvature over huge distances. Okay, so if someone did that, right? If someone wants to go up and validate that the Earth's curving that way, right? Then we're open to what's been done, right? And we'll check it out. But at this point, okay, we're not seeing any evidence that the Earth's a globe. Okay, because even if you're going to send a camera up to an alleged height, okay, what kind of lens is being used? There's a whole bunch of things that need to be considered. And people like to do that sometimes. They're like, what if this, what if that? It's actually called appealing to the future. Right? It's what if in the future someone does this or that? Okay, we'll address it when that gets done.
Mm-hmm.
Because they already said they went up to the moon, right?
Yeah.
Another guy had a.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, the other guy was waiting patiently to ask a question. What was your question? Is he still here? What's your name? Or maybe he split. All right.
I have a question.
Yeah. What's your question?
Can I go to the bathroom?
That's
No.
hilarious.
No, you cannot.
Bathroom.
Anyone got any better questions than that guy?
Oh man, you missed the perfect opportunity.
I think the angle that I would be on right now, if I wanted to stay globe Earth, I would say this thing about buoyancy that you guys are using to explain like as an alternative to gravity, like
Friend, it's not an alternative. It's not an alternative. It's what's actually observed.
yeah, I hear you. Like, what about things falling in a vacuum?
Okay, so if something is more dense than its surrounding medium, it travels to the Earth. That's called falling. So if you put something in a vacuum, it's going to be more dense than the vacuum and it's going to travel to the Earth. It's exactly what we always observe. If something is more dense than the surrounding medium, it goes to the Earth.
Yeah, but do you not need gravity for buoyancy to work?
Well,
Like when
dude, all his gravity is.
A vacuum.
Yeah, look, all you need is things to go towards the Earth. Why that happens, that's a different answer. Okay, what happens and why are two different things, right? You see what I'm saying here?
I see what you're saying.
So the implicit in the gravity claim on the globe Earth is a claim about everything's being pulled into the center of a giant ball. Well, let's just take that and throw it away, and let's just say everything's just pulled downwards, perpendicular to a horizontal plane. You'd end up with all the same effects locally that we can observe, right? It wouldn't change the observation at all. The only difference is that when you say, everywhere I go, things fall down, perpendicular to a horizontal plane, which is what we all observe, we observe that. The glober says everything falls inward to a giant ball. We never observe that. That's a story about what's happening, not actually what's happening.
Gravity's, gravity, as you guys claim gravity is, right? That's just kind of something that you need if you want to have a globe. Okay, you need to explain crazy shit, like all of the oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, that kind of thing. Okay, so if you want to say buoyancy, you're gonna have to put gravity into your buoyancy formula on a globe. You're gonna have to have gravity if you want to have a globe. Okay, but gravity would dictate that water would be curving at X amount, and if it's not doing it, that would debunk your gravity. Now, we can all agree that things fall to the ground. Okay, most things are more dense than the medium of the air. It's a very light medium. It doesn't hold much. Okay, and if you just get a vacuum chamber now, all of a sudden, all you're doing is removing even more of the air. So it's an even less dense medium now. Okay, if you put something in a vacuum chamber, like a rock and a feather, they're just going to sit on the bottom of the vacuum chamber, and they're never ever going to move. They're not going to just fall. Okay, they're only going to fall if you input some of your energy in one way or another, and you displace them. You're going to have to lift them up. Okay, and then after you've lifted them up, energy has been exchanged. Okay, they now have kinetic energy, potential energy. And when you release them, they're going to find equilibrium. They're going to seek their natural place of rest due to specific gravity, or Archimedes' principle, relative density, whatever you want to call it, right? They're more dense than the air. You've lifted them up. You've displaced them. They're going to sink back down. The question at the end of the day is always going to be, why is there a down direction? And why is there an up direction in general? Okay, and that nobody knows the answer to that. Okay, it was like that when we all got here. It's something we can test. There's two primary directions, up and down. Now, if you wanted to claim that something's pulling things down towards the Earth, because that would have to be what's happening if you have a globe that's in a vacuum. Okay, so you would have to be able to prove the cause of the effect, not just show the effect and say, oh, this is gravity. And be like, well, what's gravity? And then when you ask questions like that to astrophysicists and people like that, they say, oh, we have no idea. We have no idea what gravity is or where gravity comes from. It just kind of has to be there for the globe to work, for the model to work. So on a flat, stationary, contained system, you don't really need that same thing. You don't need that mass attracting mass or that bending and warping of space-time to make up for all of the crazy shit that Glober's claim, right? Like ocean sticking to the outside of a ball, that kind of thing. We don't have to. We would say that if you want to have a body of water, you got to have a container, right? You can't put water on the outside of a bowl without some magical force, right? If you want to claim something crazy like a magical force, then you're going to have to prove that. But we can easily explain why things rise or sink just due to relative density.
Yeah, so
anything in nature.
What's the difference then in filling a cup with water and filling like a basin with water?
Well,
it's the same thing.
It's the same thing, yeah. But look, this is what we can do. Okay, we can test what we're saying. Like I can get an egg. We can set up a little experiment. Okay, I'm going to get an egg. I'm going to make a prediction that if I put the egg into the fresh water, cup of fresh water, that it's more dense than the water and it's going to sink. It's going to go down. And then if I change the density of the medium of the water, okay, by doing something like adding salt to the water, I can change what the egg does, right? The egg will now go upward instead of going downward. The only thing that was varied and manipulated was the
egg's
was
age
the
is
water.
going to affect that too, because if the egg is
If it's a fresh egg, we're just talking about a fresh egg. A fresh egg.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, all we've done is we've shown that we can change the direction something goes just by varying and manipulating the medium, the density of the medium. I mean, it's kind of hard to debunk because anyone can test it anywhere, anytime, and it's going to work every single time. As far as I know.
It's crazy when you realize, wait a minute, this kind of makes sense. I remember that time.
Yeah.
I think it might be happening to him right now.
So somebody was saying something a few days ago about like this one dude put up a bunch of sticks and he was measuring shadow to prove that the world was a sphere, and like the Chinese did the same thing to prove that the world was flat, and they both came to the conclusion that they initially had when they started their experiment.
Right. Well, yeah. So both sides made presuppositions. Okay, so both tests are invalid because of the presuppositions. Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth's a globe, and he assumed that sun rays come in parallel. And then the Chinese assumed that the Earth is flat and that the sun rays come in on an angle, okay, diverging away from the source of the light. And then they did their math based on their presuppositions and came to their conclusions. Both methods are flawed. Eratosthenes, there's not even any proof that guy even existed. Okay, he didn't write. There's nothing left at all that he wrote down, and then he wasn't spoken about until hundreds and hundreds of years after he allegedly died. Yeah. And the Greeks loved making up these mystical figures as well. So like Pythagoras,
could you not do the stick thing like modern day and in different locations and get different measurements?
Yeah, you could do it. You could do it, right? But this is the thing, right? I could do it right now in the room that I'm in with the light on my ceiling. And it depends what presuppositions you make to what results you're going to get. All right? So if I did the exact same thing that Eratosthenes did, okay, I could turn on my light, put a stick underneath the light, directly under the light, and then there's not going to be a shadow. Right? And then I could put a stick on the other side of the room, and then there's going to be a shadow. Okay, then I could measure the length of that shadow, work out an angle, shadow angle.
Yeah.
Okay, and then now I got to make some presuppositions, right? I could think that I'm standing on a spherical surface, right? And that the rays coming in from the light on the roof are coming in straight, parallel. And then I could do the exact same math that Eratosthenes did and work out the circumference of my flat floor. just by assuming it's a globe, right? And I can work out a circumference, which is obviously the outer perimeter of a sphere. Okay, obviously my floor is not a sphere, but I've been able to calculate the circumference of it just by pre-assuming that it's a sphere and doing my math based off that pre-assumption. Okay, or I could do what the Chinese did, and I could assume what's really happening, and this is what's really happening because I could confirm that my floor is actually flat by doing actual measurements across the surface of the floor. So I observe my floor is flat. I can measure my floor is flat, right? I also know for a fact that the light rays coming from the light on my ceiling are diverging away, right? They're coming out of the light bulb in all directions, right? It's diverging rays. So I can confirm that if I was doing what the Chinese assumed on the scale of my room, then my results would be correct. Okay, that my floor would be flat and that my light source is local. Okay, but on a grand scale, it's a little more difficult. That's why we would want to actually take measurements of the surface before we make assumptions.
Yeah. So if you set up like 8 sticks, like one in every cardinal direction along the equator of a globe projected, like a globe projection, and one in North Pole, one in South Pole, and then you got everybody together, right, over like some kind of call, and you had everybody measure the light affecting their stick. You would that not be of any value for like
Not
determining
No.
the shape?
No. All you're doing is measuring lengths of shadows. If you're not going to bake in any pre-assumptions, all you're doing is measuring lengths of shadows in relationship to the sun. These would just be angles.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do it without making those same presuppositions.
So you're saying that like the distance to the sun is not a known variable that you can use to like articulate.
Correct. That's correct.
It's an apparent light in the sky, right?
Yeah,
we don't know the
okay.
size, we don't know the distance, we don't know what medium it's in as well. Okay, because they're assuming it's in a space vacuum and 93 million miles away and all of these things, all of these assumptions. Okay, I would say that the sun is an apparent light in the sky. And look, here's the thing. If you're looking at the sun, let's say I can see the sun and you can see the sun at the same time, but we're huge distances apart. If I draw a line from where I can see the sun, right, a line from my eyes, imaginary line straight to where I can see the sun, and then you do the same thing. Okay, those two lines are not going to intersect at the same point. Okay, because you're seeing the sun unique to your position, right? Unique to your perspective, unique to the atmospheric conditions of where you're at as well. Okay, so it's an apparent light in the sky. Okay, 20 people could do that, and none of their lines are going to intersect at the same point in the sky.
Now, like DJ mentioned, you could skip all this stuff. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, Cease.
So, like DJ said, the better thing to do than measuring shadows with all these baked-in assumptions is to just go ahead and measure the surface in which you're trying to measure, right? Like with some kind of straight edge. So if he's in his kitchen or in his room, right, he can take a straight edge and he could lay it against the surface of the table or of the floor and find out how much deviation there is from the straight edge, something that you know that is true and flat, and have a measurement, essentially of how flat it is. Now, it may not be perfectly, horizontal like the straight edge is. You would have to get the deviation from the straight edge. However, if it's a ball, you have a very consistent relationship between the deviation or the drop over the distance according to the straight edge, right? So that would be the best way to figure out what it is that you're on instead of measuring lengths of shadows with pre-assumptions.
I see what you're saying.
Oh, I could do the same thing in my room right now with 20 different sticks. Right? Still the same problem at the end of the day. Two sticks, 20 sticks. At the end of the day, my floor is still measuring flat. Okay, but if I presume it's a ball and then do the same thing with 50 sticks, it's still going to be a flat floor at the end of the day. That's why measurement always trumps assumption or, a calculation based on an assumption. A direct measurement's always going to be what you should do first. And then you should base your calculations off the measurement.
I think I understand the angle that you guys are approaching this from. You're approaching this from like if it's a test that you are not capable of doing yourself, then you question like the validity of it. So if you need like 100 scientists doing 100 different things in some specialized piece of equipment that cost $100 million to build and needs like this huge footprint of land, because that's not something that you are capable of replicating, that's not something that you're capable of accepting into your doctrine.
Well,
could you give us an example of that? Because could you give us an example of if you want to appeal to scientists doing this?
Well, let me clarify, right? Let me clarify. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. What I'm talking about is like if you've got like these guys at CERN and they've got like this who knows how many $1 million fucking like giant donut. You're not able to replicate their results, so presumably they could tell you whatever they want.
Well, that's fair, but that we're not talking about whatever they're doing at CERN. We're talking about surface measurements of the Earth, which we have all the access to the things that we need to do that. Like there's really no need. I don't know what the cost of the equipment would be, other than if you wanted to create a very large straight edge, right? And if it's going to be made of material, then that material is going to have to hold some kind of rigidity as you teeter it, out beyond whatever length you're going to need to teeter it. But we don't really have those materials. So the next best thing is a laser, right? Or since we already know that water finds its own level, which is horizontal, flat, level across the surface, since we already know that, we can use water. So there is no equipment, there is nothing to do to measure other than to use what we already have, which is the Earth, some kind of material that shows, horizontality or straightness, like, a laser beam or water. We've done all that.
Yeah. Well, what shape is that big fucking ring that they got in CERN? Like, is it a perfect circle that is completely flat, or is it like a circle with a slight curve to it?
Well,
show man.
Okay, so it's not a perfect circle if you look at the, basically the breakdown or the diagram of it. It's under the ground, right? So you can't look at it, but it's not a perfect circle, I don't think. And then if you're going to ask, is it curving? Well, it still wouldn't matter because it's underneath the surface of the Earth. So if it has, some variation in the, we'll call it the y-axis, doesn't matter.
It's got 8 arcs and 8 straight sections. So it's not even a circle. It's a hexagon. Octagon.
Yeah, I don't think anyone claims that proves the globe or anything like that anyway. Okay, but yeah, you are right that if someone gives you some information that you can't verify, then that's going to be faith-based. But it's worth analyzing it and looking at the logic behind it, and checking it out. But if we could probably debunk some of these things just by testing the surface of the water. Okay, but if you can give us an analogous example of what you're talking about, we could go over it. Okay, who says they have some amazing equipment that they use to prove the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, well, I mean that's kind of what I'm saying is like let's say there. I know you guys don't really like hypotheticals, but like if there was some like experiment that you could do that would 100% prove if the Earth was a globe or not, but you need $1 billion piece of machinery to in order to measure it, and then you need like 100 different guys with 100 different specializations in already specialized fields to analyze it, and then that group of people would come together and piece it all together and then tell you what they think it is.
Yeah, well, I know you don't need that. That's the problem there. Okay, that's not something that exists, and it's not something that you would need, because it's very simple, right? If the Earth's a globe, the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. There's no evidence of that. Okay, I don't see why you would need some $1 billion machine to be able to just test the surface of water.
It also is interesting, if we were to play around with your hypothetical, why hasn't that been done?
Well, I'm sure they would say, well, it's already been done. We've got rocket ships that can shoot you out far enough, and then you can look down, and then you can see that it's a globe.
Whoa. Sorry. You were talking about specialized equipment measuring surface curvature. And then I said, well, why hasn't that been done? And you went to rocket ships and then video. And, trust us, bro. Not the same thing.
Well, I'm saying that's what I think they would point to. They would say, well, of course we can prove to you it's a globe, but we would need to bring you up into space to show you it's a globe. But then you would need to trust that the thing that you're looking through isn't a screen as well.
Well, that's the thing. So are you saying that the claim of the globe or the curvature from seeing curvature from outer space is unfalsifiable? I think I have a problem with that.
Okay, what do you mean?
I mean that it is something that I cannot falsify. It is a claim that can't be tested.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on like what your degree of, or I guess what your nature of belief is for the reason why you've come to the point where you would conclude that the Earth is flat, because like I can see like the reasonable end of that being like I just have it's like an integrity thing. Like I need to be able to know the result for myself and not have to take somebody else's word. And then there's like the extreme end where it's like, yeah, even if they shot me up in that rocket and maybe look through a window, it could be a screen. And then they're like, okay, fine, here, put this helmet on and go outside. You can do a spacewalk. And then they're like, well, that could be like a screen too.
Nobody here is claiming that. The problem is that it's not a falsifiable claim. However, as far as seeing curvature from way high up, all right, at whatever height that they're claiming. So as far as I can tell, we actually need to get to about where they were at the moon, or halfway between here and the moon, in a heliocentric idea, to see that. You and I don't have that ability. We just don't.
Yeah.
Now, you could, right? So if we just don't have that ability to falsify that claim, the next best thing, although I think it is actually the first best option, is to measure the surface on the surface with the equipment that we have and the technology that we have. And that's what we do. And so we say, well, if I can't falsify a claim that's supposed to be halfway between here and the moon, what I can do is falsify it on Earth and say, well, if you're going to show me this picture and I can't go, I'll just check while I'm down here. And to me, that's the best option, because I have direct access of the thing that they're claiming is curved, and it isn't. What also is fishy is that the more that we have dug into, all of the writings and the postulations of all these scientific priests out there, is that they're actually admitting to us that it is flat and stationary anyway. They're actually saying, well, we treat it like it's flat and stationary too, but trust us, bro, it's a ball. So everything that they're doing is measuring flat and stationary. So they're saying, trust the picture, ignore what we tell you directly, and believe in what we told you when you were in kindergarten and all the way through whatever, you know.
Right. I have a question. Do you believe that there is a roof at any point?
Me personally, yeah, I think this place is contained.
Okay, so even if you do like, and I know you guys don't like hypotheticals, but like I'm trying to I'm not using it to try to like make you say, oh wow, the world really is a globe. Like I'm not I don't have any delusions about converting anybody. I'm not even trying, right? Like I'm curious about this because like I've seen some things and heard some things that made me think, oh wow, that's really compelling, and I've heard other things that are less so. But what I would say is if you accept that, like, let's say we have a super advanced rocket, super crazy, it's like a nuclear rocket that can like go super fast and it can burn forever. If the world is flat and you have this super advanced rocket and you begin to go up and up and up, at some point you're going to reveal everything that we already accept to be there, right? But if you keep on going up past that point, like what are you seeing on the edge? Like is there an edge as well, or does it just go on forever for as long as you can go up and observe out?
Well, I mean, this is all asking me to speculate on something I would not be able to prove, right? So what we can demonstrate is that as far as we can tell, we have a volume here under pressure. The height of what the container for this pressure might be at, I have no idea. The limits to the realm, where there might be this edge, no idea even where to find it. So I don't know which direction to go to find this edge. But if we have water and gas under containment, it is safe to assume, right? I can say assume that this place is a contained system.
Should that not be something that you could calculate, like at least like approximate? Because like if you
just knowing the pressure of a volume is not going to tell you about the size of the volume.
No, if you know what pressure you're experiencing, and you know like an approximate like ratios of the gases that are being contained under that pressure, you would be able to calculate the size of the like vessel containing that pressure, that particular pressure with that particular gas makeup. You would be able to approximate it.
No, you can't, and I'll tell you why. Because I can get you 1 cubic foot container, right? 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot. And I can fill it with 17 or 14.7 psi. I can also take a 500 cubic foot container and fill it with 14.7 psi. And all I know is the gas pressure.
I see what you're saying. You would need also to have some way to measure the forces being exerted on the structure of the vessel itself.
I would need to
the way you measure,
know a size. I have to know a size. Yeah, but there's all different sizes of tires, but they can all be filled at the same pressure. So it's not going to give you a good gauge of surface area or total area. It's just not, or volume. It's just not going to be able to tell you that. Pressure is pressure. That's what we measure. Length, width, height. Those are things we measure. Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking on this one. We know what the pressure is, and we know the base size of the flat base.
No.
I don't think we do. Nope.
You don't think we have an approximation on that?
Nope.
So you think there's do you think there's hidden continents?
Well, that's a different question. So let's pretend for a moment that the size stays the same, but there's land within the size that we think we know that we're not aware of, right? That like there could be quote unquote hidden land within the area that we already know that we live upon. That's kind of a given. You can look at maps that are 300, 500 years old, and there are pieces of land, right, that apparently people have set foot on that are on those maps that are not on the maps that we have today. Does that mean that all of a sudden those places are underwater, or are they just not on the map, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Now, the ultimate size, no way to determine that. We would actually have to go to the limits of the realm and figure out some way to measure between points the relationship of those limits, with each other, actually. What the quote-unquote shape of the realm might be, to get a good gauge of what the surface area actually might be. And we don't have that ability.
As far
as I know.
What is your angle on like satellites for like GPS purposes?
Number one, if you're going to talk about satellites, and I do this with most people, we're going to have to start with the base assumption with what a satellite is, right? So are you talking about technology that is in a vacuous region, kind of like low Earth orbit, we'll call it, out there beyond where the air really is thick, and this technology is hurling around a sphere tethered by a force, non-force called gravity. Is that the assumption that you're making when you say satellite?
Yes, I think so. I mean, what I'm saying is, do you think that we do have like man-made objects in the air above us right now?
Well, in the air, yes. I mean, earlier I posted one. We have satelloons, got tons of those. It turns out Google and NASA have huge balloon programs, probably along with a lot of other major corporations that do this for whatever purposes. Those are very common. And they're very reliable. They're actually much more serviceable and a lot cheaper than trying to shoot something out into a vacuum and have it orbit a ball that doesn't exist.
Oh, interesting. Well, this is they're inflated with gas after reaching orbit, so they do still launch them. It sounds like.
No, most of them are launched from the ground. But you can launch them from altitude as well.
And they will capture them during. Yeah. They also capture them when they begin to descend, when the amount of helium that is in the balloon begins to finally wane, like it leaks out eventually. But they can be up there for, I think, months at a time, not many months, a couple of months at a time. But after a while, the helium does leak out. That density relationship starts to change, and they begin to descend. So they will send out planes with these big long hooks on them, and they will just capture those balloons and quote unquote satellites, the pieces of technology, take them down, put them on another balloon, and send them right back up.
Okay. So, but you would trust like the results of a GPS then if you were able to like get it into a region that is not currently acknowledged.
Well, yeah. That's a weird question. I would. That's a weird. Is that a question? What? So I would believe that someone could be in a place that we don't know about?
No, I'm saying like, would you be able to trust those results?
What results?
I
mean, like what kind of
like a GPS ping from somewhere like off the map.
This is a strange hypothetical. I mean, you're asking me about something that, as far as I know, is not occurring. And then if you say off the map, well, that means somebody has reached another region that isn't actually on the map that we have. I would say, well, ain't this some bullshit? We've got somebody in a region that is not on the map, and the amount of time it took for us to get a ping from them certainly does not fit the available or known, area of the Earth. And I would say, well, there's more area that we were not aware of. That's all I could say.
I mean, I think that'd be kind of cool if it's like a bunch of flat Earths and they're all like divided by a bunch of ocean, and that's how you like encounter aliens. So like, if you got the right route, you'd fight them on the water like alien pirates.
Bro, you're okay. You've decided to go into, like, I don't know, sci-fi land in your imagination. Okay.
Yeah. I just, it would be cool.
So, Wake, what do you think? What do you think the likelihood is that when we were all told about space, right? And I know that space has been fairly well described and defined as a region very far away from the Earth, right? That essentially is an extremely low pressure region, right?
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of life. There's some, stardust and all this other crap, and a handful of gas giants and blah blah blah. And then you've been given like some imagery, especially in the sci-fi, where Star Wars and Star Trek and Marvel movies, and there was a movie back in the 90s called Event Horizon. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
An alien and all that stuff.
With the bomb necklaces?
Oh, I don't remember bomb necklaces. I remember essentially it was about a handful of people on this ship that were overcome with this evil, right? Because they were traveling through a region that they'd never traveled through before. Anyways, I digress. Anyways, just all the imagery that you've seen about what space is, right? But do you think it's possible that perhaps when the more official talking heads, quote unquote scientists, cosmologists, whatever, astrophysicists, and even in colloquial discussion, when they talk about space, they're actually only talking about the region above the surface. That is ultimately space. And we've been all just thinking of it incorrectly. That perhaps that idea about, the galaxies and the black holes and all that stuff is just kind of fluff. And ultimately, when they say space, they're just talking about the open space above your head.
Okay, what are you asking me?
Well, you could say a word, and someone could assume that you mean something. It's kind of like words that have double meanings almost, but there's a very common meaning to it that everybody sort of appreciates. Because if I say the word space, ultimately you think about the vacuous region with all the stardust and the galaxies and the asteroids and stuff, right? Isn't that about right?
Yeah.
What if somebody else, when they're saying space, only means the space above your head? With the poor assumption that you know what they're talking about, are talking about something completely different.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I think when I think of space, my default is to think of it as like as if we were on a globe and that we can enter into some kind of medium to transport between other like spherical objects orbiting in sort of like circular kind of shapes. That is my go-to, but I'm not totally against it just being like, if you just keep going up, it just keeps on getting thinner until there's nothing there, and that it's flat as far as the eye can see, because like there still presumably has to be an edge at some point somewhere. So like fucking whatever explorational equipment we need to get to that point, fucking drill baby drill, go find what's on the outside of whatever we're in.
Well, yeah, I guess I would agree. It would be nice to know if there is a limit to this place, where it is, and how we could find it. Right? No worries. But what I'm talking about is earlier it was mentioned that one day we were going to have commercial space travel, and I would like to posit the idea that we already do have commercial space travel.
If we're talking about airplanes,
yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So you could say that something is going to occur, and you know what you mean, but everybody else thinks you mean something different. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going on, but if somebody came in and said, well, one day we're going to have commercial space travel, I would say, I think we already do. And they would say, what do you mean? Are you talking about Bezos? Are you talking about, Richard Branson? And I would say, no. The space above our heads is being traveled commercially daily, a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if I did like accept flat, right? I would still want to know, like, where the fuck is the edge and how do we get there? Because like, if circumnavigating the globe is happening because you're walking in one big circle, then I want to walk in a straight line. And I want to keep going in a straight line. And what do I encounter if I reach the end of that straight line?
I mean, that's a fair desire. I would also like to see what happens if we could figure out the reference system to travel straight like a crow would until we hit something That would be cool.
Would you not be able to? Yeah, that's something that you should be able to calculate, right? If you take like a route that is a circumnavigating route that could, like, you could just say around the equator, right? Just to reference like this point and then this point and this point and this point broken down, however far you need to break it down, so you know you're traveling along what would be a complete circuit of a globe Earth, and then you apply that with it, like, so you would be able to say, like, I don't know the math because I'm not a math guy, but you should be able to say if this route is overlaid on a flat surface and it is presumed to be a circle, then you should be able to unwind that to figure out what the route would need to be a straight line, and you should be able to use that to give yourself a vector to follow.
Yeah, but how accurate do you think you have to be?
Honestly, I don't think you have to be too accurate, because even when you're traveling over short distances, if you make like a small mistake with, like, oh, I did like 93 degrees instead of 93.5 degrees, once you travel over a far enough distance, you're going to be way off mark. And the point about what you would be doing here is, like, you're aiming to go off mark, like you're aiming
So
for
how do you
what's
know
not already
you're off
explored.
the mark, right? How do you know it's you that's off the mark and not the map that's off the mark?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you would have to accept the map for what it is, but I mean, what I'm saying is,
We have some big issues with maps, okay? I mean, extremely big issues with maps. We could get into it really deep, but for the sake of the conversation and the audience listening, it's probably best we don't right now. There's something called a transport rate, which is the deviation that you would have as you go around in a circle versus a straight vector. And I'm here to tell you that the transport rate is not measured by any airplane, not even by satellites. It's actually calculated. It's calculated in order so that these navigation systems could put the airplane or put the satellite somewhere relative to a globe. That's all these things need to do. That's what their job is to do, is to put the asset somewhere on this coordinate reference system, no matter where it might actually be.
Okay.
Yeah, the fact that we can prove that a transport rate is a calculation and not a measurement should make you scratch your head and say, why is that, right? So we measure the Earth flat with lasers, and you know what? It starts to make sense. Didn't mean to hijack the conversation, though. Carry on.
That makes it even easier, right? Because shouldn't you be able to navigate towards, like, the edge by following, like, a path of lasers?
I don't think that there's an edge like you can fall off a flat Earth.
No, I'm not saying you fall off. I'm saying, like, it keeps going.
Yeah, like to where, I don't know where it terminates, man. I don't know how or if anybody's actually done that.
Well, why would it need to it doesn't need to terminate.
Well, funny thing is we're breathing gas pressure, which means there is a limit to the volume, which implies very heavily, if not proves, that there is some kind of containment that we're in.
It could just be a flat plane above us.
Yeah, but if the plane is infinite, and if our container is infinite, then the volume would be infinite. And this presents some really interesting problems regarding entropy and gas behavior.
Okay,
we live
so it needs
more or less in a realm, dude. This is the realm. We don't live in an outer space Big Bang cosmology.
So are you saying that this stuff with entropy and whatever else, do you need to have like a set amount of like volume of gas, and then it's okay, and if it's infinite it's a problem, or it's okay when it's infinite and it's not okay when it's a set amount?
The fact that we have pressurization means that there's a limit. You're breathing gas molecules that bounced off of something somewhere.
Okay, but so what's the reason again that you're not able to calculate the size of the container if you know what the
calculate
pressure
it?
is?
Yeah, I don't think we have enough information to do that.
What other information do you need? Like we have like I guess you're saying you can't necessarily trust the
You might need to know like the total number of moles or something in the system. It's like, no, we don't have a way to get to that.
Yeah, if we can only measure the pressure up to a certain height, which isn't very high. It's like what, 40 kilometers up or something like that. That's the maximum height a barometer will work.
Now it's possible this place is really freaking huge. Like, I would say that it's possible that there's more landmass to our flat Earth reality than there might be landmass that wraps around a fake globe.
So are you
but
guys?
there has to be a limit to
Chill
what
with?
we breathe.
Are you guys chill with ice walls?
I don't think ice walls contain our system. The whole ice wall thing comes from flat earthers who look at a globe map that's been flattened out.
Yeah, that was actually a term given to, the coastline of Antarctica by the United States military, and the flat earthers picked it up because they were looking at AE maps. But, I mean, is there an ice wall? Apparently so. Is it surrounding the azimuthal equidistant Earth? I don't think so. There's no way for me to prove that.
Yeah, I think Antarctica is an island continent, but there may be multiple ones for all I know.
But what if the North Pole and the South Pole are not they're walls, but not like circular walls, like just like straight walls, east-west?
You mean like a rectangular map?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty wild. The issue is, though, the Mercator map that you're invoking right now is still based off a globe. The latitude and longitude are still spherical coordinates.
So what do you get then if you just like collect every map every culture had in like the end of the 1600s, and then just like fed it through an AI or something like that to average it out to determine what the surface should look like?
Well, garbage in, garbage out, because the problem is for hundreds and hundreds of years, even longer than that, going back to Ptolemy, they've used spherical coordinate references. So they've used a spherical topology for almost the entire time. What we truly need is we need to survey the world divorced from the celestial sphere model. The celestial sphere, by that I mean how the heavens are imagined to project themselves to our eyes.
Yeah, well, I mean that seems like something that you could do. That seems like something that you could do like a big project about. And you could.
It's one thing to do it.
You're talking about the oceans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the land, that's exactly what they're doing. Over the land, they are surveying it as a vast plain, believe it or not. But when you get over the oceans, all bets are off.
Like, how do you use the stars to navigate by Antarctica when it's going to be winter in Antarctica at the time you can see the stars mostly? I mean, you're probably not going to survive. So in order to survey Antarctica or places around it, even using the stars, you're going to have to maybe select 3 months out of the year.
Well, if you hold on, all right. If you do like a proper a proper survey of, say just like North America and South America, right? And then you project that onto a flat surface like a grid, right? You'd be able to line it up, and then you could do the same for. No,
because if you begin with the spherical coordinates, you're already projecting the sphere flat, which is distorted. Because the distortion comes from the sphere that it's projected into the coordinates in the first instance before it's then projected flat.
I see. Sure. Well, what if you just went with here we're going to make a point right here in the middle of America, or what we presume to be the middle. It's not going to matter. You make a big rock there, right? And that's your anchor rock. That's what we're going to draw. That's like our first node on the map. We're going to draw from here. We're going to look to exactly where the sun comes.
That's how they do it flat.
Yeah, so you go to exactly where the sun comes up on January 1st, and you go exactly where the sun goes down.
Don't want to use the sun or stars. Nope. Don't want to use the stars.
Use the sun?
Nope. No, because the way that that's portrayed and imagined is to be operating within a spherical framework. But it really doesn't manifest that way in reality. What you need...
Then you just point two random directions.
What you need to do is use the land itself.
Yeah, sure. So just point in two random directions, be like, this is now east, this is now west, and then, you square it and be like, this is now north, this is now south, and then you start measuring out from that point. You measure out your first kilometer, your first however many kilometers.
Yeah.
And then you square it up, and then you just build the grid off that.
This is done. We have examples of that not only in the U.S., but most famously, the British government. The British national government has something called the British National Grid System for the UK Ordnance Survey. They surveyed a swath of the Earth, 2,500 by 2,500 kilometers square, without regard to latitude and longitude, without curving it. And if you were to take this massive square grid and slap it on a globe, it doesn't match the coordinates on the globe at all. So there's a great example of a massive map.
Are you chill with like deep sea maps, or do you presume that to be unreliable?
It depends. So with bathymetry, they use depression angles with LiDAR or radar in order to scan the surface. The problem is where the boat says it is hooked up to GPS and is using spherical coordinates. So all that data, if it's going to be calibrated to WGS84, some spherical reference system like that, it's going to be mathematically bent as they measure it.
Would you not be able to just like unbend it and figure out what the projection would be? Because you know how they're bending it to give you the distortion.
Possibly. I mean, I think the military does this, and nobody has access or has much knowledge of it at all. That's just my personal opinion.
So, yeah, you could do this. Now, here's the funny thing about the reference coordinate system that they use, right, which is the sky, essentially. They're also sort of treating those stars and everything that they reference their measurements to be basically fixed. And in reality, as far as we can tell, the stars are not in a fixed, I want to word this very carefully, they're not in a fixed location, meaning in free space, you can't run up and touch them. So they're apparent. So it's almost like an apparent system, right? An apparent reference system that everything is attached to. And we still ultimately don't have a solid way to measure points on the surface with a good solid reference system. Like what you're talking about, if you had an anchor or a point on the surface of the Earth that you were going to always reference to, your distance from and your angular relationship to it, so that you could get a good map, that would be great. The problem is, let's say you would probably need some kind of beacon or repeater or whatever, radio, I don't know. But after a while, distances cause problems, like the same way that they do out in the ocean. So when the distances cause problems, and then maybe even the conditions cause problems, the further you get away from that beacon, the less your measurements are going to be very reliable. So we really actually don't have much to anchor to as a reference point to get a full understanding or map of this place. It's very difficult.
That's a good point about the stars. It's worth repeating. Flat or globe, you can't triangulate the position of stars in the sky, period. You know, and for this reason, there are some very novel ways to map the Earth that provide coordinates to you no matter what shape the Earth actually is. One of the ones I came across is called Gaia, like Gaia, Gaia. And the Gaia system treats all the stars that you see in the sky as vectors, not as points that are fixed. Like Sazu was saying, fixed. They're not fixed, they are vectors. And they're observer dependent, which means if you have multiple observers all pointing to the star, their points don't converge to the same place. They converge in different locations, and it seems irrational, but it's not. It's consistent. And the closest thing that I can come up to analogize this is a rainbow. A rainbow is an optical effect. If you point at a rainbow and I point at a rainbow and says who points at the rainbow that we all see in the sky, our points will not converge at the same location at all. You can't go to where a rainbow even is. And it seems very much that the sun, moon, stars, and planets manifest themselves in a similar way as an optical effect does. So, the Gaia star tracker functions under this premise, and it doesn't matter what shape the Earth is. The Gaia star tracker is used on some satellites and drones today. Isn't that fascinating? Funny enough, Stellarium, your favorite planetarium software, also works on any shape of the Earth, flat or globe, or dinosaur nugget or banana or whatever these clowns come and say day after day.
Interesting.
Yep, that's right. The key is observer dependence, which it truly manifests itself to be, just like rainbows. So, you know, you can create an internally consistent coordinate reference system out of the sky, and you interpret the sky as a sphere. As long as you use it consistently, you're going to get consistent results. And you might be so convinced as to think that that's what reality is like, when it's not. I mean, it's kind of like the idea of using GPS. You ever have GPS take you the wrong way to a friend's house? Well, I mean, it'll still get you there, but it may not be the most optimal route. I firmly believe, based off of my understanding of topology and how we've mapped the world using stars, treating them as a big sky dome or sky sphere, that the globe misrepresents the true distances and orientations and even scales of things.
Yeah,
all the continents.
Good.
You know, it's really funny when you think about it too. Like I'm old enough to remember the first Iraq War, when the Scud missiles that Saddam Hussein was launching all over the place into Kuwait and other areas were way off course. They're way off course, and the Western world was mocking him for using a shitty guidance system. I mean, wouldn't it be funny if like he was using the globe one and everybody else uses a flat Earth guidance system?
No, but you know he did that on purpose sometimes.
Yeah, just terrorize people. Yeah.
Sorry, newcomer, did you have a question or were you commenting on the current conversation? Okay, moving on. Man, they just keep getting dropped in here when they're finishing their conversation that they got booted from.
You know, in celestial navigation, there's this so-called rule of thumb, the 69 to 1 rule, that for every 69 statute miles you go in one direction, that the star field, the celestial sphere rotates about you by 1 degree. To my knowledge, well, first, this would require, if it were true and consistent everywhere on Earth, it would require that Earth has the same topology as a sky from which it's mapped from. So if you're treating the sky as a globe, then the Earth is going to be a globe if you apply this rule. The issue is this rule's never been independently verified to my knowledge. And the kind of instrumentation that'd be required, I think, is probably very expensive and the methodology very complicated. And what's funny is we do have records of surveyors going back to the 1700s, even the 1730s, like the French and the English. They noted that the 69 to 1 rule was not consistent. They sent out teams of surveyors all over the world to go figure out how inconsistent it really was.
What do you think about like gravitational anomalies?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I'm open to the idea, insofar as there are documented places on Earth where pendulums swing faster than they should in other places. I don't know how much to accept regarding those claims. But I mean, even the mainstream literature says that the gravitational acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared is an agreed upon average, and it's not always consistent everywhere on Earth. It's not even consistent amongst elements. We've got a famous study, the Bremen Drop Tower in Germany. I think it was like a 300-foot vacuum tower that people do drop experiments in. And we've got a video, we've got some papers on a guy or a team rather, that set up a tray of different elements, different atomic elements like barium, magnesium, iron, copper, and lead, and others, these blocks. And a camera was attached to a tray at the top of the vacuum drop tower. And it was watching all the elements, and the camera and the tray would all drop, boom, and the elements lifted off the tray at different times, thus implying that whatever gravity is was affecting them differently. It wasn't much, but it was enough. If you talk to geodetic surveyors, they'll tell you that plumb lines aren't straight, that if you drop a plumb line in certain places, that the plumb line doesn't form a horizontal corresponding to the vertical. In fact, they even say it gets worse, that if you could hang a plumb line down a mine shaft, that not only would the plumb be deflected or shifted off in one direction at the bottom, but the line itself would curve.
Are there any patterns with that?
Nothing consistent, but they've mapped this all over the Earth. It actually ended up in something called a geoid model. And what they did is they took their mappings of this phenomenon and they wrapped it around WGS84, giving every location spherical coordinates and the associated distances and orientations with respect to each other on that map. But if you were to unwind it from that map, if you were to use a planar survey and put those locations down instead, you'll probably have a different result altogether. I mean, you'll have the same lumpiness, but you'll have it in different areas because the world would be surveyed different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty trippy, right?
It is, yeah. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay, cool. What's up, guys? I know I kind of barged into that conversation, and I'm sorry for taking it away. We got some people talking to us, and we might be the first genuine conversation, in-depth conversation they've ever had with the flat earther. Give them food for thought, and they go out into the world, right? They start Googling flat earth. Or they come upon like flat earth on Twitter, and they get something else completely different altogether than what they get here. So I just hope what we say keeps them coming back for more, because I think what we have to say about the matter is different than most other places you'll get this from. See, I've got some notes on the topic that we were just discussing. I'm going to go through them, see if there's anything worth passing on here. I can scan and chat at the same time. Let's see. Timeline. I was trying to put together a timeline of Geodesy. The timeline of Geodesy, that's so-called measuring the globe, right? Focusing on logical gaps and fallacies. So my research, I came across, maybe it might be worth to go backwards. So we have the gold standard, not really the gold standard, but the common standard is WGS84. World Geodetic System, I think it stands for, that's what the S is, from 1984. And this is actually a pretty complicated latitude and longitude grid with dimension of the Earth. It's claimed to have been an evolution of earlier models enriched with satellite data. And what's funny is they make big deals out of little variations and differences over prior models without the satellite data. Like, wow, what an expensive capital outlay to get virtually, nowhere. Kind of like how they make a big deal out of the equator being a bit chubbier in the middle, and they're like, yeah, Earth is oblate. And you're like, well, how oblate? 14 miles over a 4,000 mile radius. They make a big deal out of that oblateness. But WGS-84 is fundamentally built on the chassis of the Clark 1866 ellipsoid, Ross Clark, explorer, surveyor. So what he added to his datum that he was working off of was more measurements of the sky with respect to the ground, the rotation of the stars, apparently as you move around. But this ellipsoid itself was based off of an earlier ellipsoid called the Bessel ellipsoid. And even preceding that, something called the Airy ellipsoid. These are all mathematical models coming around in the mid 1800s, early to mid. But these ellipsoids were never really standardized or put together until then, because prior to that, people were just measuring arcs. And there was no standard way to glue together all the arcs that they were measuring out of angles in the sky into a cohesive ball. But, people still had an idea of Earth as being a globe. Back in the 1700s, let's see, where should I go with this? There's an event, the French geodesic missions to Lapland and Peru. So back during the early to mid 1700s, the French and the English were at a big disagreement with each other over whether or not Earth was shaped like an egg, that is to say prolate, or kind of flattened like a flattened soccer ball, so oblate. And that was like the great debate. You had like the King of England, the King of France arguing over tea, whether the Earth was longer at the poles or fatter around the equator. So they all sent out their teams to go figure out and try to settle the affair once and for all. What I find fascinating about this story is the time, place it took in, early to mid 1700s, 1730s. You mean to tell me with 1730s knowledge of the world and technology that you could take a team of surveyors and send them over to Peru, to the freaking mountains, the Andes Mountains, to go survive in the wild? I mean, just think about that for a minute. French people traipsing around the New World in the Andes Mountains to just go measure the stars and somehow figure out how much land you've traversed through the jungles and the mountains and the valleys to see if the sky rotates at an even 69 degrees or 69 miles per degree. And then they sent another team to Lapland, which is like northern Finland. Do they have polar bears up there? To go do the same. The idea was to send one team over by the equator and one team over near the North Pole, and we'll see if the Earth is egg-shaped or squashy-shaped. And the squashy shape won out. And this is where we get the idea that Earth's an oblate spheroid from these people that supposedly did this. I really don't buy their accuracy, their methods, or anything for a second. Like, how many sandwiches did they have to eat on this trip? How are they getting food and water? How are they living? How are they writing down things in their journals? Did any of their equipment break? Did anybody die? Did anyone get injured? Anybody get a toothache or a broken finger? I mean, what the hell? Traipsing around in French wigs in the Andes Mountains with all the Indians, like, what the hell? Really? Well, but they still believe that Earth was a globe of some sort back then. And they still had an idea that Earth's radius was around 4,000 miles. So it gets even weirder. You got to go back to the 1600s. And you say, okay, did they get the radius value from from something earlier that came before it. It turns out they claim to have done just that. There's a French guy in the 1600s. What was his name? His name wasn't Picard, was it? Like all these Picards keep popping up. Was it Bruno? Anyway, the guy claims that he went from the center of Paris to a town north of Paris, which happens to be exactly like 69 statute miles, whatever they converted to in France that day. Today it'd be 69 statute miles. And he did a survey of the stars, and then he counted how many revolutions his wooden wagon wheel went along this road to the town 69 miles north. And then he measured the stars again and determined that the stars had rotated 1 degree for the 69 miles that his wagon wheel went by counting the revolutions on his wagon wheel. But that's really the origin of the 69-to-1 rule, if you can believe that. I mean, you just have all these stories. You keep going back further and further and further. You eventually get to the golden seed value for the radius of the Earth, and it's fucking Eratosthenes, dude. And we already know the problems with that. He didn't actually measure the globe. He measured angular displacement over time, if that, of the sun. In a very limited part of the world, using very primitive methods. And the story may not even be true. Like it really reads like a thought experiment. And there are many university articles written about this. Like, yeah, Eratosthenes probably wasn't a real guy, and this wasn't something that anybody had actually done. It was taught as a thought experiment through the schools back then, as you could do this conceivably. And if you do, here's what you might find. And the method isn't even exclusive to a globe, right? I mean, you have different assumptions, and he affirms a flat Earth, for crying out loud. So if they're really using this as a golden seed value for the radius and for all the things that followed, and let me tell you what, the kinds of things that followed, they're swinging pendulums all over the world, they claim. They're dropping plumb lines, and they're claiming to measure deviations. They would look at a star map, like a nautical almanac, right? And they'd wait for a star to come directly overhead at the appointed time that it's supposed to be. And the star's not there. And they're like, the star's actually a little bit over there. I wonder why that is. Must be gravity. A gravity field is warping the starlight, because the star must really be overhead, but I see it not really overhead. So if we just apply this curving gravity field, bada bing, bada boom, we got a globe again. Same thing happens with stars that are low on the horizon instead of directly overhead, except they don't use gravity to keep the ball going. They keep astronomical refraction on the table to keep the ball going. So just time after time, you've got all these ad hoc excuses. You've got all these methods that aren't globe exclusive at all. And all of this is being glued together into a gigantic ball of crap. And we're stuck with it. And you want to question some of this stuff, and people think you're crazy. I mean, they think you're crazy for looking into it in the first place. I keep forgetting I've got all my notes in front of me, but it's almost too much to go through, and I'd be sitting in silence while I'm scrolling. But yeah, what is fascinating though is how they do seem to claim that whatever gravity is, that the effects are different in different parts of the world just by a little bit. What I find fascinating too is one of the original numbers for gravity was a transcendental number, which was pi squared. That's right, pi squared was used originally as the gravity acceleration is a constant. Yeah, and the square root of that's pi. But they would take these pendulums, right? So they would first get like a scalar quantity of gravity by taking the pendulum and swinging it and swinging it and swinging it. And they'd go somewhere and it would swing slower or swing faster. And they're like, okay, great, we got a difference here. We measured the scalar. Let's get a vector with this. And they would then take a plumb line and drop it. And it wouldn't drop and hang straight perfectly down, they'd say. It'd actually curve off to the left or to the right or forward or backwards a little bit. and say, aha, now we got a direction. So it's going to be pulling in this direction a little bit this way over here with this much strength over there. Write these numbers down. And they'd be like, oh yeah, this works great because guess what? We can explain this. It tends to happen around the base of all these mountain chains. Until they went to the fucking Himalayas and tried it and it didn't work. That's right. There's a problem with the Himalayas. The gravity field, which they think should behave a certain way, doesn't behave that way over there. So it's not as consistent as they thought it was. And so they're like, well, fuck, it's an anomaly. We can't explain it. We got all these gravity anomalies everywhere. And even if you were to do this, it doesn't mean Earth is a globe, right? The problem, like I said, is they do this all over the world, and then they wrap it around the ball using a spherical coordinate system. Why? Because how did they log where they were? They used the coordinate reference system of the day, of the ages, which was inherently spherical. So they would bake in their location, their distance, and orientation from the get-go using that assumption. If they'd use something like the UK Ordnance Survey with the British National Grid System, where everything was surveyed flat and orthogonal instead of spherical, then you'd have a geoid that is more like a G flat. Like, you've got these crazy, funky pendulum and plumb line measurements all over the place that show variations, just not on a ball, but over a flat surface. So when the guy asked if I was cool with that, I'm like, yeah, fine. It doesn't change the shape of the Earth for me. And if there is some kind of anomaly, some kind of crazy field anomaly going on, then who's to say it has to do anything with an uneven distribution of mass through the Earth? What if it is the frickin' starlight, after all? What if when they hang the pendulum and they wait for the star to go overhead and it's not where they thought it would be, but somewhere else, slightly off, that it's because the star's not moving uniformly? It's funny. I even took I took some almanac data and shoved it into an LLM and had it crunch some numbers. And it showed me that the stars and their constellations actually moved with some very slight variability to it. Particularly low on the horizon, you get more distortion. That they even accelerate at different rates, and the rate of acceleration is itself changing. Very slightly. And the fact that it's not consistent tells me that it's not like some astronomical refraction going on. There's something else at play. I kind of think the star field above your head is lumpy. Somewhat asymmetrical and a little lumpy. It's not the totally smooth mechanical motion that people think. And this could explain the geoid model. Nothing with mass attracting mass. It's already been mentioned a few times today, and it's probably mentioned a few times every day, that Friedrich Robert Helmert, F.R. Helmert, the German mathematician and surveyor who wrote Higher Geodesy, 2-volume set. It's a book. It's a book that you need to read. You need to find the English translation, unless you can do German, and just sit down and read it. Look, there's a lot of math, a lot of scary crap in there, a lot of scary calculus and trigonometry and stuff. That's okay. It's not necessary for you to sit down and read that and try to figure out what is this trying to say. What's important is to read the narrative. It's actually quite refreshing to read what he's doing. He lays out very honestly and very simply what geodesy is about and how to do it. You can read for yourself that they measure Earth flat and then wrap it around a mathematical ball of their choosing, an arbitrary coordinate reference system. And when you apply that to today's technology, you've got these modern total stations that surveyors use. They got computers on them. You can set it up so that when you conduct your survey, that you're on a different coordinate system every time. You can choose a spherical one based off of WGS 84, WGS 83, NAD 27. All of these coordinate systems are going to give you different calculated distances between points and slightly different orientations too over time. You can even choose a state plane coordinate system that's flat, using flat coordinates and give you flat distances. That's right. Just go in the computer settings, you select your reference datum, and off you go. And it's true to Helmert. Helmert says, yeah, you just got to choose a coordinate reference system that suits you best, suit to purpose, and apply this math, or whatever corresponding math you need for that coordinate reference grid. And you can take your perfectly good flat Earth measurements and break them and twist them and bend them so that you can pretend that you live on a fucking globe. As long as you use it consistently, it's going to work, right? Works good enough. Why should you question it if it's working?
What do you guys talk about in here?
We challenged the idea that Earth is a globe in outer space.
And they ask us why this would make any difference in our lives.
Oh, that's, yeah. Well, space is fake. You guys don't have to worry about that anymore. I wish we were allowed to wear t-shirts at work, like with sayings and stuff. I would have one that just says space is fake. I know I'd be like walking around like I had the plague, but that's how it works.
You ever hear people say in the media, like, oh my God, scientists think Earth might be speeding up, or oh my God, scientists think Earth might be slowing down in its rotation. You got this variability going on, right? You've got variability with the sun, just a little bit all the time. Same with the stars. It's not as perfect as globers like to think it is. Like I mentioned before, that smooth mechanical rotation, it really isn't like that, folks. People start to take notice of it and they write these articles.
What, does it slow down and speed up?
Yeah, you ever read those articles like, oh my God, Earth is slowing down just a little bit this year? I think it's because the sky rotation at night isn't as perfectly even and smooth as people like to believe it is. slightly asymmetric here and there, and slightly, speeds up and slows down just very minutely here and there. And it may for some observers and not for other observers too. Depending where you are and what time of year it is, it's anomalous. Everything is anomalous. And the globe is created out of all the anomalies. The anomalies provide the room for people to accept the globe and to continue accepting it and reifying it year after year, age after age. You could pop up different planetarium software and they're going to give you different results, slightly off. It depends like which ephemeris they're working from. That's the other thing. Got all this ephemeral data from different sources gathered in different ways and they don't match. Just like all the different latitude and longitudes don't match.
Is it public?
Yeah, I think a lot of these are, but maybe not all of them.
Like APIs I can go and build a table from?
Yeah, there's like the J2000 or something that people use, but it's not the only one. Yeah, man. So I grabbed data from one of these nautical almanacs. I don't know if you heard me. I shoved it into an LLM. This was like a year and a half ago. If Jedi's here, he remembers, and if I scroll up high enough in my DMs with him, he'll see it. But I started posting the output on the charts that it was spitting out, mapping the change of rate of acceleration of the stars between 0 and 90 degrees above the horizon over time throughout the year. And it wasn't uniform. Like the stars slightly accelerate and decelerate relative to each other, very so slightly. And it's probably different depending where you are and what time of year that you're going to be noticing this.
To each other.
Yeah, like the constellations aren't exactly always that way. Like they average out to look the way that you think they do, but the distance between them is not exactly always as uniform as you think. They're always going to be slightly a little bit off here and there.
So wouldn't that just be the same as why the sun is apparently in its location?
Yeah, I think so. And why it's all observer dependent in the first place. But yeah. I think that if you go to different places, you're going to see slightly different effects.
Yeah, but you still don't know if you're looking through something, which I think you are. You're looking through something.
Yeah, I think you are too. And that something isn't the uniform medium.
That location moves between you and the actual source appears on the thing you're looking through. So that's an apparent location. That thing that you're looking at that's creating whatever, but that you only see on that surface isn't in that spot. It's somewhere else.
Yeah, and the medium could be lumpy, like could have some slight variance to its density.
Most more than likely it is. That's why you would see variances.
Right. And that's why they think that there's like lumpy gravity in the Earth. They call it an uneven distribution of mass, but they're looking at stars to measure it. What if it's just a lumpy freaking sky, dude? Who knows? Maybe it's both. I don't care. Earth still measures flat.
Yeah, whatever is happening up there doesn't matter. I mean, whatever it does,
cool as shit, though.
Not going to change my house sitting on its foundation. It's not going to make it a different kind of ground underneath it.
That's for sure. It's not going to cause water to wrap around a ball.
You wake up and your whole street is curved. Like, what happened?
Oh, fuck, I was wrong.
I was wrong looking. Kurt did turn into a ball. Damn.
Someone was saying in J.R.R. Tolkien's world that it used to be flat, but then like something happened and the universe broke and it got turned into a ball.
Yeah, it was called change this or you become a stuffed scarecrow in somebody's field. Oh, okay, I'll change it.
I got to go in a minute, but before I do, did you hear that the latest thing is Epstein was offered to purchase the Pentagon and other high security offices all over DC? Like,
what the fuck?
Somebody replied to this article I saw on Twitter. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Is Epstein like a Nephilim or some shit?
Well, check this out. You know that the pentagram that Washington D.C. makes?
Yeah.
If you really look at that, everybody close your ears that's listening if you're on the live stream. Don't listen to what I said. I'm just making up stories for people to dream about. Anyway, that matches other Tartarian layouts.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, and then when I looked at a building in Cleveland, I realized the Terminal Tower, it was not made. That I took close-up pictures just with my phone. I was down there. That thing has got work I've never seen before. Griffins on the top, all that shit. So, yeah, there's some other shit going on that we don't know about. That's where the real questions now start coming from.
When I was young, I
don't care that they pretended that it was a ball, and I don't care why. I now want to. Yeah, we took over buildings, found it in. Because
there's all kinds of strange shit.
Going
like that.
downtown in Cleveland, and I'm looking down this one street. It's in the flats. It's going way down to the river, and I'm looking at all these buildings. All their bottom windows are covered halfway. You have a window, and it's
like every town.
No, just halfway,
every town in the freaking world.
Diagonally up the window, though, like you built it purposely, finished that all off, and then covered it with dirt. I don't think so. I've never seen that.
Yeah, They claim it's years and years of like horses kicking up dirt in the street and just piling up further. Right? I'm like, yeah, right, dude. Or how they
dries up and blows away. We all have most of us, or at least in Ohio.
You start like digging down underneath like a European town and discover an old Roman city. Like, how the fuck did that happen? You just like lose a Roman city and build on top of it. Nobody remembers.
So you better go look at that at what Washington D.C. That's why they said there's pictures of the Capitol being built when there's nothing around. It's not. It's another founded city. That's it. That's all. This shit's all been here. Okay, back to Flat Earth. That was just a story. Don't believe anything I said. I'm a storyteller. Don't get all freaked out. But yeah, Tartaria appears to be real anyway. So you guys can have nightmares or whatever you want to do. Space aliens are fake. We're most likely the white people are the ones who came here and took over this place, and that's why we're pushing people around. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, when I was in Copenhagen, we were walking down the street, and if you look down the drains on the main street, you can see like the old front entrances to some of the buildings. When you look down the drain, there's like a door down there, like an old-looking door.
It's
like
all over the place, dude. It's all over when you start looking for it.
I got a picture of it.
So
I can find it.
when I was young, I used to live. We go so far off the beaten path and sometimes come across places where you'd see like random brick facades and stuff buried in deep into like rock faces. I remember like pointing it out and be like, "What the heck is this?" And my dad being like, "Oh, it might be some old Spanish mine."
So I didn't
Like
take
out in the middle of nowhere.
I might have a picture. I'll have to look from the other day. I'm looking at these buildings from the side on the street. The street's going down pretty good grade. I don't know, 15 degrees, something like that. And I'm looking and I see this one foundation and it's this gigantic barnstones. They are gigantic, making all the way around. And then built on top of that, it just gets cut off. And then on top of that is new red brick that goes around. And I said, oh, that's pretty funny. That whole building top is gone and they put a red brick building on top of that foundation and you can just see it's obvious.
Yeah, sounds about right. I see a lot of that in the town I live now where, the foundation looks like it was ancient and they just put a brick building on top.
So people are living in buildings that are still under the ground, it looks like. Like, it's like normal. Like you would think, oh, they built that down there and put windows there because windows should be down by the sewers.
Yeah, not like basement windows, but full
windows.
It's like, what, did they run out of money?
So the way that foundation on that building I saw, that was a bigger building than what I was looking at. And then as I'm starting to look at stuff, I noticed that there's a church over there. It says founded like 1870 something. That means that's when it was found. They're not lying with their wording.
All right, gotta punch out.
Earth is a ball.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Discord.
There's a ball. How come you flat earthers that just said hello think that the earth is flat?
I'm shy.
How come?
Because you sound like a handsome flat earther.
No, you're the flat earther.
I know, I'm just saying you sound like one, though.
You are one.
Oh, thanks, man. uh,
That's a good new picture to keep.
yo, where's all the Globers at? What's up, guys? Hello, welcome, everybody.
I think the Glover part, I think they gave up. It's just now they come here to hear other Glovers get smacked around, which there aren't really any left.
You guys just hang out with us. Daily meditation hour. Enjoying some nice peace and quiet. You know, Rosa, that is a weird picture. I can't tell if that's Jim or Dwight. That's like a mixture of both. It's weird. Which one is it? Oh, interesting. Okay. Did you know that The Office is only possible on a flat Earth? Because The Office required humans to make that show, and humans breathe air. In a globe paradigm, there's nothing to contain that air adjacent to the vacuum of outer space.
Yeah, and bears are better.
So yeah, if there's nothing containing the gas, all the gas would leave.
And the bears are going to eat you anyway.
Yeah, the bears are gonna die. Well, yeah, after the bears eat you, then you're gonna die because there's no gas to breathe.
Yeah, the bears will be last, so just remember that, Dwight.
You know, I don't even think beets would grow either. I think beets are only possible on a flat contained earth also because they require gas to grow, don't they? Don't they need CO2 to grow? Damn, I just watched that video that AI just posted too, and damn it, he's gonna beat me up. Is he here? Oh no, okay, cool, he's not here. I'm gonna ask him about that later.
That's right. Brown bears eat beets.
Wait, actually, aren't those the one that eat salmon?